All right. Hello and good afternoon, good morning, good evening from all over the world. Thanks for joining the ABW Fellowship 2023 cohort closing ceremony. I think everyone online can hear me all right and can see my slides, and I see nods, so that's excellent. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties with this beautiful setup, but we'll try to speed up the introduction so we don't miss out on any of your fantastic presentations today. So for the agenda for today, no, the clicker's not working. There we go. So there we go. The agenda for today, we'll just do some quick introductions. Then we're going to have the presentations, and I'll explain how it's going to work. It'll be a little bit of a organization, but we'll manage. And then at the end, we'll have some closing remarks from the managing director of ABW and the CTO of ABW to finalize your journey on the ABW Fellowship. So I'd like to again welcome all of you. We had over 100 fellows join the cohort this year, which doubled our participants from last year. And that comprised of over 55 different organizations from across the world. So we had people joining at many different time zones, some in their pajamas and some just waking up. So we appreciate all of you being so active and joining our fellowship and learning so much this year. And it has been a journey. So you guys had 5 weeks of coursework, lots of very interesting activities. You thought about what kind of project and how you were going to apply what you've learned. You worked with some really fantastic mentors, and now you get to hopefully implement the work that you did within your organizations and also showcase today what you worked on and how what you learned helped you in this journey. So just to quickly recap some of the amazing courses that you guys took from the fundamentals, the project lifecycle with DHL, data science fundamentals. We had from C Motions, introduction to GitHub, information management, our database SQL. You also had an amazing storytelling with data visualization from someone from Ortec. You had a Power BI from someone from Pipple. And then many, many other predictive and prescriptive analytics courses like Python, text mining, machine learning, optimization, marketing, and generative AI. So it was a real crash course to get all the foundations and fundamentals to put you in a place of success for your projects. And I want to just take a moment to thank all of our amazing trainers. They spent lots of time. Some of them are on the call to see the results, the fruit of their labor. So thank you so much to the mentors for your participation and your hard work to share the information with our fellows. I'd also like to take a moment. We also have a lot of mentors on the call today, also one in the room today, and I want to thank them so much for their support. I hope it was as fun for them as it was for you guys to go through this journey and to learn more about the amazing work that you guys are doing at each of your nonprofits. And without further ado, we're going to go into the presentations. So I'm going to take some time to explain how this is going to work because it is a little bit of a puzzle. So do bear with me. And if you have questions at the end before we start the breakout rooms, you can. So the way this is going to work is we're going to have 6 groups of 8 people. And each group will be in a different breakout room or in the main room. So we'll have one group that'll stay in this main room, and then the other ones will go into breakout rooms. I'll show you in a moment which breakout room you need to go to. You can join that yourself, so you can assign yourself to that room. So note what number you are. Each room will have a moderator. That moderator will make sure to record the session so that we also have a memory of your wonderful presentation. So reminder to all those who are facilitating to make sure that you do click that record button. And they'll be there to also help keep the time to make sure that we don't run over and run out of time. So every fellow is going to have 5 minutes to present. And then there's going to be a 3-minute Q&A where each of the fellows in that group can ask questions to each other, get to know a little bit more about the project as well. For those of you in the audience, you're more than welcome to stay in the main room. We have some nice presentations here, but if you'd also prefer to go to a different room, you're allowed to also go to another room, maybe if you have a colleague that you'd like to see as well. But you can also just stay in the main room. So these are the groups that we've set up. So again, the main room is going to be the first 8 that'll stay in this room. Then we have Anas kindly volunteered to facilitate and timekeep for his group. So that'll be the next 8. Claudia is online. She was one of our trainers, so you guys are familiar with Claudia. She'll be facilitating the other group, group 2. Britt, also one of the trainers, will be facilitating group 3. Prabhati will be facilitating group 4, and then Marta will be facilitating group 5. So at this time, you should see an option for breakout rooms. And unless you're in the main room, you can go ahead and assign yourself to either group 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We'll have until 4:40 for the presentations. So facilitators, just keep that in mind as you presentations. Are there any questions? Is it clear? Yeah, cool. All right. All right, so those of you who are in the main room, we'll go ahead and get started. And Zoe, I see you're online, which is great because you are our first victim. No, our first special guest. So we'll start off with you. Zoe, you're more than welcome to share the slides yourself, so you can share your screen, or I have them and you can just tell me when. But before you start that, I'm going to also just introduce you to everyone. So everyone, this is Zoe. Zoe worked on visualization of internet connectivity in Africa. Her mentor was Prabhati, and she's from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'll hand it over to you, Zoe, to present your project.
Nice, thanks. Let me just try to get my screen here.
I can't hear you, Zoe.
Oh. Can you hear me now? Huh. Wait, so online people can hear me? Okay, yeah,
everyone can hear you, so it's just that we can't hear you.
Okay.
1 second, we're trying to fix it.
Instead of rooms got started already.
Yeah. Zoe, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Wonderful.
And right. I can share my desktop with you.
Okay, great.
So that you can see my screen. Should be working by now.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'll try to keep it between the 5 minutes. Today, I'm going to tell you about mapping levels of digitalization. That was my project. For this cohort. So a quick introduction about me. As you said, I work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands as an IT trainee. And I work at the team that works on digitalization for development. So D4D, IT4D. It has many different names, but it all comes down to the same big umbrella term. And just a quick disclaimer that everything that I say and do is open source, and whatever is not in any way representative of official policy of the ministry, just so that it's clear to everyone. But what I did is I looked at what I see now in the government and asked myself, how can data help in this for the development cooperation that we are working on at the government right now? And I saw that I think the levels of digitalization that in the partner countries that we work with, that they can be visualized so that people, policy officers, can make more strategical decisions, I think. So that was the question that I had for myself. And during the project, the most difficult part was actually finding data that was helpful enough to visualize it and to make sure that people would get some information from it. But well, I tried my best, and here go my visualizations. So I mapped the internet use in the world in percentages. I used open data from the World Bank. So it had different indicators which you can select here in the dashboard. This is only screenshots because a live version would be a little bit too much. So I decided to have the number of internet users in a percentage, and the option to select what kind of countries you would display on it. Because the Netherlands has special relations with specific countries. So we have development cooperation countries and combination countries. And as you can see in development cooperation countries, the number of internet users is way lower. So what happens is a lot of policy officers think, oh, let's make something, or let's fund an app that will work on blah blah blah, anything, you know, and let's spread it through internet. But then, as you could see that on this visualization, maybe internet isn't the best way to do that because there is just not that much internet use. So it would help people to see and envision that maybe a different approach would be useful. Also, internet usage is quite a broad topic. So what I also decided to show is that there is a difference in broadband subscriptions, so actual cables, and cellular subscriptions. So that is also important to note, and that could also help maybe for people to make a more informed decision on maybe not working with broadband solutions, but working with mobile cellular solutions. So yeah, the idea of this Power BI dashboard is to mostly help people realize a little bit more about the context of the digitalization that they work in. I also decided to map it in terms of time, just so that you can see maybe whenever the Netherlands started having a special relationship, could you see anything better? Or before that, could you see maybe it getting worse, whatever, something like that, just so that you can make some comparisons. And maybe you can see, for example, in this slide that Tunisia has actually grown a lot. So maybe it's nice to look at Tunisia and see, oh, what did they do that gets the internet uses up so much, and how can we maybe do that in other countries? But then also taking in mind that, of course, you need to consider the context very well and not just apply the same thing. So it's interesting. So as I told you, we have different relations. We have development cooperation, which is only development cooperation. We also have combination, where we have aid and trade. And generally, in combination countries, you can see that internet use is a little bit better, a little bit more there. So that's that. Then in terms of SDGs, it's more on a policy level that we have contributed, well, that I hope this project can contribute to. We work with thematic departments at the government. So each thematic department has a different SDG at its core, and the team where I work at is more like an umbrella team that helps all these thematic departments. So I guess on a policy level, many of these goals would be supported, but specifically goals on quality education, gender equality, climate action, and peace, justice, and strong institutions are, yeah, those are contributed on the most. My conclusion is that data visualization is very powerful to help people realize things, and especially in policy making, I feel like a more evidence-based approach would be very, very useful. So I really hope to introduce this, well, now, but also later in my career at the government, as I am an IT trainee. I really hope to bring that to the table. But what I do see is that adoption at the government is something that goes quite slow. It's the government, it's still a little bit of a paper mill where you need to wait on, you know, changes and everything. But I'm very hopeful, as I see a lot of things in the Netherlands changing, and people and institutions and ministries already adopting a more evidence-based approach. That was it. It was a little quick for 5 minutes because yeah, it's a lot of information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. And for now, thank you for listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Zoe. Does anyone online have any questions, or in person, for Zoe?
Maybe I have another remark. There are several people who don't know to which breakout room they should go. So there's some problems there. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So it was on the initial slide. I'll try to share that in the chat. But if you didn't upload a project into GitHub, then you weren't given a breakout room. So that also could be why you don't have a breakout room. But we'll share the groups in the chat so you can also assign yourselves. But does anyone have any questions for Zoe on her project?
Well, maybe out of curiosity, like what was the most challenging part of your project for you?
Well, I think gathering data was quite difficult. Just finding high quality data, and also, I mean, with the scope of the thing and the fact that I work full time besides this, it was quite a big challenge to make sure that the data is correct, you know, stuff like that. So I just took a reliable source, which is the World Bank, but it would have been nicer to have more time and to find like good sources. So that's one, and I think the second one is just implementing this at the government. So I work as a trainee at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and right now a lot is happening in foreign affairs. So it's quite busy, and I see that the you know, the daily run of the, well, not run of the daily things are catching up with improvement projects like this, which doesn't mean that there's nothing happening in terms of data. There is a data competence center and people are really looking at working more evidence-based, but I feel like the actual change management, I guess, that is necessary for this is a bit of a challenge too.
Yeah, can imagine.
What do you think can be done to speed up that adoption? Do projects like this, for example, help? I think so.
I think so, yeah. And I feel like it's mostly just seeing. People like to actually, they, how do you say it? They understand it when they see something, they actually see something. That's when they'll be like, ah, that's how it works. So I guess that's the solution, and also embedding it in the already existing systems, which are, for example, the Data Competence Center, which already is. So I've also contacted them on the work that I did here. So yeah, it's a bit of a, you know, you need both, like a push from like a moment of inspiration, but you also need to embed it in the processes. And it's, yeah, that's I think what will speed it up a little bit.
Nice. Thanks a lot. And then, well, good luck with that change.
Thanks. I'll try my best.
Thanks, Zoe. Then we will move on to the next presentation. And I think online you can see my slides now.
We still see the slides of Zoe.
Okay.
No, Zoe, yeah, can you switch the slides so they will see it then? No, you were online. Your slides were online, but it was
So Yamin is next.
Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
before you share your slides, I'll just quickly introduce. So Yamin has been working on a recommender system for MYEO, a social impact driven ed tech. They offered courses for free. She's worked on recommending courses to young people who lack certain skills based on what courses they've already took. This project will hopefully increase the engagement in the platform and lead to more courses completed. Yamin was mentored by Claudia, and she's from the Myanmar Youth Empowerment Opportunities. Go ahead, Yamin.
Yeah, sure. So I will try to share my screen now. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Yamin, and I am the product owner at MYU, who solve the educators' problems to give the effective learning aids with well use of data and technology enhancement. Yeah. So based on my experience in MYU, we find out that users are having direction. So based on some of the demo tested, and we saw the significant
Maybe it's better if she has
the personalized recommendations. Besides the fact that we are having limited internet access across region in Myanmar, so that is where we need flexible pace of learning there at own ease. So those of the problems came to the solution. Actually, that is one of our solution, that is to deliver personalized opportunity to personalized process and recommendation based on their personas, interests, and behavior, not just only delivering, but also evolve with them based on changing their interests and skills. So that is my project is one involving a critical part of solving that solution. So my project title became adaptive topic recommendation system through chatbot. The goal is to give the topic recommendation to learners based on their overall interest on topics as well as similar topics. So I use implicit feedback recommender system. In order to recommend the topic, I use alternating least squares model, so which a user has interacted with the specific content or not. And then we weight those binary targets, find the confidence of how confident we are in that specific user and item interactions. Before doing that, and I want to reduce the impact of a user of on the particular items seeing 1,000 times. Besides, I want to reduce the weight given to the topics. So in order to balance the weighting schemes, I use BM25 weighting schemes. So that's basically the process of how I get this recommendation system. So bind directly. So the first one is organization. In terms of organizations, since we are the startup, so we have so much limitation in resource allocation. So it is so important that we allocate the resources effectively, which meets with the demand and goals of the learner. So by this process, the decision will goes into 4 teams: marketing, content, and tech, and the product, of course. As a second level, the second impact tier would be youth. We have 77,000 users who will be able to get the personalized topic recommendation by this project. And in terms of demographic-wise, we have 47% from rural regions, where they are less, they are having less quality education. And I would consider that the intensity of impact there would be really high there. And besides that, we are impacting the women in our empowering women in order to keep their education and also to upgrade their education. As you can see in the data, we have 64% have women in terms of the demographic. So lastly, in the community, we have the mission of 1.1% of Myanmar population who are graduating every year. So that's basically this project is contributing the empowering the capabilities of human potential for an equitable world. So that's basically this project will impact in 3 layers of tier. And as a conclusion, we are having the problems which impacts from organization level to the community level. By this project, we are solving the complex problems and also initiating into more effective solutions. And as an impact, we will impact 77,000 users directly and right away. And ultimately, and in a broader way, we were impacting to 1.1% of Myanmar population every year. So that's the goal of the end of the conclusion of my presentation. So thank you for your time and attention.
Awesome. Thank you, Yamin. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Yamin online or in person?
Online. So how far along are you with the system? I can imagine that it's quite a difficult thing to. Is it in a pilot phase or is it already
Oh,
further?
yeah. Actually, this will be the pilot phase very soon. Right now, I am making this algorithm, but we haven't integrated in the system yet. But we are intending to integrate it by the end of this quarter, hopefully. Yeah.
And how are the first tests? Are they promising?
We haven't tested yet. So in terms of the resource allocation with my organization, and we will need to allocate the time frame in order to test as a pilot. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Ah.
Good luck with the test.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Yamin. Great presentation. And next up is Stephanie. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I'll just do it from here for now because it's quicker. So Stephanie is working on a project. So she's working on rice production in Cambodia and where to focus attention. Stephanie was mentored by Prabhati and is from the Oxfam Nobid organization. So I'll hand it over to you, Stephanie, for your presentation.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So first of all, I would like to give you an introduction about myself. I'm an impact evaluator at Oxfam Nobib, and currently I am working in a project called BlockRice. So BlockRice is specifically focused on monitoring and collect data of the value chain from small-scale farmers in the production of organic rice in Cambodia. We are in a pilot phase, working in Priya, somewhere, I don't remember exactly the name, sorry. Oh, well, I remember it, but I cannot pronounce it. But the thing is, like, they are collecting information about the value chain of the producers, or the producers in the production of the. Sorry, I'm nervous. In the production of organic rice in Cambodia. So they collect all the relevant information about transplanting, yield, process, all the process related to the value chain. And why do we do this? Is because, you know, the rice chain lacks of transparency and many farmers do not earn a living income. So while consumers are also mostly unaware of adverse issues in the chain. So in this case, the blockchain technology has the potential to provide the required transparency in international value chains. So one of the project's goals is to reduce the living income gap and provide capacity strengthening to improve the production of organic rice. So the first exercise I did with the data is to analyze the relative wealth index and then trying to analyze what this information tells us. So we need to focus our attention to prove the production techniques of those who are more vulnerable with low income. As you can see in the graph, sorry, I will use this. As you can see in the graph, this area is mostly full of darker points, indicating that here there are lower income, lower relative wealth index. So the index is low here. So while if you go to this section, you will see that the colors are lighter. So why is this happening? As you can see, I was asking many questions since the country is mostly focused on the production of agricultural products. I was saying probably this area has special ecosystems to produce rice. So that's why I mix this data with the rice ecosystems in Cambodia. And somehow it explains a bit why those countries have higher income or a higher indicator in the relative wealth index. So you can see that these areas are also very dark compared to the rest. So what is happening there? So here we can explain, okay, this part probably is they are taking advantage of these ecosystems to produce rice. But what happened in this area, specifically in this? Because you can see here some lighter areas that are also covered with good ecosystems to produce rice. So one of my potential explanations to this was saying, okay, probably these districts are close to water bodies that makes even easier to produce agricultural products. But then I find out that in this area, you can see that some districts are close to these water bodies that seems that they are rivers probably. And they are still low in the income rate or the wealth rate. So they are still low. So why is happening this? So another potential explanation could be because we need to consider not just water bodies, but also the wetlands that are in this area. Since the country is mostly focused on producing agricultural products, we need to consider also the lands that are the areas that are exposed to these areas that are easy or good to produce this type of products. So I mix the data with the wetlands in Cambodia, and it perfectly matched. So then my question is, so where do we need to focus our attention? Since the Blocks Rice project is supporting small-scale farmers, focusing on the production of organic rice, and also is providing capacity strengthening to those areas to improve their techniques. What we need to do is to focus our attention in the most vulnerable areas that are close to those wetlands, so they can, and also that are that have the proper ecosystem close to them to produce different types of organic rice. So the areas that were chosen, like potentially chosen, are those. These areas, why? Because those areas are close to shallow water dry season rice and also to deep water rice. So you can see, to shallow water dry season rice and shallow water wet season rice. So you can see that this area probably would be a good one to implement the project, and also this one. So what are the following steps? First, we need to combine the data with rice production, combine the data with other variables that also can be a good tool for us to choose the best area to focus our attention, and also to use an optimization model to do a better selection. So that was all. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Very interesting. I liked all the combining of the data. That was very cool. Does anyone online have any questions for Stephanie?
I'm not going to be the only one asking questions.
Come on, someone online ask a question.
Yeah, so could you repeat what other factors are you going to look at? I missed it a little bit.
Yes, I'm going to take into consideration the access to hospitals, schools, the population density, and also the rice production.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I see. I see. Yeah, yeah. And you're going to do that in the same way, just by looking at the maps, or also use types of regression type stuff?
Yeah, I was planning to use a optimization model, kind of like just to select a good one based on all these characteristics, not just one or two. So I will combine all these characteristics and try to use the model to pick one.
Okay, I see. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, wonderful. Any other questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Could you maybe explain a bit more what kind of interventions are open in these cases?
Yeah, one of the interventions, well, first we collect data from the farmers and track the value change, but also we provide capacity strengthening like different things such as selecting seeds, use of organic fertilizers, and also how to do better as how to improve the soil preparation of the fields. So, and then after the capacity strengthening, we also collaborate with the AC, with the agricultural cooperatives in Cambodia. So they can provide a higher price to the small scale farmers, or a fair price to small scale farmers, so they can have a good income and a better living income and close the living income gap.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, and if you want to find the rice, you can find it in Ecoplaza in the Netherlands.
Very nice. I know what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight. Thank you, Stephanie. All right. Next up, we have Martine.
Martina.
Martina. Okay, I was close. Not really. Martina is working on an optimization door-to-door fundraising by identifying neighborhoods that show good potential for acquiring donors. Within a short period of time, Martina was able to combine multiple data sets to do analysis, build a model, and produce recommended neighborhoods for the fundraising campaign. Her mentor was Maarten Sumer, and she works with the organizations Médecins Sans Frontières, Artsen Zonder Grenzen, or Doctors Without Borders, from those from America. And she's based in the Netherlands. So I will welcome you up. And she is here on site. Oh, it's
yeah.
Change it in a second.
okay. He's going to change it for you. Here's the clicker. You can push that button.
It's lovely. Well, I think you already introduced my entire topic. The presentation that's just here. Everything I did. But yeah, I also prepared some slides. So let's go through it. Do we have to point somewhere?
Now you can click.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, as Kate mentioned, my name is Martina and I work for Doctors Without Borders. And the last couple of weeks I focused on where to go next. And in the context of Doctors Without Borders, you can imagine we can ask that question in a lot of different contexts, but I did it with respect to fundraising and targeting our fundraising campaigns. And please know that the content of the presentation is somewhat confidential, so please don't share outside of the session. So a bit of a background, as you might know, MSF is a humanitarian organization that provides medical assistance to people most in need, contributing to these sustainable development goals and primarily focused on good health. So MSF as an organization is fully dependent on donations for their income. And that also stresses the need for doing accurate fundraising and making it more effective. Within the fundraising domain, door-to-door campaigns are quite an important method to acquire new donors. So in a door-to-door campaign, a team of fundraisers basically goes to the streets and rings the door of people to ask if they want to become a donor for us. And already in 2023, that led to over 20,000 new donors being worth of a yearly value of 2 million euros. So in my project, I focused on how can we make this fundraising more effective. So I want to determine where to send our fundraisers for the next door-to-door campaign on the basis of demographics. So my first analysis, I made a dashboard where I'm showing the successful neighborhoods. And this is, I kind of determined that by looking at the amount of donors divided by the numbers of inhabitants within a certain neighborhood. So here we see on a map, the areas of the Netherlands where there's a lot of donors, and also here in the table next to it. So that gives a bit of a starting point for an analysis. But then I was thinking, okay, what does make these neighborhoods successful? So what are the characteristics of those? So I went into the data. So I combined our internal fundraising data about donors, pledges, and campaigns, and combined it with external data about demographical data on the level of neighborhoods from the CBS, the Central Bureau of Statistics. Inside this demographical data, there was a lot of different features from income to age groups to migrational backgrounds. So I tried to look at, okay, which of these predict the propensity for having a lot of donors. And I found out, maybe not super surprising, that high income, high property value, and high educational level correlated the most with the percentage of donors. And the good donors that I selected, with having more than 2% of donors within a neighborhood, are plotted in blue here. And then in the bottom, I plotted the features against each other. So we see they come in clusters. And that kind of ties in with the modeling approach that I took. So I was looking at the clusters of good neighborhoods and then apply the nearest neighbor modeling. So with the nearest neighbor model, we look at the good neighborhoods and see how close all the other neighborhoods are in this feature space of these 3 dimensions that I mentioned. How close are they to the good donors? So how lookalike are they, or how similar are they to good neighborhoods? And I validated the model by taking out 20% of the good neighborhoods and also using them in the prediction and see if they would also pop up as good neighborhoods from the model. And that led to this result. So the dashboard with the recommended neighborhoods. So here we see the top 50 neighborhoods that are most similar to the already successful neighborhoods. So these have a kind of high potential for becoming a good neighborhood. And also here, I plotted the percentage of donors that were already acquired through door-to-door campaigning. So maybe these neighborhoods we don't want to go to. So this really provides for the fundraisers a way to look into a bit more the demographics of the data and to use it as an assistance in guiding and targeting their fundraising campaigns. Of course, in next steps, I would still have to really validate it with the team to see if really the industrial zones we should send the fundraisers there, or it should be or we should take into account different features. I was already thinking about including donor value, for instance. And for the modeling, I was thinking about doing more like a regression analysis, also based on nearest neighbors, so we can really predict the potential percentage of donors in a neighborhood. Lessons learned. Yeah, quite a lot. So it was a really fun project to do, and I had a lot of support from my mentor, Maarten. Special thanks. But I think the main lessons learned is that, knowing the data is essential. Just start iterating and don't get stuck on details, and also engage with stakeholders. So that's it for now. Let me know if there's any questions.
Great.
Wow.
Are there any questions online? Oh, there's even some applause.
Yeah, I also have a question. So thanks, a very interesting presentation. And so do you think that the results typically holds for Doctors Without Borders, or also for other charities, or is it special for Doctors Without Borders?
Good question. Well, I think because the features that's shown to be most important are income. It looks like the classical strategy that fundraising already told me they were doing, just go to the rich neighborhoods. So it seems like this is just kind of putting a foundation to that good feeling, like, hey, it's indeed true. Or it might be a result of the bias that's already in the data, because we went there more often, these neighborhoods pop up. Because if we look here at the successful neighborhoods into the percentage of door-to-door donors, we see that in a lot of these neighborhoods we've already been. So that the door-to-door campaigning was successful.
I see. Yeah,
I
great.
didn't take that into account in the model, but it might be confounding.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of different features and things to take into account. Yeah.
Thanks.
And does it account for the distance of the homes? Like, I know as a kid going up trick-or-treating, you wanted to go to the neighborhoods where the houses were closest to each other so you could get
No.
candy.
Because also, if we look at the recommended for now, well, it says like industrial zone, verspreide huizen. It means like separated homes, so
Yeah.
mostly like villas outside, like the outskirts. So yeah, those would be really interesting to.
Then it's good for the people who are going door to door to know. Yeah.
There was a feature in the set called stedelijkheid, or like the urbanization level, and also population density. So I think those could be included, well, not in a model to pop up, but maybe later to exclude some neighborhoods.
Nice. Yeah. And I think there was also a question from Odegarla online.
Yes, thank you. It's really interesting research, I would say. It would be interesting to see if you saw any correlation between past donors of your organization, where they're located, and see if there's a correlation between what you predicted. That would be really interesting. But in general, I think your research gave me inspiration also to see it on a global level, on where, like, which countries also donate the most money geographically too. But in general, I just want to say good job.
Thanks. Yeah, well, for us, the majority, like maybe 80% of the income comes from the US. So this is just peanuts.
We're also smaller.
And Alvaro, I think, also has a question.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm with my phone, and the computer is a bit strange setup. No, I was wondering, maybe I missed it, but maybe not, just to check. Is it part of the analysis also the quality of the donors, like for how long will they stay with the organization?
Yeah. Good question. Because this was an important remark that I got from fundraising, that often with the door-to-door campaigns, people are a bit surprised. So they say, oh yeah, I'll just give 20 euros a week. And then in the first 3 months, a lot of them call and say, oh, I want to lower the amount, or just want to retreat. And within the first year, I think we have like about 40% of people stopping their donation. So what I did in the entire analysis, I'm grateful that you asked it, because I couldn't squeeze it in 5 minutes. And now I still get to explain it. So I use it as a filter on the entire data set to filter out the neighborhoods where we have been with door-to-door campaigns and where more than 50% left within a year. So these I don't want to classify as a good neighborhood, because they're not good. And I also don't want them to pop up in my recommendation, because I don't want to go there. So I just excluded them from the set. Okay.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Did you also find out which door-to-door agency that you hire is performing well from this data set?
They're not from this data set. We do have that in like separate Excels, but I couldn't get a hold of like that altogether. But they are monitoring the performance. Yeah. Okay. They do get Excel sheets with the amount of donors acquired in shifts, and shifts are 5 hours, 1 person. So they do have a measure for that. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martina.
Yes.
All right. Next up is Alvaro. I hope I pronounced that well, but you can correct me. Alvaro has analyzed the supply chain capacity of different African member His mentor was Prabhathi, and he works with the UN World Food Program. So I will let you share your screen.
Thank you very much. Let me start because I'm having a bit of a problem with my setup.
Okay, I can also share the
I have-
slides for you if that's easier, and
No,
then you
let-
can tell me when to.
Let me know if you can see. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, we can. It looks great.
Okay, perfect. So I'll start some. Yeah. Okay. So actually, the project I was working on, I was trying to look at possible ways of optimizing the logistics network of Africa CDC. They're setting up different supply chain centers or supply chain hubs, and I was looking at how we could find a methodology to put some sense into it. Maybe a couple of words introduction of both organizations. The Africa CDCs, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It's a relatively new organization. It's only 6 years old, and it has been set up by the African Union to support public health initiatives of member states and strengthen the capacity of the continent to respond to health emergencies. It came as a response to the Ebola crisis in West Africa after the realization that the continent needed such a public health agency. And the World Food Program, most of you may know, is the biggest humanitarian agency, part of the UN system, and it's mainly working on delivering food assistance. But this mandate brings together quite an enormous supply chain capacity, and that's why both agencies are now partnering together so that we strengthen the supply chain capacity of the continent to respond to public health emergencies. So the context is the following. Africa CDC is already setting up 2 logistics hubs, and this is mainly because of opportunistic reasons in Addis Ababa and Douala. The Addis Ababa is obvious because it's where the headquarters are based together with the African Union, and Douala because it's an agreement with the Cameroonian government. So the idea is, okay, if they have to set up a 3rd hub in the continent, where would they put it? Yeah? And the methodology aims at providing different possible choices depending on what would be the specific criteria. Bearing in mind that obviously we're looking into supply chain efficiency, but very likely the decision will also be, let's say, motivated by other choices such as political or funding appetite from hosting countries. The data sets I was using is mainly a data sets with the airports of the continent to look at possible hubs and also possible destination points to send supplies in the case of a crisis. So this is two sets within. There's the big airports, which could be operating as the departing hubs, and then the smaller airports, which should be operating at the receiving end in case there is a crisis in a particular location in the continent. Then we have the list of administrative boundaries, population density data, and I didn't have enough time, but there's an obvious set of data to be used, which would be the different public health data, mainly on historic public health events, or even building up a compound index of, let's say, pandemic or let's say not pandemic, but outbreak exposure, which could act as a weight that could be compounded together with population density and physical distance. So the methodology was first to define this list of hubs, then take a look at the shape files of the different districts in the continent, look at the center of gravity, identify the closest airport, and then for every possible choice of a hub, is worth mentioning, this will be the 3rd hub of the network. So we have Addis, Douala, and the 3rd hub X. We have like 40 plus choices. We'll be iterating through the different districts, calculating what would be the distance if we needed to send supplies from that hub to that particular district. Then we have different choices of optimization. The first one on geographic basis, purely in the distance, and we will be looking at what will be the lowest addition of the distances. The second choice will be weighing these distances by a density of population factor. And the third choice will be come up with some sort of epidemiological index that we could apply as a factor. No? In each one of these cases, we'll be looking at the one that will be the lowest sum. I was also looking at not just a single optimum choice, as I mentioned, but probably a list of 3 to 5 to see what could be the cluster of, let's say, possible options, because it will be affected by other factors, and also to have a bit of a readout of how the methodology is working. The tools I used, well, it was basically Python code with a set of libraries for both managing data frames, doing data cleansing, and a bit of geographical data treatment libraries and representation. So this is the results when the first optimization was purely based on geographical distances. There are the top 3 choices would be, you can see there, Nigeria, Mali, or Tanzania. The top choice was actually Algeria. It's not surprising when you take a look in blue. You can see that the existing hubs are right in the center of the continent, not Douala and Addis Ababa. But immediately, the moment we start counting the density of population, we see that there's quite a bias of higher density of population towards the south of the continent. So we see that the most optimum, the optimum hubs, if we take into account the population density, sorry, there's a mistake in the slide. It's actually should say green, not blue, are the ones marked in green. And actually, the top choice was in Zimbabwe. The second, I think it was Mozambique. So you can see how it changes significantly the analysis. The third optimization, I didn't have time to do it, but obviously it will be very similar to the population density methodology, just adding some weight based on a specific data from public health. This is a map of how the distances, let's say, to give an impression of what will be the reach from the different hubs if we had to choose, if we have to implement the third hub where the optimum result was giving us in Harare. And you can see that most of the continent will be within a 2,500 kilometers reach. And let's say the least or the farthest distance will be in the Northern Africa. It's also true that particularly the ones that are top dark are in countries which have quite good access to public health compared to the rest of the continent. No? So it's not well. It's probably quite a wise choice. Again, maybe affected by political decisions. It may not be Zimbabwe. It could have been Mozambique or Zambia, but somewhere there. And then basically, well, yeah, the key learnings. It was quite lengthy to do data cleansing, managing different data sets, especially in geographic and boundaries and districts. There's different languages, different orthographies. It was quite some work, you know, like Sao Tome and Principe having accents, or Ivory Coast and Cote d'Ivoire. Even if some data sources want to have consistency in how they name the countries. Surprisingly, some of the countries are sometimes mentioned in their own language, whereas the rest of the data set is in different languages, things like this. No? So this was quite lengthy. The other thing is that because there were some lengthy iterations, I choose to check the methodology just with a few countries first, so that I was making sure that a lot of trial and error, and I didn't have to wait long enough for the code to run. And once I was making sure that the code was working fine, then I will include all of the districts of the continent, all of the hubs. No? And then what I mentioned, this algorithm would be also ideal to be run by a list of what are the areas affected by any of the top 12 pathogens as marked by the African CDC, which are the diseases of interest, no? And we could even set up a specific hubs for a specific pathogen or a specific region, no? Like what would be the most optimum hub, what would be the location, maybe for viral hemorrhagic fever, which may not be the best hub for malaria or things like that, no? So all of these would produce a set of maps that will very likely inform the decision of Africa CDC, not just where to set a third hub, but also how to define the supply chain network. Yeah, and I think that's another point that I mentioned there. This assumes that all of the airports have the same capacity, no? But probably maybe to combine it with the logistics performance index of a particular country, you know, how well a country can cater for the logistics needs as a source is also quite important. And I think that's it. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alvaro. Dick, I think, has a question.
Yeah, so that was, oh yeah, so my intention was to give an applause.
Okay.
But I also have a question indeed. Yeah. Really nice work. And so did you also use the roads and network, or just the distance, let us say the Euclidean distance?
I just used Euclidean distance and between airports, because the main leg of distribution and the main concern for such a continental hub is going to be the air leg.
I
Then
see.
there is the road leg, but I found that at the end of the day, if you want to optimize, the road leg is always going to be the same, regardless of where the starting hub is. So at the end of the day, it wouldn't be affecting the optimization, no? If in such a model.
Okay, yeah, yeah. And did you also look maybe to, let's say, suppose that you have a greenfield situation where you can place the three? Maybe that's not practical now, but just to get some ideas. So how far are the existing ones from the optimal position?
I took the existing ones as a given.
I see. Yeah, yeah.
So I just look for the third optimum. You could also run this similar methodology. It will be a bit more complex, but given a chosen amount of hubs, where would you place them? But that will be a bit different, because then you will be optimizing a group. The target will be a group, not just a single location.
Yeah.
Whereas here is just a single location.
I see. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Great work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I was wondering, so I like the modeling work, but I'm still very curious about what the supply chain actually comprises of that you're modeling this for, because there's World Food Program and then the Disease Center. So what supply chains are you referring to?
No, this is related to supply chain for healthcare, and World Food Program is operating as a technical advisor, but the supply chain is a health supply chain and will be managed by Africa CDC. Maybe that was not clear in the introduction. Sorry. So we're not talking about food supply chain, which is mainly based by land, by road. No, this is about response to health emergencies, to an outbreak, Ebola outbreak, or a cholera, or even COVID, where most of the supplies will be needed very quickly, and mostly will be sent by air.
Great, thanks.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Alvaro. Very interesting.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have, I'm gonna probably say this improperly, but you can correct me. Odegaard. Oh, it's really bad.
Yes, Odegaard. That was
Okay.
close enough.
Thank you. Odegaard used NLP models to identify how well-written proposals for the Green Climate Fund differ from rejected proposals. Her initial findings may already support policymakers and government agencies in the Pacific and Caribbean to draft proposals for a higher chance on successful outcome. Currently, she is putting together prompting templates for ChatGPT that will save government agencies a lot of time in drafting their proposals. Her mentor was Wouter, and she is from the RMI organization. So I will hand it over to her for her presentation.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So my project is called Empowering Small Island Developing States and Least Developed Countries in Unleashing Their Potential, the Potential of Language Models in Green Climate Fund Project Optimization. So before I dive into the meat of the discussion, I want to give a quick background on what is climate finance. So climate finance refers to financial resources and instruments allocated towards action on fighting climate change. And wealthy nations, like high-income nations, they acknowledge their historical impact on climate change, and they committed to raise $100 billion annually to fund low-income countries in their fight against climate change. And this $100 billion is really essential tool to ensure that no country is left behind in our efforts to fight climate change. But the reality is that the $100 billion is not met. And then the money that's raised is not getting to the ones that actually need it, which is the small island developing states and least developed countries. And the reason is because the climate landscape, finance landscape is highly complex. And to get the money, you have to develop really complex project proposals that often is 40, 50 pages long with and that can take up to 1 to 2 years just to develop one project proposal. So the smaller low-income countries, they face a lot of capacity constraints when it comes to developing project proposals and getting the funding that they deserve. And this image is one of my favorite images because I think this really explains how low-income countries feel when they're trying to go through these bureaucracies to get funding they need. So the Green Climate Fund is considered the world's largest climate fund, and the main objective is to allocate money for project development, funding for project development for developing nations. But unfortunately, least low-income countries, such as least developed countries and small island developing states in the Pacific, Caribbean, and Africa, they all represent really small portion of their portfolio when it comes to successful projects. And also it's a lot of research shows that it takes too long for them to develop 1 or 2 successful project proposals, and the cost of the project development is really high for these countries because of technical and human capacities. So my objective for this research was to develop a guidance that will assist project developers in Pacific and Caribbean small island developed states and LDCs in enhancing the success rate of their project proposals for the GCF. So my methodology can be split into 3 main steps, I would say. So first one, literature review and data collection. So I reviewed the GCF guidelines, investment criteria, and priorities for project approval processes. And also I conducted review of existing successful and unsuccessful GCF project proposals specific to SIDS and LDCs and cleaned and extracted texts from them. And I also reviewed GCF's independent technical advisory panels reviews for approved projects. So I narrowed down my criteria for investment for GCF from 8 to 4 investment criteria that low-income countries struggle the most because of time constraint. And then upon my consultation with my mentor, Water, he recommended me to use large language models for my analysis because my data was mainly qualitative, and also I didn't have enough qualitative data to use text mining for Python. So it would not only save time, but it was just the most efficient way. So I used a ChatGPT prompt engineering method for my analysis, and with multiple iterations, I developed custom instructions to ChatGPT on how it should provide instructions. So I told ChatGPT that it should think itself as a specialized analysis for GCF, and then I gave really specific instructions on what kind of investment criteria and definitions GCF uses for their evaluations as well. And when you give very custom instructions to ChatGPT, I definitely saw a major improvement in quality of analysis that was provided by ChatGPT too. And I also developed specialized prompts to extract the information that will be useful for project development, such as key topics that are usually used for successful projects, and what keywords are mainly used across different successful projects, and also what writing tone, writing style is being used. And also I used ChatGPT to analyzed the alignment of project proposals with their investment criteria and asked them to rate it, and then what rating, and explain the rating criteria, and then also provide recommendations as well. And I compared it across 5 project proposals to see what are some common denominators across these successful projects, and also compared the results with unsuccessful ones to see if it provides same results. And also throughout the process, I was in consultation with my mentor on each step of results, which was really, really helpful. And I also consulted with project developers who work in the Pacific and Caribbean, previous GCF workers who used to work on specific project approval processes, and other stakeholders for their feedback on what other investment criteria that the GCF looks for that's not written on paper, such as political or like their specific types of projects that they prefer. And I use that as my as part of my guide as well. And the results and next steps. So as I said, I was able to extract really useful information from using ChatGPT, and then I used that to develop a guidance. This is still in the process of finalizing, but basically developing guidance framework document tailored to specific needs of project developers in low-income countries to offer clear insights into what factors into successful project proposals for GCF. And another unexpected outcome that I came up with throughout this process is I am almost done creating standardized prompt for project proposal development, I would say. Of course, there's still not a lot of peer review and validation needed, but basically, I'm able to create a standardized prompt template on ChatGPT that anyone can use. And they will basically create high success chance quality project proposals for these countries. And as I mentioned before, the reason these project proposals take so long is because the writing process and tailoring these project proposals to GCF takes a lot of time. And ChatGPT is free. Anyone can use it, and I believe it will save a lot of time and improve the quality of proposals that will continue going to GCF. And for the next step, validation and peer review is needed. And also, I would like to share my insights with relevant stakeholders, including project developers and government officials and organizations that we work with in Pacific and Caribbean. And also, so our organization already does training on project development for climate finance funding. So we're also looking into providing maybe training on large language model usage for project developers and SIDS and LDCs. And I'm hoping like this kind of work will continue supporting low-income countries to catch up with higher income countries in terms of technology and time. It will save time, hopefully, for them too. So that's a really fast spiel on what I've been doing. And thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
So what are key what are the key success factors for relevant proposals or for successful proposals? I must say, what did you find? Can you share about that, or?
Yeah, happy to share. I would say the key success rates also dependent on the type of project that you're supporting. So certain sectors like water, energy tend to be a higher chance of approval because of the funding they attract. And also, in general, the writing style have to be very specific to GCF. So a lot of, I would say, industry jargon is used in a lot of the languages that I noticed that that was extracted through ChatGPT. And also the tone of the writing has to be more professional, a lot of passive sentences. Those are the main highlights, I would say. But a lot of also analysis was extracted from ChatGPT.
And you probably could also leverage something like ChatGPT to maybe first make a draft proposal yourself and then put it in the right language and the right tone of voice? Is that possible, or?
Yeah, that I think that's the goal. That's the main goal. Goal I see. Is that basically letting people see that ChatGPT is just not like for drafting emails, but it's an actual like research tool that you can use to save your time and energy in drafting project proposals that's like specifically tailored for these multilateral funds. I don't know if that was your question, sorry.
Yeah, I think Alvaro also has a question.
Yep. We're running out of time, unfortunately, but we can also we'll have some time for questions at the very end. So thank you so much, Odero. And we will now move to Hannah. So Hannah worked on an exploratory spatial data analysis of World Food Programme's SDG2 long-term projects using climate and remote sensing data. Hannah's mentor was Pravati, and she also works with the World Food Programme. So I will hand it over to you, Hannah.
Thanks. Let me share my screen and let me know once you can see the slides. Can you see everything?
It's good, yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hannah and I work for WFP in Rome in the AIMS team. I'm happy to present a few of my results. Though to say that there should be more analysis done, but there was just simply no time, but I'll iterate on that a bit later. So I worked on an exploratory spatial data analysis on WFP long-term projects using mostly remote sensing data and obviously the data about the project. Why at all? WFP's motto is saving life, changing lives. And under the changing lives part of our motto, the idea is to improve livelihood and increase the resilience of food insecure communities. And this is done through long-term resilience projects. I have two example pictures on the right side. So we have a half moon here and a soil stabilization drench line. And those projects try to stabilize the ecosystem to enhance agricultural productivity and to have a more resilient community, also resilient against external shocks like droughts. So what we do in our team is basically monitoring those projects. Generally, we do this on a project by project basis. We do a lot of change detection. We try to understand the positive impact of those projects on the landscape. But we never really had a meta-analysis that tried to understand overall the tendencies of certain project types have a better impact on the landscape, or if we see any changes or differences that could be relevant while thinking about new projects. So the objective of my ABW project basically was to understand if we could learn from past data that we have and understand if this could be a recommendation for new projects that will be implemented this year or the year after. And overall, to increase the success rate of those resilient interventions and obviously to use funds we receive for doing those projects in a more sustainable way. I will go really quickly through the project journey of this fellowship and I'll try to wrap it up really quickly. So the data collection combined project data that was WFP internal with remote sensing data that I retrieved through our unit data infrastructure, which is a Jupyter hub that connects to the Microsoft Planetary Computer. I use NDVI based on Landsat data due to the fact that some of the projects were already too old to be monitored with Sentinel, but also this to be explored further. We have internally a control site selection method that is based on k-means clustering on the NDVI time series. I calculated a few NDVI anomalies and long-term average calculations, and I did a basic calculation that basically compares the before and after, the control and the impact, and combines it in one number that should represent more or less how much improvement or how much change in NDVI is visible. Then for this fellowship, I started to work on a Jupyter notebook that would explore this data set further. So a few correlation matrices, some scatter plots, some statistics. I tried to cluster the projects to understand if we can see any distinction between them. And I tried to predict the project success based on the NDVI long-term average values, and just try to understand if I can see any pattern in the data. Going very quickly over the results, because I would like to highlight rather one project than to speak about 120 at once. Generally, attendance we can see is that the higher the NDVI values during the dry season, the generally less change we can see through interventions. So the greener the landscape overall, and this is for dry and also wet season, the less distinction we can see from the project side to the surroundings. So generally, this is related to the fact that NDVI is calculated as a pure number, and the smaller the number, obviously, the higher the when it's doubled, the higher the multiplication, the percentages. So we knew this, but now we have kind of confirmed it through the data. We can see the greener the landscape, the less impact is visible through satellite imagery. This is confirmed. We can see the same pattern for also the wet conditions. Looking, and this is just a part of the results. I think I don't want to go too much into detail, but looking also at predicting the project success, it's not really easy to do, and so the results of the random forest regression that I did was not very convincing. So also here, there are more factors to consider for sure than the ones I used. But maybe we can say that project size, and this is one thing I realized, I don't have the scatter plot here, but if once you see it, it doesn't really matter that much how big the project is. So say a resolution of remote sensing imagery is always the most important question for everyone. For now, I'd say that Landsat was actually quite good to understand if there are any changes, because also the small projects here didn't really show any negative values or any bad influences. So maybe Landsat was good enough for this study case. And while looking at the k-means, we can actually see through the elbow method that 3 groups would be appropriate. And we have this green group that is projects in drier areas, like rather arid landscapes, that show good results. And we have this violet group that would be in more humid conditions that also show positive project success. And we have those yellow projects that do not really perform well, and you can see this is independent on the long-term NDVI in the wet season. To find some, say, messages from actually this, first let's have a look at this example here. We have a woodlot in Afghanistan that performed very well, where you can see that the values of the project success indicator was almost 0.8. So I calculated in a way it's between 0 and 1, with -1 and 1, excuse me, with 1 being the best project and -1 the worst in the data set. I can see it's in a hot, arid climate. You can see a strong increase in NDVI through the years, that actually numbers have tripled or even more, and it's a medium-sized project. So even here, we have projects that are more than 1,000 hectares big. They wouldn't perform necessarily better than this project. As a conclusion, most of the projects did show improvements, but this was not related to the project size. Generally, based on the data that we use, dry climates show bigger changes in vegetation. They are more reactive to those interventions, but depending on the type of intervention, we can rather see it in certain seasons and not throughout the year. Reforestation, for example, we can see good improvements during dry and wet season. Meanwhile, sort of water conservation assets, like the ones we have in Niger, the half moons, we can see big improvements mostly in the wet season, which is kind of logic, but it's good to see that it's confirmed from our experience. What should come next in the project is to actually have a longer timeline of data to consider more before and after implementation years. Expand the project data. We have more projects we just received that we could include here, have more variables, and as always with remote sensing, to have more ground data collection. Thanks for your attention, and in case we want to chat, this is my contact, and yeah, any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hannah. We do have time for one question. Does anyone have a question for Hannah? No? Okay. Wonderful. Very interesting. All right. And our last presenter of the day. Oh, wrong direction. Is Adrian. And I think he's still online. Yes, he is. Last but not least, thanks for your patience. Adrian's been mapping health facilities for better response. His mentor is Pravati, and he is with the IFRC. So I will give you the floor.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll be quick with my presentation. So as indicated already, I work for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, or IFRC. As you know, the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement has many national societies, about 191 national societies that provide key services in their countries of operation through the auxiliary role that is basically based on the agreement between the national society and the government of the country in which they operate and that they represent. That auxiliary role will include a lot of different types of services that the National Society of the Red Cross or Red Crescent might provide, one of which is often health, but health takes many different forms under the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. The movement is known for its activities on first aid, on community-based activities, on volunteer-based activities, which is one of our 7 fundamental principles. But the movement also includes a large number of national societies that provide clinical health services, and therefore they have their own facilities and their own services, medical health services and facilities. Dozens and dozens of the national societies have such facilities, and in situations of crises, those are often relied upon to respond to emergencies. But there isn't always a clear understanding as to who has what and where and in what condition, what state. Also, there isn't, because of our sort of very decentralized formats, the communication is not always excellent. And so when it comes to identifying, again, who has what and where and what condition, this can be tricky, particularly when you're pressed on time, and then there is the need for a coordinated response. So the idea of this project is to look at mapping certain types of capacity and having this in a platform that would allow national societies, but also the regional level of delegations of IFRC, as well as the governments and the other key partners when it comes to health, be it WHO or MSF or others, to have that information and coordinate a response. So the idea is to display that information to enable fast and effective decision-making and to prevent failure demand, basically by having that information kept up to date to avoid also repeat requests for information. We have many examples, like the example of the Ukraine crisis, where a national society will be bombarded by requests for information as to what it has, to see who else can help, and that obviously is very time-consuming, and that information can change all the time. So the idea of this project was to have that information mapped in as close as possible to real time, to have that information at the ready and to enable any user to make that decision. So the benefit is for national societies to be able to better plan and respond to emergencies by clearly identifying their capacity and sharing that information with anyone involved in the response, be it the government or other entities of the movement, but also for users to be able to identify the nearest or most useful, most relevant facility based on their location and their needs, as well as improving on reporting of health services, activities, and delivery, being more efficient in that to also highlight and showcase what the individual national societies and the movement as a whole does in the area of clinical health, which is not always very well known for. In terms of the source data that was used for this proposal, so we focused on one specific national society, the German Red Cross. That's because the German Red Cross is a very strong national society, particularly when it comes to clinical health. It has hundreds of facilities. It has many types of services and workers who are professional medical and health professionals. They're not just volunteers. And so we thought that this would be a good case study to base it on a good example. So we worked with a group of data scientists internally to be able to identify facilities and to get a data set that we could work from to visualize it. What was used initially was we used Python to return geolocation. So using the Google Maps API, we were able to generate a list of facilities based on some keywords, be them German Red Cross or Deutsches Rotes Kreuz or other certain terms related to health specifically, which then returned a list of hundreds of facilities with latitude and longitude, and the final data set that I cleaned using Power BI, Power Query to have facility name, address, geographical data, types of facilities, the types of services they provide, user ratings, since we're talking about Google Maps, and their operational status. And so through data cleaning, what I was able to do, I'm going to try and share a different screen just because we're having issues initially with Power BI's integration. Let me just move to the platform itself. So what you see here is basically a compilation of that data by types of information. Looking first at location. So what this screen does, what this report does, is to first of all show the magnitude of the presence of the German Red Cross in terms of health and health facilities, and display quickly the types of facilities that it owns and operates. The number as well as their locations, so you get to see basically what those facilities are, as well as specific addresses, which then tells you automatically what kind of facility you're looking at and what is its operational status, whether it is operational or not. As a user, you can also look at specific services by searching for example, a specific facility based on your address. So you could search for that information based on where you live and where you're based, and you would quickly get to see well, what type of facility this is, the specific address, as well as user rating to give you a sense of how it is rated, and obviously also information on the average user rating across the country, but also being able to screen the different facilities based on their user rating, as well as the available services, and the filtering obviously being very similar to the first page. And finally, a reporting page, basically to be able to look at, Germany has many different regions that have been won, the lenders, and so to be able to report at land level and be able to see what each land has in terms of facilities, the breakdown of those facilities, and where they are, so that the German Red Cross itself can also report on that and really highlight and showcase their strength in that area. But the idea is also that they would be able to highlight any gaps and needs that they might have to strengthen and to fill those gaps. We're looking at the German Red Cross here, but if we were looking internationally, we could look at national societies that are struggling much more with health capacity, and being able to showcase and highlight what they have and what they don't have, then would really enable them to look for that capacity to fill the gap with the support of other parts of the movement or donors or etc. And by clearly identifying where those areas of needs are geographically, but also thematically based on the type of need that they have. And the idea of this map is also that you can quickly see maybe areas that are under-serviced. And if you're looking in a situation of an emergency, let's say, for example, an earthquake, where you can clearly geolocate the epicenter of an earthquake, you could then very quickly see where ambulance stations are, where hospitals are, trauma centers, blood centers are, and therefore identify which facility and which entity is the best place to respond. And by connecting that information with, for example, coordinated contact information, you could then quickly identify then who's, you know, in a very decentralized situation like Germany, you'd be able to identify which part of the Red Cross is best placed to respond. But also if you had that information for the Czech Republic, Austria, Belgium, the Netherlands, you would also be able to see if someone else in a cross-border situation would be able to come in and help. I'll just stop here for the interest of time, but happy to answer any question. Over to you.
Lot of applause. Is there a question from the group?
I guess not.
So what next steps do you see, Adrian?
Well, two things. One, to expand this obviously to all national societies that have such services. And the idea is, you know, the more you have, the more you can better plan and respond. We have preparedness plans in place everywhere. So this could form part of it. And the other natural extension is to also look at other areas that are not just clinical health or not just health that could be added to this. And if there were a way of looking at real-time or close to real-time information, you'd be able, for example, location. What I was able to locate, for example, geolocate is ambulance stations with but you don't have information on how many ambulances and where there are. So we had this example in the Ukraine where we knew how many ambulances the Ukrainian Red Cross had, but what we didn't know was that all 21 of them were in one part of the country, in the east. So that, you know, the extension would be to see what other type of geo information we could add to make this even more useful in real time, and adding other services, maybe related to our protection and migration services to really make the information even more useful.
Cool. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you so much, Adrian.
Yeah, so I'm so welcome and thank you for participating in this fellowship. For those of you who weren't in my session, welcome, James. So I'm Claudia. Hi. And I'm part of the ABW team. And I'm happy to welcome you. And I hope that you enjoyed this fellowship and that we get to see the amazing work you did in your project. So also I would like to encourage you to ask questions and to be curious about the work of others as well. So to make this interactive and make the most out of it. So I don't know if you'd like to. If you allow me, I can choose the first, select the first person, and then you can nominate yourselves for the following. So let's go with Eva first.
Ayla, I smiled and I thought my smile is going to be a giveaway. No, that's good. Let me just share my screen.
Welcome everybody. We just started. We will start now with Eva, and then we go and we will nominate each other. We will go in that way. So please keep in mind that you have. So it's just until 3:30. So I don't know what's your time zone now, but yeah, just 5 minutes from now, and then we can ask some questions for a few minutes, and we go on.
Thank you. Can you just confirm that you're seeing the right screen?
We are.
Okay, perfect. Let me just put a timer for myself as well. So my name is Eva. I'm Portuguese Dutch, and I'm currently working as a supply chain data analyst and health logistics, based in Nairobi, but covering the whole of East and Southern Africa. My project was about pre-positioning flood relief items in India And the question that I wanted to ask is where? Oh, yeah. So floods, landslides kill more than 150 in India and Nepal. Then another article saying millions stranded as flooding causes havoc in Bangladesh and India. Another one mentioning floods in India. We could think that this is all related to the same events, but actually the first one is from October 2021. The second one is from May 2022. There's another one from 2023, and I can guarantee you that if I looked deeper, there'd be another one for every single year that we can think of. India is extremely vulnerable to floods, and it's essential to. So I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's a concept called the golden hours, which is the time that it takes, the first hours that it takes to reach population. So after the first 24 hours, the survival rates of finding this population still alive drops from 80% to 50%. So it's essential that organizations are able to have flood relief items in country and ready to be dispatched so that they reach the final destination in less than 24 hours. So with this question in mind, let's imagine a hypothetical scenario where an organization is thinking, okay, we need to pre-position flood relief items, but where should we do this? Well, someone who might be familiar with transport could say, well, let's do the center of the country, because that's by definition the place where you minimize distance to all the average distance to every single point in India. But if you're a bit more familiar with population density or the flood hazards in different parts of the country, you might think that there could be a different approach. So as we know, risk is the multiplication of impact versus likelihood. For this project, I defined risk as so likelihoods. I took a measure of the flood hazard index and the impact on population density. So because if there's a flood in a place where no one lives, maybe the risk is very little because you don't need to be very quick to react.
Eva.
So yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but what is exactly a flood relief item?
So flood relief items, so different organizations will focus on different things. It could be it could be like shelter, it could be clean water, it could be anything. So it doesn't matter exactly the piece, but more like that you have packages to deliver when there is a flood.
I see. Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, so for this problem, I kind of took the equation of risk, but just considered it as the flood hazard index times the population density, because I believe these are two factors that are important to play a role in this decision. So this looks finalized now, but there was a lot of process in between the initial step and this visualization. But here on the left, we have the flood hazard index that indicates from 0 to 5 how likely there is the chance of getting floods in each district in India. And on the right, we have the same kind of visualization, but for population density. So we see that the darker areas are the districts in India with the highest population density. I have to admit, most of my project was making these two graphs and making sure the data was clean for this.
I was wondering, what did you use to make these pictures?
What do you mean? Which software?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I used Python, Matplotlib, and yeah, and shape files like we, yeah. So then I multiplied the flood hazard index by population density, and I got to flood risk, my own definition of flood risk, and there could be a discussion on that as well. And in this graph, exactly following the same logic, the darker places are the places where there's the highest flood risk. So then I wanted to, my goal is to minimize the distance between the hub that I will build and the areas with high flood risk. With some, I can only decide the coordinates of this pre-positioned hub, and with the constraints that I want the hub to be within continental India, but I also want to make sure that the hub is in a district with a low flood risk. Otherwise, we risk destroying all the items. So I built a optimization model, calculated the objective function, and this is the visualization of the value of the objective function across India. And the point that has the lowest value for my objective function is this district here called CD. So this district means that it minimizes the distance. If we choose to build a warehouse in this district, then we minimize the distance between the pre-positioning hub and the areas with high flood risk. I wanted to also, because in the beginning I mentioned that we could have decided from the first moment to just build it in the center of India, and that would be Nagpur. And if you do choose Nagpur, then the distance to the average distance to the districts is 796 kilometers. And it is indeed lower than the distance from CD to all the districts. But if you look at the distance from Nagpur to the average distance from Nagpur to the high flood risk areas, which I defined, from Nagpur you have 642 kilometers, but by choosing CD, you can reduce this to 563 kilometers. So this shows a reduction by 12.5%, saving a total, I wrote 1 hour, but it's actually around 2 hours travel time. And of course, this is not considering road constraints and all those challenges that are also part of the problem. This was in a very short presentation, a bit what I've been doing the last week. Yeah, please feel free to ask any questions.
Thanks, Eva. I wonder, what do you consider to understand that a district is prone to floods? What data do you use?
Yeah, so there are some institutions that have characterized something that's called the Flood Vulnerability Index. And they take, like, there's entire models on how to define this, and they'll look into past floods data, which areas were affected, and calculate a certain value from 0 to 5. So I just used the value from 0 to 5 that was already calculated by someone else.
I have a question. So what, if you were to continue working on this project, like what kinds of directions would you want to go to make it more like robust, I guess?
Very good question. So I had 1 week to do this project because I was sick the whole time. So to make it more robust, I would fix all the data that I got from the beginning, because I built this on not the best data of all, but to be improved. And to make it, like, to develop it further, I would realistically, when organizations are building warehouses, they're not building it just for floods. So I would take into account the same vulnerability index, but for other disasters as well. So earthquakes, fires, whatever you want. Create maybe an interactive dashboard where you could choose which disaster you are looking into, and then that would be the best location for that disaster, and then combining it all and optimizing it across all risks.
I also had a question. So for now, you'd computed for having, what's the best location for having one warehouse? I guess also a follow-up question would be to have multiple warehouses, or I don't know how well you can travel from any place in India to any other place, but
yeah,
you said 24 hours or so is when you want to.
That's a very good question. For sure, if you're looking into actually building it, you would probably look into more than one warehouses. But then again, for the sake of time, I had to simplify it, because if you do want to build more than one warehouse in your objective function, it becomes much more complex, because you have to, if you choose one warehouse in one place, then the location of the other one is dependent on that one as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's for sure the next step to develop it further. Yeah.
Really impressive, by the way, that you got this done in a week. While also learning how it's done. That's really cool.
I have a very tech savvy person at home that helps.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. Eva, I think, yeah, and thank you, Esther. You're right. We should move on now. So to give everybody some time to present. So Eva, who would you like to nominate to go next?
Well, Esme was very talkative, so.
Sure, I can go next. Let me see if I can share a screen. Sorry, I'm just toggling between two screens so that I will look into a sensible direction. Share screen. This one. Anyone want to tell me how to make this full screen in Google Slides?
You can just present.
Slideshow.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, my Zoom tools were covering half of things. Yes, got it. Okay, cool. So hi everyone. I am going to talk a bit about my project, which was about engagement with a mobile phone app. Maybe a bit generally about my background is I'm working for IDENS International, and we are basically mainly doing software development for social development projects. And I'm part of the app team, so we're creating all kinds of different apps, and that was the most natural place for me to get my hands on a data set and see what I can get out of it. So that's why I chose that as my starting point. So a bit of context on this particular app that I've used the data for. The main project actually is a parent app for parents of teenagers by a group called PLH, and we are their technical developers. And they are currently running a randomized controlled trial with their parenting content with that application in Tanzania with about 2,400 users. And for the control group of that trial, of that testing, they've created a mock intervention, which was not desirable to be something unuseful. So it's still an app with content, and it's a WASH app. And that app, although for this particular parenting group, the data of that app is not that important, it does have some interesting data collection that we can use within our organization to make our future app developments better. So here you see screenshots of the home screens of the two apps. So one with parenting content and one with WASH content. But for now, I'm going to be talking about the WASH content. So I just wanted to mention, so that I don't skip over it, WASH stands for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, and it's a World Health Organization term. And basically, there's lots of content about how to maintain good sanitation and hygiene in this app. And I guess the ultimate goal of the app content is achieving behavior change. But currently, it's mainly a content library with, bite-sized bits, like pages like you see on the site, bite-sized bits of content, tips of how to maintain good hygiene at home. So why, I've touched upon this before, but why would I want to analyze this data? Well, first of all, there's a set of 1,200 users that have used this app. And so although there's not an immediate priority to analyze this data, it's quite an interesting user group for us as an organization to understand how they use such an application and how they navigate through so that we can use that to make better apps in the future. And I also wanted to mention that most of these parents that have been using this app have actually not have much experience using smartphones before. And so we expect them to have quite low digital literacy. And they've also not had much instruction on how to use the app. So really, what we're going to see is how they figure out by themselves or with the help of their teenagers how to click around. So the content that this app has is basically 41 content blocks grouped into 12 modules. And for each of the content blocks, I'm tracking, or the app, sorry, I'm tracking because I set this up at some point a year back. But the app is tracking a list of timestamps whenever you access the content. And then separately to that, each bit of content has this sort of toggle at the bottom that says, yes, I've read this, I've completed this content, bring me to the next. And so although all content is accessible at any point, a user can use these toggles to make the app guide them to the next bit of content as they keep on completing. And so for me, what I wanted to look into is with those two lists of timestamps in hand, see if users actually use that toggle feature, if they return to content, if this is intuitive, and yeah, if there seems to be some sort of preference. Of course, I didn't get as far with my analysis as I wanted to, but I can show you a couple of nice pictures. So this one here is for each of the 41 content blocks. It's just about whether users access it. So forget about what I just said about this toggle that we have on each page. I'm plotting for each content block whether users have never accessed that content, have accessed it once in orange, or have accessed it multiple times. And well, you can see a nice trend in the figure, I thought. And I guess, yeah, most users have at least looked at the first bit, and there's then the further you go in content, people start looking less at that content. But apparently the last one is again a bit more popular. Maybe people wanted to know, were interested because it was the celebration module. But yeah, so that was the first bit that I produced, together with a bit more detailed pictures per content block, to see how people interact with the toggle and with the click. And so far, I've actually just been converting my list of timestamps to just counts. But I'm still going through, so I didn't exactly manage in my 3 weeks for the project to actually look at the timestamps themselves. So I currently have a very beautiful broken Python script that is trying to do something with timestamps. But yeah, so something that I would think would be interesting to answer is to look whether people use these toggles at all, or that they that there's also people that just navigate through. And then if people do use the toggle today, do they toggle it to I've read this on their first visit, or does it look like they only do that on their so many visit? So yeah, that's something I'm still going to look at and hopefully use then for my decisions or our decisions on future apps and making this app better. I posted here a link in case you want to see the app. That's me.
Thank you, Esme. And does anybody have questions? Maybe I find this interesting, and also interesting that that you see how people interact with the first block and then with the last block. That was interesting. And yeah, are you interested in doing this also content-wise? So why is there content that is more engaging than others, rather than the order of the blocks? What's the content of the blog? So maybe that's also interesting to look at in the future.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually wondering about that. There, for instance, here, if you can still see my slide, there's these weird peaks, like why are these suddenly different? But then I was comparing that actually to my list, and they seem to be part of the very end of a quite long group of content. So my current hypothesis was maybe because this content module consists of 6 things, by part 4, people got a bit tired, but I don't know. I think that's indeed an interesting question. Eva?
Yeah, first of all, nice presentation, very interesting. Is this something that you're working at work as well, and that you will continue, or was this really like a project for the
No.
fellowship?
I work at work on this as well, only that my role is slightly different. So my company is setting up a no-code or low-code coding system to make these apps so that we can have like a reproducible system and easily produce more apps and train people up to make these apps. And that's kind of my specialism. Like I train people up to use that, and I help with the further development of that. But in that low-code coding system, you would also set up the data collection. So you would set up, like, I want this button to save a timestamp every time it's clicked. I want whatever to happen.
Yeah. So you'll continue with your analysis.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we should move on. So thank you, Esme. Can you please tell us who will present next?
Yes, I nominate Esther.
Thank you. And so just so you know, I'll send you a message when you have how many minutes you have left, so that we allow everyone to present. Thank you.
Sorry, Claudia, I didn't actually see you messaged me, so maybe, yeah,
No,
it's
but
hard to
you
notice
are-
when you're
you
sharing
are-
a screen.
You're good. You're good.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
In the presentation. Okay. Hi, everyone. Let me start by introducing myself. So my name is Esther Murugi. I'm a graphic designer by profession. I work at Amref Health Africa headquarters based in Nairobi, Kenya. So in fact, this is my first fellowship to attend in data analytics. I'm learning a lot, and I still have a long way to go. So for this case study, I used Excel, pivot tables, you know, the basics, bar graphs, but I hope you'll get the story. So my project is on navigating employee retention. So the objectives of this case study was to identify trends and understand the reasons behind employees' departures, then retention improvement, to pinpoint areas where the organization can improve, and then the exit interview insights. We usually have interview forms which we give our employees as they are leaving, and they can tell us why they are leaving, where they are going and why they are going. Then we have employee satisfaction, whereby we wanted to gauge overall employee satisfaction and identify where improvements are needed. And of course, to do a predictive analysis to, you know, to improve on our employee retention. So I took a sample of 581 staff who have left. And from my sample, we can see most of them came from KCO. KCO means Kenya Country Office, followed by headquarters and other entities in our organization. Then from this side, we can see a high percentage are male compared to the female. Then the sample composition age groups, we can see staff who are leaving are 35 to 45 years, followed by 45 to 60 years, then 25 to 35, and 18 to 24. Then what I found out, majority of staff who leave had a bachelor degree compared to masters, then followed by college certificates or a diploma, and finally the O-level. Then majority of our staff who leave have stayed less than 2 years in the organization. And then I also did a research on our staff who have left, whether they were taking courses that we offer in the organization. And I found out that staff who leave do not partake trainings offered by the organization. I can say majority of them. And also looking at our organization hierarchy, most of the staff who left were under leading self, where you don't supervise anyone. Your job, I hope this is self-explanatory. When we say leading self, leading others, leading business. So most of the staff who are leaving are under leading self. And then just a minute. So on my finding summary, the majority of departing staff originated from the Kenya country office. The prevalent age group among departing staff ranged from 35 to 40 years. Then a significant proportion of departing staff held a bachelor's degree. And then the majority of departing staff had a tenure of 2 years or less within the organization. And there was a notable trend where departing staff did not participate in the training programs offered by the organization. Then the majority of departing staff was situated at the leading self level within organizational hierarchy. So I tried to do further research by reading the exit forms that they had filled, and I came up with this conclusion. One being that the primary group departing staff mainly came from the Kenya country office, where we have most of our projects, and it came from projects that were concluded leading to their non-renewal of their contracts. Also, a significant proportion of individuals were aged 35 to 45. In this age, most of them were expressing a common desire for salary growth and supportive environment for professional advancement. And then most of the staff had held a bachelor's degree, which reflecting aspiration for workplaces that encourage both educational and career development, often prompting exploration of opportunities elsewhere. And then most of the staff who are leaving were also on short-term contracts. So, and in our organization, under short-term contracts, they do not have the comprehensive staff benefits, which serves as a demotivating factor. And then I also noticed that staff who left the organization were not participating in our trainings, the trainings that are offered by the organization. And those who participated had secured more favorable position within the organization. And finally, majority of the staff was treated at the leading self level within the organization hierarchy, a level comprised of individuals eager for career progression, with many being youth, exhibiting impatience regarding advancement within a single organization. And I came up with recommendations, one being that the organization should arrange trainings for the employees, especially at the leading self level, such as workshops, job training, to enhance their skills and also make them proficient at their tasks. This would serve also as a motivation and encourage them to perform best, and of course, remaining in the organization. Then number two, on employee satisfaction, it's beneficial for the organization to offer benefits that grow in value over time, particularly for short-term staff. As I had mentioned earlier, in our organization, for the short-term staff, they don't have the staff benefits as compared to permanent employees. So that's also a point to be noted. And then considering the significant amount of time employees spend at work, the study suggests establishing a workplace culture where everyone feels a sense of belonging to the team, which can be achieved by defining organizational values and guidelines that safeguard employees' dignity and self-esteem. Then I also recommend that our organization should support a work-life balance, allowing employees sufficient time off for family, friends, and personal responsibilities. And in this one, I will add also for the employees to get time to further their studies and things like that. Here I can say we are a bit occupied with work. Then finally, the employees at leading self level, which is the first level, I propose implementing a recognition program where their achievements are acknowledged and appreciated, and providing training for the managers on how to appreciate their staff to boost their morale and motivation. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Esther. We have, yeah, let's, Hannah, you can go first, and then we quickly will go yeah, we have James too. Okay, let's go quickly over the questions, and then we have to move on. Let's go with Hannah first, then James, and then I'll read two in the chat.
Yeah, my question is, I really like the element of looking at training numbers and how that impacted turnover. Is there any data available or that you looked at referring to like how quickly people were promoted who did participate in training opportunities?
No, I didn't look at that. I just looked at the data of the staff who have left and whether they ever participated in our trainings. That's when I found out most of them had not participated, and those who had participated got promoted, but I don't know how long it took for them to be promoted.
James?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, this is really good. First of all, I really liked your recommendations. I think any workplace would be made better by your recommendations. So I hope that goes ahead. And the point I wanted to make, I would be interested when you showed the numbers, for example, the amount of people who had training or the amount of people aged between 35 and 45. I'd be interested to see the comparison between that number and the percentage of people, regardless of whether they left or not. So you can understand where there's a spike in relation to the overall number, because it might just be that you have loads of people who are between 35 and 40. So it makes sense that they leave more frequently. But if you could compare that to the percentage in total, then you start to see some interesting outliers where that's weird. We have lots of people who are roughly the same age across the age range, let's say, but it's 35 to 45-year-olds who leave. Why? And then you can dig deeper into the data, and you could be looking at, oh, maybe the training is something which is a driver of that. But otherwise, I think it's really interesting. So thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Eva.
My question was the same as James, which is the one I have on the chat. So all good.
Okay, great. And then Esme had a question as well. Is KCO bigger than other departments?
Yes. Having our organization headquarters located in Kenya, so we even have more staff in KCO as compared to other offices.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, cool. No, then I think my question actually relates to James's question too. Like, I was thinking maybe KCO is very big, and then if more people leave there, maybe that doesn't mean KCO is doing a bad job or anything. It's just there are more people, and so more people will leave.
Yeah,
but, yeah, great. Thank you.
That's why I highlighted also that most of the projects are implemented in Kenya, and now that we operate on donations, once the donations are over, we close the project, and we don't renew the contracts for the staff. So that also explains why.
Thank you, Esther. Who will you nominate?
Kevin.
I have that one coming. Let me see if I can share my screen as well. Oh, Esther, I think you might have to stop sharing yours before I can share mine.
Okay, okay. Just a minute. Okay.
Thank you. Let's see. There we go. Are you seeing my presentation all right?
Yes.
Perfect, cool. Yeah, I'm Kevin. I work for the Norwegian Refugee Council, and I built or tried to build or am building a data quality mechanism for some of the data that we have specifically within NRC, but I'll get to that quickly. I just want to go over quickly first what NRC is and what we do, how my project fits into the organization, the approach I took, and then the results that I got. So what is NRC? We are sort of an organization that works in over 40 countries, and we try to help displaced people. We work both in affected communities and host communities, and we do kind of a wide variety of different themes. We call them core competencies. So we do protection and shelter assistance. We do cash and voucher assistance, information counseling, legal assistance, and maybe for this project, the most important one is livelihood, food, and shelter. So how my project fits into the organization is I spoke with our M&E staff, monitoring and evaluation, and they sort of identified that livelihoods, food, and shelter have a lot of sort of weird data or errant data that they wanted to understand a bit better, especially on the aggregate level. So they get a lot of data and then they don't really, they don't understand exactly where it comes from, if maybe some weird values maybe are input errors or something along those lines. They basically didn't really know or understand the data quite as well as they would, and they don't have time to look at it. So I figured that would be a good project to start with. And so the approach that I took was I wanted to use k-means clustering to analyze the data and to sort of identify this errant or suspicious data. I wished that I could have spent more time on this, unfortunately. I only had the, I started with a small sample with Afghanistan. So this is data from, specifically from LFS, so livelihood, food, and shelter, or livelihood, food, and shelter, yeah, that's right. And I wanted to see if I could get anything out of just the 2022 data for that. And then maybe later on apply it to sort of the better organization. And so the results that I got were these. I used scikit-learn's sort of one-hot encoder because we have lots of projects in Afghanistan that relate to this. So this could be stuff like how many people have we aided with agriculture equipment? How many people have we aided just in shelters? But as you can see here on this sort of first run that I did, that I've highlighted here on the right, there are some values that are absolutely bonkers. For example, you can see, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but off in the top right corner, we have a value that's approaching 800,000. And I can assure you we have not helped that many people in Afghanistan. It turns out that this is sort of a data quality issue, which is, it's technically a good result for me to get because it highlights some of the challenges that we're facing, but it's maybe taking a sledgehammer to a nail sort of situation because I'm using this machine learning algorithm for what might actually be maybe better suited for an Excel query. But so some of the stuff that you're seeing is that in the bottom left here, we have three sort of main clusters of this data looks pretty okay. This is probably where most of the interesting data is, where we might actually want to look closer at it. But then you have this sort of middle-ish cluster and then one errant value over 200,000 and then this huge one up at 800,000. The one that you're seeing in the top right from this first run is, it turns out it's cash. So they store amount of people that we've aided along with cash distributed in USD value total. So you have like 20 people helped with beekeeping, or 200 people helped with agriculture, but then you have 800,000 US dollars in cash distributed, or cash and voucher assistance, which definitely throws off the whole thing. So I think for when I'm going forward, I think it would be good to sort of highlight the value of cleaning your data before analyzing it. Actually go through the data set and see, okay, what looks immediately wrong. I'm going to keep doing this because this is actually, while this highlighted a quick, small issue, I think there's value in sort of combining more of the same, because what I did here was I just used this one hot encoding to sort of get the categories, right, the string values, push them into numbers. And then the reason it's sort of a straight line here is because the values, the numerical values that relates to these categories, they're just mapped to each other. So they're the same X and Y, which is why it looks just very wonky straight line.
Sorry, Kevin, could I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
On that figure, I'm still catching up with this figure.
Yes.
Could you tell me what the labels of the X and the Y axis are?
Absolutely, yeah. So this is where it gets a little funky with the one hot encoding. And again, where I think maybe this is a sledgehammer to a nail. So the X and Y axes are both the same, which is exactly why it's just a perfectly straight line here. So I had values that were, say, number of people helped. If it's 20, it's going to be dead on 20. There are going to be no negative values here because we haven't unhelped people, for example. But so they really are just numbers. And the numbers are what makes this sort of confusing, because you have number of people helped alongside number of cash distributed in amount. So you would have, say, 50 people helped, but then you'd have $200,000 distributed, and they would be treated as sort of the same value in the script, which is why we have this really sort of ugly chart to look at. So this is my first run. I've sort of since then trimmed away the cash and voucher assistance from this, because that was throwing off everything, but I don't have a picture of that. But yeah, the main part is that this part down here in the bottom left is more interesting, because that's where we start to see the actual sort of groupings of numbers that might be errant or might not be errant, where the script actually starts to help out. And in the sort of yellow tags, you can kind of barely see them. The yellow tags here at the in the bottom left are the ones where I would start to question the data a little bit, and then the middle ones for sure as well. But in the interest of time, yeah. So what I would like to do going forward is then combine the previous years, because this was just 2022, to see, are there trends in the data? Are they the same comparatively all throughout? And then, of course, yeah, I'd like to get even more data. This was just Afghanistan 2022. This could be interesting for maybe more than just LFS as well. If we could do maybe, if I could maybe get my hands on some shelter data, or sorry, protect data, or maybe education data, just to broaden it a little bit. But in general, I think keeping it to sort of one country or one region is a good start. I think that's it for me. This is sort of, again, I don't have much to present, unfortunately, at this time, but it is something that I'm going to be actively working on going forward. It's just been a hectic couple of weeks at work with lots of work travel, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm open to questions.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. It's I understand what you say about yeah, that this you could have done probably if it's about understanding an extreme value that has been assigned to, yeah, like the one we saw that it's clearly an outlier. There are other tools that you could have used as well, but I actually like it that you dare to do, okay, let's give it a try and let's do it with, yeah, let's cluster this. So I think, yeah, it's actually good that you dare to learn to apply this here. And but I will maybe my question here is, here you are more interested in understanding the quality of data, or understanding what has been done within each of the categories, like you say, life, food and shelter.
Food and shelter, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, it's more the quality of data, or is it understanding what happens inside each of the categories?
I think it's definitely more on the quality side, and that's why I may have chosen a particularly bad data set to work with, because I really just had two values. I had the category and I had its corresponding value, and so that's why it looks a little sparse. I think adding more data into this would fuel a more interesting qualitative research, or at least a more interesting outcome. But I really just wanted to sort of go very narrow first and then slowly start to broaden out. I got some interesting insights out of it, but I really do want to, before I really present it to the organization further, I want to get more historical data and maybe more wide data as well, because again, 2 columns isn't going to give you very much.
Yeah, anyone else has any questions? Okay, then who's next, Kevin?
Great, I'm happy to pass it over to James in that case. All right, we have 2 Jameses.
Yeah.
I'll pass it to James King.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 1 second, let me just share my screen. I have a new computer, so things constantly going on. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Are you kidding me? Zoom's not letting me share my screen. Bear with me. Sorry. Can you see my screen now?
No.
In that case, I need to leave and join again to let Zoom share my screen. So maybe
Okay, then we
can I
can
pass
go.
to somebody else and then come back?
Then we can go with James.
Back in a
James, yeah. We can't hear you. No. Okay, let's go with Hannah then, because we have exactly like 30 minutes left. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, let me be quick. I won't take much of your time. Let me project my screen. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me introduce myself. I'm James Ndukwane. I work for World Food Program as Zimbabwe Country Office. So my project is just about the anomaly detection in our cash voucher retailer distribution redemption. Our main agenda is WFP is to save lives and change lives. So we had cash voucher distribution that was taking place in 2022. So we had some auditors from HQ, and from that auditing report, we came up with a solution. Our solution was S-Tech team was tasked to produce a solution.
Sorry, James.
Yes.
Would you mind entering the presentation mode so that we can see it a bit larger, please?
Let me check.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
What about now?
Oh, I think you may have shared just the PowerPoint and not the presentation slide.
What about now?
No, see, well,
No, nothing
continue.
is
It's
changing.
okay. It's okay.
Okay. So the solution that we had to provide was to find the anomaly detection when it comes to the odd hours redemptions. What do I mean by odd hours? Those are out of cutoff time retailers here in Zimbabwe, they open between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. So if I say odd hours redemptions, I mean outside of 6 to 6 hours. So we had to check that, and also to check the duplicate transaction, and also the out of original domain redemptions. Out of original domain redemptions, it's about where, let's say, a beneficiary resides in Harare, for example. But if we find out that beneficiary is redeeming out of Harare, it's what we call the out of original domain redemption. Then we have to find the high number of transaction at the same terminal within the short period of time. So this was my solution. Let me present. So the odd hours redemptions, we had to check the hour within transaction that okay within the transaction. So we see that the majority of transaction happened between 6 a.m. And 6 p.m. But let me show the next.
I'm sorry, James. I
yes?
don't see the slide changing. I think I see like on the side that we're supposed to be on slide 4, but I still only see slide 2.
Let me reshare it. Confirm?
Perfect. That's great.
Okay, this is odd hours redemption. So I used the Tableau as my tool for this analysis. So this is out of operating time anomaly or odd hours redemption. If you check in terms of time, I've from 4 a.m. up to 1500, 1700 hours. So if you check, only have one out of operating time anomaly, which is which had happened to at 4 a.m. So we came up with a standard operating procedure to say after we received this anomaly, we have some checks that we need to be doing in terms of coming up with a solution to find out how can we rectify this problem. So this was odd hours redemption. So let me move on to out of original domain redemptions. We only had 5, which happened to another retailer, OK Zimbabwe, in Redcliffe. So this as well, we came up with standard operating procedure to say after we identify this out of domain anomaly, we have a step-by-step to rectify this problem. And also I did the high number of transactions, but on this one now, I had to come up to say, to find out that maybe per minute, how many transactions can be done per minute, so that I identify the anomaly number. So I find out that probably retailers are doing transaction like 4 to 5 transactions per minute. So if I find that we have 6 transactions or 7 transactions, we call it an anomaly. So this is the project that I did to anomaly detection. I wanted to do it in Python, but because of time, I didn't have much time to do this project. So that was my project. Any questions to you colleagues?
I'm curious, so now like what's the next outcome are people from your organization going to follow up with these people who are flagged, or what's the next step for you?
Yes, actually, let me try to. We came up with a standard operating procedure. The tech team and the supply chain team, and also we come up with a document that spells out how to follow up on this transaction. So we are currently following up on this transaction and to find out and to resolve these issues.
Can I make a, it's not so much a question, some comment really. I think this is really good, and I agree about it's interesting what the next step could be. And I think I'd be really interested if you are able to track the actions that you take as a result of what you've discovered in the analysis, and then start to understand over time how those actions are affecting the situation in the future. Are your actions, what is the best action to take when a certain situation arises, and then can you reduce overall anomalies in the future because you're taking the actions almost proactively, or at least very quickly after the anomaly happens. But I know that's very difficult to do in terms of collecting the data, but I think it would be another next step you could take.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. So then we go with James King.
Okay, sure. Let's see if I have better luck this time sharing my screen. Let's put two. Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. So I'm James, I'm from WFP as well, like River James, and I'm part of a field data team, and that generally involves, it's kind of part of HQ, but it involves working with people in country offices in the field to try to help them with a range of different data needs that they have. And in practice, I end up spending a lot of time doing data engineering work and also working in tools like Tableau. So for my project, I decided to put myself a bit out of my comfort zone because I wanted to learn a bit about, I wanted to have an excuse to learn a bit about AI. And so that's what I've done. I don't know how far I've got with it really, but it has been very interesting trying to get my head around some of this stuff. So to start with, what is the project about? So the problem statement that I was thinking about was that we have a load, in WFP, we have a load of publications, published documents, different types of published documents regularly made public in various different areas to do with country offices, but to do with different divisions. And they're quite verbose, they're quite difficult to read in some cases, they're very long, it can be hard to find the information that you want. And so for a long time, I've thought it would be nice to use, it'd be nice to be able to understand that information and summarize it more quickly. And then I found out about, well, I saw what happened with AI earlier at the end of last year, and I thought that this would be a really interesting use case. And so I decided to try and see what I could do with that. So I think there's a really good use case to have, to collect all these public documents and put them in one place, which is easily queryable with natural language. And on top of that, I also think it'd be interesting to then start to combine that with other information from other reports. So then you could, for example, start to build up a real picture of the food security situation in a given country or something like that. So that was kind of my kind of overall idea. And my initial solution, which is actually what I kind of tried to go with in the end, was to basically combine some of this publicly available information and make some kind of a chatbot that would allow you to write a conversational query about certain documents. And specifically, I wanted to be able to compare different documents, not just one document at a time, which turned out to be really difficult. But I think it is a good use case potentially. I had another, as lots of things came to me as I was going through this process, which made me think, oh, I wish I'd started off and thought of this at the beginning, but I hadn't. But one of the things that I would maybe follow up next is another slant on this, which is to use this this non-structured data, but actually structure it, and then use that as a data set to be able to do analyses and visualizations, or maybe even further chat. But that wasn't the route I went down in the end. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. And sorry, let me zoom in, zoom out. I struggled a lot with the so what factor. I mean, to me, it seems like it has to be a useful thing. I'm really convinced it's a useful approach, but I really struggled to get business sponsorship. For various reasons, but I think partly because I think different divisions have their own plans to do things like this. And so me coming along and saying I wanted to do a project wasn't really going to work. And so I was kind of toying with different use cases, but really I don't feel like I'm very confident in any of them. So an example, it could be used for educational materials for children who are learning about the humanitarian sector, for example, and you could create a chatbot which would react and in an appropriate way and explain things in a simpler way. For example, it could be useful for donors who want to quickly understand what's going on in a certain region. It could be useful for senior management for similar reasons if they wanted to quickly get an overview of like how a country is performing, for example, in recent years and compared to other countries. So I'm quite convinced about that, but ultimately this was one of the things I really struggled with, and it's a significant lesson learned, I would say. And it's something I'm going to focus on because I would like to take this forward. I will be trying to get some kind of a business sponsor in the future. As I've written here, I'm convinced it is a good idea. I just I am struggling to get a specific use case. And then, sorry, I'm probably running out of time. So I just wanted to show like my flow and try to explain a bit about what I've actually done. So the left-hand side here is basically represents documents. And in the end, I've only gone for annual country reports because I'll explain in a minute, but it turns out it was difficult to include lots and lots of different documents. So I thought I'd start small and start with annual country reports for Afghanistan from 2018 to 2022. But these are the kind of things I was considering, other WFP type documents such as situation reports and country briefs. But then also it'd be really interesting to start using other published information from, say, IPC, Tony Blair Institute, other UN reports. So that's kind of my more unrealistic vision.
Hello.
And
Right then.
sorry. So just to quickly go through this, the way I've approached this is, first of all, you take the documents. They need to be prepared for the AI model, and that means because they're long documents, they need some processing first. You can't just feed them into a chat like in ChatGPT. So I'm going to try and sound authoritative when I talk about this, but basically 3 steps: chunking, which basically means taking the documents and breaking them into smaller parts so they're more manageable; embedding, which is turning the text into numbers, which saves a lot of space and means they can be compared easily for similarities, which is where the comparison comes in; and then put in a vector data set, which is where these numbers are stored, these vectors are stored. And then based on that, once that's done, using a generative AI model, I was using GPT-4, DaVinci 3.5, and honestly, I couldn't tell the difference between the outputs. So clearly I've still got a lot of work still to do in that respect. So it needs a lot of tuning. I found it worked quite well for some queries and not so well for other queries. And anyway, what I wanted to do was have a website chat interface. I didn't in the end. I have it in code, and so that would be a next step as well. And then another step that I would like to take in the future would be to tune the chat agent so that it replies in an appropriate way. So like I mentioned with the replying for children earlier, for example, it would be more conversational, maybe more friendly. So I just wanted to highlight, if I've still got time, I wanted to quickly highlight some of the learnings in terms of technical challenges, because I realize now it's a lot more
James,
complicated.
you have 1 minute, and then we can have 1 minute for questions, and then we have to move on to Hannah because we are running out of time.
Sure. Sorry. Okay. So very, very quickly, biggest challenges is oh, now I don't know which one to. I think the biggest challenge that I would say is actually getting good replies from comparing different documents. So this is probably the main thing that I struggled with: how to compare content from different PDFs. But then obviously things like storage. Very, very quick. I'm not going to do a live demo event as I was planning, but this is an example of a query. So I asked it to provide a summary of in sentences of the different country reports for Afghanistan between 2018 and 2022, but then to break that down into bullet points and to give information about number of people reached and the what else did I put down? But how it worked, how it compared to the previous year, and the main activities that were done in that year. And it worked okay. I thought this is the output it came to, and it gave me bullet points for each year. There's still a lot to improve with it, but a lot of YouTube videos. I was quite happy that I at least got to that stage. Okay, I'm going to stop talking now, actually, because I think I've talked enough. But thanks for your patience. And if anybody has any questions.
This is really interesting. And I think there is, indeed, there is a lot of steps that you can break this down to. And as you say, one of the challenges I understand is the how to extract the data from the PDF. And I wonder how large your data set is. I'm sorry, but I think we have to move on to Hannah. Sorry for that, but we can still chat on Slack if yeah. Sorry also, but did you contact me? Well, I will chat with you later on.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, sure.
Let's move
Do I
on
need to
to
unshare?
Hannah. Thank you, James. Hannah.
Thank you. Yeah, just waiting to share screen. Oh, James, if you'd stop sharing your screen so I could share.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's not working. 1 second.
No worries.
I'm sorry, my Zoom is really. I'm going to leave and join again, and then you can.
Okay, 1 second. All right, just checking that everyone can see. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, thank you all so much. So just a word of introduction, I am currently working as the Data and Knowledge Manager for the Community Statewide System Support Team at Illinois Action for Children. And so for this project, what I really wanted to focus on was assessing risk and success factors for early childhood collaborations. So a little bit of context as to like what early childhood collaborations are. Our team provides training and technical assistance to early childhood collaborations throughout the state of Illinois. And there are groups of stakeholders invested in improving outcomes for children ages 0 to 5. So these collaborations are like very focused on making connections with program providers, parents, and other people who are kind of like in that sphere in order to coordinate and advocate for family needs. So that can look like meetings once a month, meetings quarterly, anything to like coordinate those efforts. Typically, these collaborations are generally underfunded and undersupported, but they do incredible work to engage families and really center parent voice at the core of these decisions. And families are generally left out of the decision-making process, at least in Illinois. And so it's really important work. So a huge problem that faces collaborations we serve is quantifying output. Typically, collaboration work is much more qualitative focused or like focused around those kinds of meetings. So I really wanted to use this project to highlight quantitative impacts. So this map here shows that 58 counties of 102 total counties in the state of Illinois are served by collaborations. So the purple areas, the collaboration served areas. And my hope was that this project would increase that funding to spread collaborations through the other half of the state. So I break this down into phases, and I did not like get very far at all, but I'm really excited about continuing this project on in coming months. So phase 1, identifying numeric rate of change and risk and success in areas served by collaborations. And I was looking at programmatic measures of improvement as well as overall health measures of improvement. Phase 2 was predicting impact in communities not currently served by collaborations. So again, trying to get more of that justification for funding. And then phase 3, creating a dashboard to show state of need for each region. It's like a needs assessment kind of piece. So I identified Python as the best tool for phases 1 and 2, and I plan to use SQL and Power BI for the 3rd phase. So this is how far I've gotten on this project. I've been limited by my own lack of experience with Python and as well as time constraints. So you can kind of read the outcomes we've identified to date as well as the challenges. My favorite outcome is that I was able to identify a rate of change over time for multiple health and programmatic indicators. So at least in the one county that I was looking at as kind of a proof of concept, it looked like the collaboration was correlated with overall successes in that way. I do want to highlight a primary challenge that I encountered as well. Not all collaborations meet regularly or make public information about the region that they serve. So that really limited the data set. I would say probably about 15 collaborations we did not have as complete data as I was looking for. So I brought this up to my team, and we've started meeting with collaborations across the state in an effort to gather more complete data and also like get buy-in for this larger project. And yeah, I look forward to continuing on this work in coming months. And in addition, this project has really sparked a lot of curiosity and related questions for myself and my team. So I've kind of like led them in conversations around these 4 questions specifically, but also additional related questions. And yeah, overall, just very grateful to be part of this cohort. I feel better equipped to begin answering some of these questions, or even like having like kind of a idea of like the kinds of tools that I would need to address those. So yeah, please feel free to reach out or connect in any way. This is our organization website. And yeah, any questions?
Thank you, Hannah. Could you please go back 2 slides?
1 second.
Could you tell us a bit about the time limitations of the data? What happens with the data?
Yeah, so there have been, there's more work starting in like 2006 to 2010 around making this kind of early childhood data available to the public. But the challenge that I named here was that some collaborations have been meeting since the 1990s, since like 2000. Some of them are more recent, but because collaborations have been meeting for a longer than available data, like those programmatic and health indicators have been made available, it's a little bit difficult to like see exactly what the collaboration impact has been on that region, because data isn't available from before the collaboration begins to meet.
I see. And also the collaborations, how long do they last normally?
There's no set time limit. So some, like I said, have been meeting for 30 years at this point. Some have started and ended within that time frame, and that's another limitation as well. We don't have the data for those that maybe were meeting between like 2010 and 2015 that probably would have also had an impact.
Thank you. Anybody else has questions for Hannah? Oh, okay. Okay, I think we are done then. Thank you, Hannah, and yeah, and I appreciate you being here, all of you. Thank you for sharing your progress, and also when there is not so much progress, because I think the main outcome of this fellowship that we always like to focus on is that we dare to get out of our comfort zone. So when you have used new tools, when you have been lost a little bit, that's exactly what's I think what will trigger your learning. So I'm happy to see that it's what happened with you. So, and I look forward to seeing your progress, that you don't let the projects die here, that you continue with them. And yeah, so I'm thank you for sharing your projects with us. And I think we will now go back to the main room for the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks, everyone.
You.
Is Adrian. And I think he's still online. Yes, he is. Last but not least, thanks for your patience. Adrian's been mapping health facilities for better response. His mentor is Pravati, and he is with the IFRC. So I will give you the floor.
Roy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll be quick with my presentation. So as indicated earlier, I work for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, or IFRC. As you know, the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement has many national societies, about 191 national societies that provide key services in their countries of operation through the auxiliary role that is basically based on the agreement between the national society and the government of the country in which they operate and that they represent. That auxiliary role will include a lot of different types of services that the National Society of the Red Cross or Red Crescent might provide, one of which is often health, but health takes many different forms under the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. The movement is known for its activities on first aid, on community-based activities, on volunteer-based activities, which is one of our 7 fundamental principles. But the movement also includes a large number of national societies that provide clinical health services, and therefore they have their own facilities and their own services, medical health services and facilities, and dozens and dozens of the national societies have such facilities, and in situations of crises, those are often relied upon to respond to emergencies. But there isn't always a clear understanding as to who has what and where and in what condition, what state. Also, there isn't, because of our sort of very decentralized formats, the communication is not always excellent. And so when it comes to identifying, again, who has what and where and what condition, this can be tricky, particularly when you're pressed on time and then there is the need for a coordinated response. So the idea of this project is to look at mapping certain types of capacity and having this in a platform that would allow national societies, but also the regional level of delegations of IFRC, as well as
always tried to chip in regarding these outbreaks. The challenge has been sometimes the allocation sometimes of resources, to say you would have patients coming, going to facilities, and at times you have some facilities which might not have a huge burden, possibly because of trying to see how this relationship is regarding the cases of origin, as well as the health facility that has responded to a particular outbreak. So Harare has witnessed the majority of these outbreaks, and currently, since February, we have been experiencing a cholera outbreak, which has affected about 8,040 cases. And organizations such as MSF have been working to contain and to assist the local authorities in mitigating against these outbreaks. So the objective of the project was to build a dashboard to visualize the distribution of typhoid cases. In this case, the reason why I say typhoid cases, because it kind of follows a similar trend to cholera, which is what is affecting, and the model that probably would work for typhoid is most likely going to work for cholera, because they are usually brought about from the same source in a way, and they're both water related. So the idea, in very simple terms, was to display facilities that are burdened with patients, as well as understand how this burden affects how this burden impacts the amount of consultation that they need to do versus what they would normally do in a given period, as well as their capacity, the amount of time that they end up attending to patients, let's say, compared to what they would normally do or what they are expected to do during normal situations. So the beneficiaries of this would have are the local government, the humanitarian sector, agencies who respond to such, as well as policymakers to understand what the situation is on the ground, and as well as how they can actually plan for future outbreaks and such, as well as the most key beneficiary of this will be the patient, since this will help to mitigate against life loss. The tools that were used for this, unfortunately, I would have to say this probably as a disclaimer, is because when I started this research fellowship, I was still affiliated with MSF, and I developed this idea around the concept of MSF, and it is something that is actually can be used for MSF. So the reason why I had to use the outbreak line list from 2016 to 2018 was the issue of data access. Yeah, that's why I had to stick with historical data more than current data. So basically, the tools that I use in this case and the data that I used were the typhoid outbreak line list from 2016 to 2018, as well as conducting a mapping of all the health facilities within Harare, which is the major hotspot. That is mapping of the current structure, understanding the infrastructure layout, etc., number of beds, number of working hours, number of consultations per facility. The final idea was to be visualized on a Power BI desktop. The challenges, like I mentioned, was access to recent data, so hence the use of historical data as a mitigation measure. So the final product that I have, and hopefully, can I just find out for the moderator, can I just demonstrate because this is just a snapshot of the dashboard itself. Is it okay? Hello, Brit.
Yes, sorry.
Am I allowed to, or can I do just a demonstration of the dashboard? Because this is just a snapshot. Okay, cool. So basically this is what it kind of looks like. Okay, I'll just, so basically, sorry. Voila. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. So basically the idea was to understand the trends, have an overview of what the cases were and which facility this variable shows that the demographics of the cases that have been reported and recorded across Harare, as well as the number of health facilities that have actually been recording these. Also of concern is the number of admitted patients, deaths, as well as recoveries, which is important information for stakeholders. Then thereafter, we try to differentiate the outcome of patients by the final outcome, basically, over a given period of time. And this shows the trend over time to see how the outbreaks have come and during which period we have seen outbreaks. Here we have a slicer showing the date. If you want to change time period and you want to focus on a particular time period, as well as a selector where you can find out for which particular health facility you're concerned about. Then I tried to develop some indicators which would try to kind of measure. I think the main key issue was to see the number of consultations that are being done at facility level or per facility as compared to the normal consultations that they would do as per facility. The idea is to try and say where is the majority of these facilities being done, as shown by the graph here. So the idea is to say, if this facility has been receiving most of the major number of consultations, does this also synchronize with the number of patients or the origins of these patients? So for instance, you would see that if you were to click within a health facility, you can see that the number of consultations is actually 784, as well as the number of patient admission period versus expected. So the expected number of admission days is based on an average. To say a typhoid patient most likely going to spend about 5 to 7 days admitted in hospital. That's kind of an average, and for my average, I kind of used I used five days expected days of admission in hospital, and this is what gave me the number of this times by the number of patients versus the actual number of amount of time spent by the patient in the health facility. This gives me the indicator to kind of understand how the trend actually went for a particular health facility.
Is it okay to round it off now so we can move on to the next person?
Okay, yeah, this is the last part. Yeah, so the final part was then to visualize the distribution by location. So patient distribution by health facility versus the patient distribution by origin. So basically, you would want to see where more patients are being reported by health facility, which is this one, versus the origin of those patients. Unfortunately, I think I'm facing some issues with my visualization, but basically this is it, and this is the idea. And the idea is that to say, if once we can know what is the relationship between where patient has come from and where they are reporting their health issues, then this can help us to plan and see which facilities receive more patients naturally across the different years and the data that we already have, and how we can plan for this in the future to avoid an overload on particular facilities versus other facilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't think we have more time for questions. So let's move on to the next person, which is Sayana.
Okay, thanks. Let me share the screen. Let me know if you see the screen full or if it's too small or anything like that.
This is working perfectly.
Yeah? Okay, super. Okay, so just to start, my project was on flat extent mapping for evidence creation in WFP. I'm an Earth observation analyst working for WFP, and just to give you a little bit of background, I work for the Research Assessment and Monitoring Division, particularly in the Climate and Earth Observation Unit. And basically, we're working a lot with satellite imagery, and we're trying to transform the data into useful information to better understand how climate change and environmental change and hazards are impacting vulnerable communities globally, and particularly in the area of food security. So so we're trying to address primarily the SDG of zero hunger, which is the very core of WFP. But also we're acting on climate action by trying to understand how ecosystems and communities are being impacted, but also to try to guide initiatives and strategies in a better way within the organization. So the objective within this course and project, so we have a very high-skilled team. We have a very good group of data scientists working on developing tools, but we also have a very high-skilled team of subject matter experts and analysts working closely with the data science team. So my objective here was to try to close the gap of how we work together and the knowledge that, for instance, I have in the development of the tools, but not only having inputs in towards the middle to the end of the development of the tools, more into assessing and interpreting the products and the outputs, but also in the core of the development, so that more so in the Python-based tools. So I tried to use this this course to kind of start developing an area that we're working on that is critical, which is flood mapping. And so the idea was to kind of get start working from the very start of creating a GitHub repository to a Python-based workflow or tool that we can then continue working on. So one of the deliverables would be a flood extent layer, but more especially is the process of learning for me, because I have more extensive knowledge in using other tools and programming languages. So that was the kind of the objective. So the tools used were especially Google Colab after exploring Visual Studio, Jupyter notebooks, Jupyter Hub, which is actually the core processing platform we use within the organization. But I thought Google Colab was a good start for me for experimenting and for collaboration. I think it's really useful because it has embedded libraries and the free GPU. So I think it was definitely a good starting place. And also this involved exploring different packages and how to install them and how we can use them. And I think very useful packages were Gmap, especially because I have extensive experience in using Google Earth Engine and JavaScript to create workflows and process data. And this was really useful package for me to kind of converse into the Python world. And then HydroFloods is a very useful tool for flood monitoring. And yeah, it has very many really interesting features and algorithms to be used. And I highly recommend. And of course, GitHub for storage and collaborating further. So the purpose of this project and within the course was to map out the flood event, and I used a past flood event in 2020. And so I looked for information of this flood event and looked for Sentinel-1, the radar data. So the idea here is that, you know, with Sentinel-1, you can more likely get an image from the actual event on the event, rather than with optical imagery, which is affected by clouds in the moment of the event. So the first thing was to actually find this coverage in the area, and this area is in Nepal, and it's actually an area we're working on at the moment. So for processing, this involved terrain correction, speckle filtering, which is for removing noise from the image, thresholding. For this I use automatic thresholding algorithms, and of course then masking out permanent or semi-permanent water bodies from the actual flooded area. So this would be kind of the final output at this stage. And so this is where we're at now. This is what I was able to attain through the timeline of the course. And the other part is what I'm going to continue working on. And then further on along the line, the idea is to produce an actual assessment of probability of damage households in this area. So then the later stages are also validating this information and assessing accuracy, but also then integrating this into the existing infrastructure, which is going to be, you know, continuous learning stages and steps along the way. but I find this was a really good start for me. Although I think I had higher standards, or I had an objective that was a bit further along the line. I think the impact of having started this, I think, will be good for the organization, because it kind of expands our knowledge base and into the development of tools and our capabilities, whether we're data scientists, analysts, subject matter experts, or everything at the same time. And then I think that, yeah, it's a really good start. And then for me personally, I think throughout this process and throughout the course, I was able to expand my Python and GitHub literacy, which I think I will be able to better support the development and data science team. I think I've discovered new tools and techniques to make these processes more efficient and adaptable. I think the optimization of these tools is a key area, and this is something that I think it was really insightful from the course and the project. And then, of course, the motivation to continue learning and expanding my expertise and learning from this, yeah, in the future. So yeah, that's it for me, and thanks a lot. And if you have any questions, ask now, or you'll find my email somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have 1 minute for questions. So who's ever has a question? All right, then.
I think I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, Sayana, when you're taking to a flood, so this study, I mean, how feasible, however, were you finding the data to study, to make your analysis and everything? How hard it was, or no? Can you tell me your story of that?
Well, it depends for this. So it depends on, I mean, there's different sides. So there's either the technical limitations into what tools you're using, if you're accustomed to them or not. But I found that's one side, and then there's the data. So I think SAR and radar data is not necessarily super straightforward to use. You have to kind of research a little bit on how to interpret and how to understand. But once you have a bit of understanding, then I think there's a lot of tools that really facilitate this process. So it's quite feasible. The limitations, however, I mean, you always have limitations when using this data. For instance, radar really helps you because you don't have to be bothered by clouds, but you'd actually have to get images from in the peak of the event, or within the event, right? So that's something that's harder to do. So you have to be able to be adaptable and to using different sources of data together, but also, you know, sometimes using some more than others. So I think this study or this application is quite useful, and it's quite feasible. But I think there's a lot of room for studying and investigating different workflows and how to better integrate the data. And if you have the workflow there, and if I recommend taking a look at it, just because also some of these packages really help in the process. I don't know. I can continue letting you know how the work continues after this as well. What new insights we find.
All right. Shall we then move on to Lotje?
Yes. Let me share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Lotje, and I'm just as Melanie working for 510, the data and digital team of the Netherlands Red Cross. I'm working on community engagement and accountability. And for the ABW project, I worked on a dashboard which is giving information about living with incontinence in refugee camps. So a little bit of a background. In 2021, the Netherlands Red Cross, in collaboration with the Sudanese Red Cross, did a project implemented focused on the sanitation and hygiene promotion in the two major refugee camps in Ghadaref, Sudan. A year later, assessments were done, and even though the investments made in 2021, people in the camps were still very much struggling to meet their basic sanitation and hygiene needs, especially vulnerable groups like people suffering from incontinence. Therefore, a case study was done with the aim to deepen our understanding about the specific wash needs of people suffering from incontinence and their specific needs for different hygiene items and facilities in refugee camps. Then just to give a little bit of idea of how it is for people to live with incontinence in a refugee camp. It's very, very challenging. There is often a lack of access to the right hygiene products and commodities, sanitation facilities, the right amount of water and healthcare. Furthermore, this group is experiencing a lot of isolation and discrimination. I also highlighted some quotes here from the interviews. I will read out one. I'm dissatisfied. Products received were inadequate to my needs, and I need more items that are neither affordable nor available in the local market, such as bathing soap and disposable incontinence pads with elastic sides. Based on this, we found out that it's really important that WASH practitioners are considering people with incontinence in their projects, and that therefore should be investigated within like general or wider WASH assessments to ensure that kits provided are actually tailored to the needs of these people as well. It's also important to note that to do this, we really need to use the right language because it's a topic that can be very sensitive. So what did I do in the project for ABW? Basically, we wanted to create a dashboard that will be a one-pager that can serve as an advocacy tool. So we can use the dashboard as a conversation starter for WASH practitioners to include consideration of people living with incontinence in their WASH projects, and also as a motivation or an explanation on how to include it in assessments. It will also serve as a visualization of the results of the assessments done in Sudan, so we can see an overview of the current products, the people's needs, the modalities that were used to distribute, and the tools and methods and language to be used. We will also make it interactive, so this dashboard can then serve as a template for visualization for the results for other assessments in other contexts. The users will be WASH practitioners and stakeholders, and their needs were a visual dashboard with a quick overview of the needs and challenges. It's also important for them to be able to combine quantitative with qualitative data, and it should have practical tips on how to include it in assessments. The dashboard will be created in Power BI, and it combines quantitative and qualitative data. So we have household surveys, which are for the quantitative data, so we can create graphs and figures. And then we have a lot of qualitative data from interview, KIIs, and focus group discussions. So we can also use quotes to really encourage people to put themselves in the perspective of people living with incontinence in refugee camps. So just a quick overview of the data we will be using. So we have two really big survey data sets, and then we have a lot of qualitative data from interviews, and we also did a market assessment with interviews from local market owners and traders. by the way, this is all like already happened a while ago. So I didn't do this in just this time. Then I will show you a quick sketch of the dashboard. So here you will find some key numbers about the incontinence in the refugee camps in Ghadar, Sudan. Then here you will find some figures and graphs from the quantitative analysis. And then below we will use pictures and quotes to really show the perspective of the people. And then here on the right, you can see I wrote something, but there will be like practical tips on how to include it in assessments and projects. So this was just a quick sketch because it's still planned that I will finish the final draft of this dashboard by the end of this month. And then next month, I will do some testing with users, and then we will also use it in a WASH conference to see if it actually works as a conversation starter. Thank you. And I don't know if I still have time, but maybe then we can go over to the Q&A.
We have 2 minutes, so more than enough time. Very well done.
Thanks. Are there any questions?
Lotiji?
Yeah.
If I spelled your name correct. Why the main, I mean, your work, you make the study on Darfur, on Sudan. Is it because it's the biggest refugee camp is there, or there are some other refugee camps as well? So why did you make on that?
So this one is based on a project that we did already in 2021 with the Sudanese Red Crescent, which was focused on the 2 refugee camps there. But the goal of the dashboard is that in the end, it will be also applicable for assessments done in other contexts. So that could also be another refugee camp in another place in Sudan. Or in another country. But for this project, we focused on this area because the project implemented was there. If that's clear. Okay, great.
All right. Shall we move on to the next person then, which is Rosalia?
It's fine. Perhaps you can start with Lorette as I figure out why it's hanging. Lorette, are you comfortable starting?
Yeah, that's okay. I hope you can see.
Yeah.
So hi everyone. My name is Lorette, or rather Lorette Linokech. I'm coming from Nairobi, Kenya. So I decided to look into the analysis of rainfall when it comes to subnational areas in Kenya. Maybe most may not know, we are going through a very, very rainy season called El Nino. So that's what brought this topic on, and the relation to the environment. So the overview is that the data runs from rainfall collection from 2019 to October 2023. And the idea is to identify patterns and use them to forecast a prediction using time series and analysis. For those who probably don't know, time series, basically think of the stock market, the graphs that you can see. That's basically a time series analysis. So given patterns and trends, you're able to model a forecast, a prediction. So the data preprocessing that went into it was just making sure that the data doesn't have any null values, because that can bring, pardon? Oh, okay. Just to make sure that there are no null values, because that can interfere with the prediction. And then loading the data into a Python notebook. So I used Google Colab. And then the model selection, I opted to go with a RIMA model, which is basically autoregressive integrated moving average. I know it sounds like a lot, but it's basically a time series model that takes into account the dates, because we're dealing with days here, because the rainfall data is arranged from the amount of rain that was collected every day from 2019 to 2023. So just the general analysis this is the pattern that we have from the historical data. You can see we have the highs and the lows, mostly either in the beginning or the end of the year. This is in Kenya. So then we add something that's called decomposition, which you're able to see the general trend and the seasonality of the data, which basically just sums up to the pattern and based on the data experiences and the regular predictable changes. So when it comes to forecasting, which is basically predicting, you basically implement the ARIMA model with your data. So what happens is we have like 2 steps of forecasting. So you'll have the one step which predicts up to a few days. So you can see if there's any accuracy. You predict with the data that you already have. So it's like a test and train, so to be able to show the accuracy. So if you see that the model is accurate, then you incorporate now you can forecast beyond 2023. So that's what I did with the ARIMA model. The reason being is especially now, the El Nino has hit us unexpectedly. Therefore, we weren't given ample time to prepare. Let's say you don't have the clothing for the rainy season, or the infrastructure of the city is not prepared to have the rainfall that's coming, so it can have a lot of floods, a lot of property damage. So this is just a brief overview of the ARIMA model. I can just summarize. This is just the components that go into it. So as I said, we are dealing with everyday data collection. So we do an average, which you do an average. I did on a monthly basis so that you're able to compact the data and be able to process it faster, because if you use the everyday, it can overload the model and take a lot of time. So as I had discussed earlier, there's the one-step forecast, which is just to predict what you have, and then you're trying to see a train and test kind of scenario. So that's what's happening here. So the orange is the forecast and the observed is the actual. So your idea is to keep the model should mirror as much as it can the up and downwards movement. So once you have that, then you're able to predict for other years to come, which is 23, 2024, 2025, 26, all the way to 2027. So that's what has happened here. So the conclusion and the insights, like I said, given the analysis, you're able to spot the highs and the lows when you're expecting very heavy rainfall and when it will be a dry season. This can be very useful, again, for if you're preparing as an individual. If you have, let's say, infrastructural problems with your house, leakage, you can be able to fix that according to the rain. If it's the government, they are able to fix the infrastructure to avoid flooding. If you're a farmer, you're able to prepare the crops that you need, because, you know, as Kenya, we're very big with agriculture. So they're allowed they purchase based on the rainfall seasons. So I think that's it for me. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question, Lorette. Thanks for the presentation. Just a question on one of your last graphs about the forecast, the multi-year forecast. Is there a possibility also to account for climate change, and would you expect then the precipitation, as I can see that you have for 2024 to 2027, the forecast is identical?
Yeah.
Growing, or is the growing slightly in the gray section you're accounting for climate change?
It's the gray section.
Okay, so that is already kind of included within the model.
Yeah.
Okay, really interesting. Thanks.
Anything else?
It seems not so. Rosalia, do you think you'll be able to share your screen this time?
Yes, I will. I'm not sure what was wrong then, but it's working now. Let me share my screen again.
And otherwise, Marceline can go first, and then maybe you can send your presentation to me and I can share it, and we'll see if that works.
Okay, no problem. All right, it's still hanging, but anyway, it's okay. So my project is titled Decoding Kenya's Carbon Footprint. And just as the title says, it mainly focused on understanding how carbon emissions have evolved in Kenya and trying to analyze their links to various industries and sectors, industries and sources in the country. Just for some brief background, carbon emissions in Kenya have been on the rise as with global trends, and this has posed a significant risk on our climate and environment, as there's a goal of limiting the temperature change to 1.5 degrees Celsius as much as possible between 2030 and I think 2050. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone that understands environmental data. And with that, there's a gap of lack of in-depth analysis that comprehensively evaluates how these emissions have evolved over time, the sectoral origins, as well as the primary sources. For a bit more background, as of 2021, Kenya produced cumulatively 491.16 million tons of carbon emissions. And if we narrow it down further, just in 2021, it produced 19.88 million tons of carbon emissions. And an interesting fact is that the average person, the average Kenyan in 2020 emitted 0.4 tons of CO2, which is quite strange. So with that, the objective of the project was 1, to analyze emission trends, 2, to describe the contribution assessment, so which industries and sources contribute greatly to carbon emissions. And the last step would be to find the actionable insights or forecasts. So this is making informed projections of Kenya's carbon emissions for the next decade or longer. So this would enable stakeholders to make informed decisions. And to achieve the 3 objectives, I had 3 main transformational steps, which were data collection and cleaning. So this I used Google Colab and Python libraries like Pandas. I then went on to exploratory analysis, in which I used Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, and Plotly to just produce visuals that would nicely or accurately just map up the trends in these emissions. And the last step was forecasting. And for this step, I chose to use Tableau very last minute, as my forecasting models were not working accurately on Python. So the first step of the analysis, or the first finding, was sector contribution. And from this image or this visual, we can see that the transport sector contributed largely to Kenya's carbon emissions. We can see there's 139 million tons of carbon emissions, followed by land use change and forestry, manufacturing and construction. There's industry, electricity, and the list was other fuel and combustion. if we look at the trends in these sectors further, we can see that the transport sector and the trends in carbon emissions in the transport sector have followed an upward trend between 1990 and 2020. The same goes for emissions from buildings. It's fluctuated a little bit, but the trend is still a little bit upward. And there's also a lot of fluctuation in other fuel or combustion, but we can see the opposite, the decreasing by quite a bit. And this I attributed to the fact that Kenya has, over the years and between 2015 and now, Kenya has really tried to adopt renewable energy sources. And I think as of 2022, I think we were using renewable energies of up to 90%, which is great. And we hope that this trend will continue to reduce over time, but we'll see from the analysis. I then moved to the source analysis, and from my data, there were three main sources of carbon emissions in Kenya. One was oil, cement, and coal, and oil was a leading contributor of Kenya's carbon emissions, producing over 274 million tons. And the trends in carbon emissions for the three all followed an upward trend between those two time periods. So with those findings, I sought to answer the question, can we accurately forecast carbon emissions for the next 10 years? And this is where the Tableau came in. And I used exponential modeling. It's an inbuilt tool. So you just, Tableau ingests your data, you kind of map it out in a line chart, and then it has a forecasting tool that creates the model for you. So the annual progression in carbon emission trends for the next 10 years is a clear upward trend. We see a significant increase in carbon emissions expectedly due to a number of factors, I'd say. For the industry forecast, we observe an upward trend in the transport and the building sectors, with the transport industry projecting a 58% increase in emissions. This we can attribute to the growing population. So that means people are buying more cars or more trucks or bikes. So there's more traffic congestion. So that's more carbon emissions. And it's also from buildings. So that's construction. There's also not much change, in the fuel combustion. The model just forecasted a stagnation. It's projected to not change much. I guess it means that with Kenya's continued efforts in applying renewable energy, well, I guess it'll just maintain. I'm not very sure why from that point. And then from the source forecast, the projections are that the carbon emissions from these resources will continue to increase, with coal accounting for a 51% projected increase, followed by 26% from oil and 17% from cement. So from this analysis, the key learnings and future outlooks. One, I believe that this project aligns very well with the government's commitment to the United Nations Paris Agreement, and more specifically, its nationally determined contribution. So this is just a document or it's an action plan of some sort that countries created or are required to create, that kind of just maps out the actions that they'll take to reduce their carbon emissions by 2030. And this data will greatly contribute in analyzing the implications of these projections for climate change. And in case you're interested in viewing the NDC, I could share the PowerPoint and you'll be able to click this link. On self, I've definitely increased my scope of understanding in Python, despite having a background in computer science, and more especially the tools in time series analysis. That was very new for me. And more importantly, it's increased my awareness on Kenya's global position, especially in its carbon emissions and the efforts it's currently making in reducing them. And future outlook for me is to further develop this solution using time series forecasting tools and models for more accurate forecasts. To my organization, I guess it would help in assessing Kenya's compliance with the Paris Agreement. So it will be able to hold Kenya accountable and determine if it's on track or there's a significant gap between its commitment versus how it's actually performing. It also contributes directly to the 2 SDGs, which are Goal 13, climate action, as well as Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy. I think with that, I'm done, and I welcome any questions that you may have or feedback. Thank you.
We can do maybe one short question, and otherwise we quickly move on to Marceline.
Can I ask quickly, Saleh?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It was a very good presentation. So what I want to ask is, this is especially this carbon emission, can we say, because you have in the previous paragraphs, you were showing the forecast, right? So can we say, like, based on the forecast is like, because we know how the world is like going, just all the carbon emissions and everything. So can this forecast be a bias for us, like, if either if you reduce or if you do any kind of actions, we can even we can say for the coming some years, maybe after 10, 20 years, we could say we could reduce, if we do this kind of thing, still we have the probability of saving our environment. And my second question will be, me, when I was just doing the project that I presented, I couldn't just find the accurate kind of especially on the carbon emission, because I want to use it while I was running on this the Python environment, but I couldn't find a very accurate. So what kind of thing have you used to come up with all these graphs? Thank you.
I think I'll start with the second question. To come up with these graphs, I had to go back to Tableau. I did have some graphs in Python, but they were not as visually, they were not telling much of a story that I wanted them to tell. So I chose to upload the data set to Tableau and just do a whole separate analysis on top of what I'd already done on Python, just to get visuals that looked a lot better and that I could customize to send out the message that I wanted to send. For the first question, I think you might have to clarify for me just a little bit.
Is it possible to do this maybe via email? Because we got 5 minutes extra, and that's exactly the time for Marceline, I think. I'm sorry. It was
Okay,
very interesting. So
to me, it's okay. Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Have you been able to
Okay,
share your
great.
screen? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Let me share my screen. It's okay for sharing?
Yeah, we can see your screen, and we see it full screen now. With the very nice presentation.
Okay, great. So, greeting from Burkina Faso. My name is Marcelin Sanou. I'm IT business analyst from WP World Food Program in the country office of Burkina Faso. And about my ABW project, the title is Work on Predicting Future Humanitarian Assistance Needs. So first of all, we'll talk about the business case context. Okay, so World Food Program main mission is leading humanitarian organization. It's a leading humanitarian organization, saving lives and changing lives. And also, we contribute driving food assistance in emergencies and working with community to improve nutrition, and build resilience. So after that, our organization will contribute to reaching goal 2 of sustainable developments, okay, by making effort to prevent the use of hunger as a weapon of war and conflict. And for that, our organization will contribute in 2022 by assisting 160 million people around the world, and is contribute to goal 2 of sustainable development goal is zero hunger. So about our business cases main problem and impact, okay, notice that in our organization, the dynamic and unpredictable nature of crisis, which make it difficult to more anticipate the scale and nature of assistance need in the various regions. Particularly in our country office in Burkina Faso, this can contribute by making more impacts, such as delays in assistance response, okay? And another impact is the inefficient resource allocation. You know that these resources by given by our donor will contribute more to enable our organization for reaching its goal. And also the third impact is about the inability to adequately address the evolving needs of affected population. And this business case, in this business case, okay, make some integration of some question in our organization. How could I predicting assistance, future assistance humanitarian needs for our population? And for that, I work with a data set. And in this data set, you have a kind of data. You have two kind of data here. You have some historical data, assistance, and demographic and population data. On the caseload, the main caseload of our data set we use is about 2,936 people, okay, to be assisted in 4 regions of Burkina Faso. About the categorical variable, we are use the region, the information about the region where the population will be assisted is there. The state, okay, the commune is about the city, okay, the household role is about the role of the head, okay, of the household. It can be a head or alternate, something like that. The recipient is about what type of recipient is this head of household. Can be a principal or it can be a principal or an alternate or son and daughter, something like that. Okay, you have a gender, you have an assistance time, the modality, okay, such as cash, in kind, electronic cash, food, e-voucher, and so on. Okay, you also use in our dataset numerical variables such as household size and age. And for that, we use machine learning model in our methodology, okay, to predict model using decision tree classifier. Okay, so I will present the different steps which are used during this this project. So about the tools, I use Python, Visual Studio Code, and Excel. Okay. If you give me authorization, I will present with you quickly my machine learning model? Just 2 minutes.
We could do 2 minutes, but the others are slowly starting the end ceremony. So maybe it's nicer to just continue the presentation and we do the quickly show the last parts of the machine learning algorithm, and then we go back to the rest of the group.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let me move on the next slide. So what about the most significant change in our organization and during this fellowship, and also for the sustainable development goal? First of all, for the word I work, I got during this fellowship ability to assure data quality and also to realize predictive machine learning model based on decision tree classifier. I also test random forest classifier to get more accurate prediction. And I also get ability to provide advanced data solution. And for my organization, once the project has been implemented, it will deliver the following results: estimating the number of people who will require assistance, and secondly, insight into the key factors and variable influencing assistance need, which can inform future resources allocation and planning. And also, it can contribute to improved more decision-making capability for providing assistance. And finally, to enhance preparedness for handling future assistance requirement based on data-driven prediction. And finally, for the sustainable development goal, will contribute to the SDG 2.0 hunger. So what about the key learning? During this fellowship opportunities, okay, the main key learning from the fellowship and the project implementation is the assessment. I get the ability to make the assessment about data maturity, an ability to build and train machine learning model, okay, to use some data analytics tool to improve my skills, okay, in data pre-processing, data cleaning, data visualization, and so on. For the next step, okay, I will evaluate the performance of my machine learning predictive model and share the result and give some recommendation for adoption. So during this opportunity, I learn more, and it's the best way for me to thank all my my coach, David, for his contribution, and to thank all of you for your contribution. So thank you so much, and I'm available for the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Yeah, so my name's Jack Dyehouse, work for UK Med, and this is my presentation on my people data report using Power BI. So just a bit of context for you. So UK Med is an international emergency humanitarian organization that provides medical aid in response to humanitarian disasters, and I work within the HR membership team at HQ. And the main role of that team is to staff the organization's responses. Our responses are staffed by a mixture of different groups: core staff, members of UK Med's register of medical and humanitarian professionals, and national staff hired in country. UK Med's a growing organization that's very much developing in its approach to working with data, and it's grown very quickly over the last few years. And data about these different groups that I've just mentioned are kept in different systems. So analysis that requires bringing all this data together, that can be tricky. And usually the analysis is done using tools that exist within these systems. So say, for example, a CRM that has a native dashboarding tool. So my project, my initial scope was to try and build a new part of UK Med's data architecture to hold data that is initially stored in different sources, to be able to bring that together into one place within, say, a data warehouse, for example, so that then we can produce new data sets, and then analysis can be done on the data sets from there. This would like make analysis much quicker, more efficient. Which carried out in Power BI. They'd be used to report against KPIs, which is important for accountability and performance monitoring, and to perform exploratory analysis to get insights into trends within the data about our people. So the project was sort of part data engineering, part data analysis, part data visualization. So after that initial scope, I kind of had to narrow it down quite a bit, because I'll be honest, I really underestimated how ambitious that was, really. So I underestimated the amount of work involved in setting up something like a data warehouse when it doesn't already exist. And to kind of get the organization working in a new way with data, and also due to like different emerging priorities, it's difficult to carve out time to get engaged stakeholders. I know that through like project planning, it's good to like involve your stakeholders through the whole process, but when you're kind of starting from scratch, as it were, it can be quite difficult to get their buy-in without having something to show for it initially. And also the focus has always been working with data in an operational day-to-day way. So what I did was my mentor supported me to basically be able to produce a Power BI report which could be fed using an API from the organization's CRM to produce a report on that information. It's not something that I've ever been able to do before, so this is quite new. After like scripting the query, I encountered a challenge where the responses were limited to 200 records per page. So to get around that, I scripted like a loop where it could loop through each page of the API call and then append all that data into one big data set. This opens up new ways for us to share this information internally within UK Med, because it means that people who don't have access to the CRM can see the Power BI reports instead, without having to grant them access to the CRM itself and the raw data. So just to explain what you're looking at here, this is what it looks like. I've hidden the data labels to protect UK Med's kind of like sensitive data around stats. But basically what you're looking at is a breakdown of the registered members by continent and a breakdown of registered members by what passport they hold, UK versus non-UK, because being based in the UK, we have different processes for working with UK-based members than we do non-UK-based members. Also produced this line graph to show a running total of deployed members, again, UK against non-UK, to see how that's changed over time. Again, that's not something that we could do previously with the CRM, so this is kind of new ground for us. As I mentioned, this is a bit of a step forward for UK Med. It's very much a proof of concept that I would like to build on in time, but I really just wanted to make sure that I had something to present for today. My vision is to expand on this in future so that it's a more expansive report, and also to go back to our existing Power BI reports and to incorporate the API into those reports as well, so that it can free up the time of people who manually refresh those reports with new data, so that they can focus on other parts of their work. So yeah, that's my presentation. I don't know if I've kept to time. Any questions on any of that?
Jack, is it Jack? So you mentioned that one of the things that people struggled with is manually building in data and your project will sort of mitigate that. So what are the specific things that people spend more time on, which sort of worry you more in your organization, in the project that you're doing?
So at the moment, so say for example, this would free them up to focus more on things like recruitment work, and we do a lot of, say, like onboarding and vetting of our members when they deploy. We need to make sure that they're ready to deploy from a kind of like an onboarding perspective, in terms of like have they got all their medical checks done? Have they got all the references done? They cleared for criminal record background checks. So, and if any of that is held up, then that will delay someone being able to join a response where they can have the most impact. So the less time that people need to spend like refreshing reports or anything like that, the more time they have to spend doing that kind of work and working directly with our members. It's also just a case of if it doesn't have to be manually refreshed, it's something that can be scheduled, and then it's not something that has to be, we don't have to remember then to do it. It's just something that will run on a kind of time basis. So it kind of frees up time there as well, and yeah, having less things to have to remember to have to do, basically. Because being an emergency response organization, you often have to change priorities quite quickly, and yeah, it can be hard to keep track of like longer term projects like this, I guess. Does that kind of answer?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Cool. Let's Satsi, I can see you've got your hand up.
Okay, thanks, Jake, for a group. Ask, you are saying you're going to integrate this. You have different data repository. That means you have different data where it is stored, then it is not easy to access. Then are you hoping to build a new data center, or is it going to be a virtual?
It's very much going to be eventual. And initially my hope was that I would do that through this project, but I think in the time span that was available, I realized that wasn't going to be feasible. I think in the short term, if I can get different data sources through use of the API into a Power BI report and do the data modeling in Power BI, then that would be quite a big step forward. But like much longer term, that sort of data modeling I would hope could be done, or at least, yeah, the data modeling could be done more like, say, in the data warehouse, building the data set in there and then pushing that data into Power BI. But UK Med's data architecture is just not quite there yet. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Are there any other questions? Nope.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Thanks, Martha.
We can go with the next one. Whoever wants to share their project.
Kate, I will share. This is me, Rosalie.
Allow me to be the next presenter.
Yeah. Nicodemus? Yeah, I don't know who wants to go.
Okay. Thank you. Just a minute.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I feel like wait.
Okay, I'll do the after Nicodemus.
Okay, then Nicodemus, you can start if you want. I think you can already share your screen if you'd like. Okay. Well, maybe not. Then I guess Rosalie, if you'd like to go.
Yeah, sure. Kate, I'm Kate and other fellow participants. I'm actually sorry I cannot turn my video on because I'm in an unavoidable situation.
Okay, no worries. That's okay. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the understanding. I will share my screen.
Yeah, I think you're able to. Perfect.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Rosalie Panigrai from India, and I work in an organization called Tata Trust. Tata Trust is basically a philanthropy organization, and whatever work we do is for the social good cause only. So I have picked up a program which I was a part of, that is a Mission Pulses program in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is a northern region of India. So we did the evaluation of that program, and that program was basically conducted in order to enhance the annual income of 30,000 mountain farmers from their income can be raised from 50,000 to 70,000. We did an initiative to enhance their income, annual income from 50,000 to 70,000. So this was our motive. So for that, we figure it out, like what are their value chains, like what exactly they are cultivating. So we figure out that pulses, millets, and traditional crop cereals, these were being produced by them. We did two kind of evaluation, endline evaluation and baseline evaluation also. The more method of methodology was conducting primary research and secondary research also. So for that, we did two kind of things, focus group interviews. We prepared a survey questionnaire, and in that way we collected data of around 25,000 farmers who were residing in Uttarakhand area, and we interrogate them what crops they are using and what is the cultivation thing, and like how their income is getting affected, or is there is any growth in the income level or not. So we also figure out that in what socio demographics each farmer is there, and as per the evaluation we could figure it out that total of around 30,000 farmers are there, but they are not their income range is very low. So we did certain kind of activities, and impact was after 2 years, impact was that income levels are expected increased by 50,000 to 70,000. I did use the data set that was provided by my manager, and used some Power BI techniques and Excel as well as PowerPoint techniques to prepare all these slides and all, and did some data kind of visualization to arrive at this data, that net income for different kind of pulses called Rajma, black gram, black soybean, etc. was as listed here. So, and what each farmer is getting and what each farmer can get. So we did a comparative analysis. So this analysis, I came to conclusion through Power BI. So I had the data set with me, and this was the solution to address the pest management. We also use some technologies like grading, threshing, processing, cleaning of produce, drying, and sorting method. Basically, communication change behavior thing was the main thing to create an awareness among the farmers, like there should be effective utilization of resources what they have, and their cultivation method. After usage of some modern technologies like honeybee and all, and proper communication thing, the farmers got trained, and there was a significant raise in their income level. So this was all the analysis you can see, like percentage of farmers stating changed pattern with regard to usage of chemical fertilizers in last 3 years was 2.7, and then it increased to 23.9. So there were different methods for the cultivation, and with the use of modern technologies and proper training, there was significant, nearly 89% of farmers were reportedly doing collective bargaining, and their income level highly increased. Do you guys have any question? Like these were the type of seeds production: onion seed, coriander, potato, garlic, finger millet, black gram, mustard, These were the seed. So seed production. So 81% of farmer reported changes in yield due to seed production. So earlier it was not there. So when we implemented program on ground and we trained the farmers for new upcoming technologies, and they were properly given better resources and pulses. So farmers were hopeful to continue the seed productions, but challenges were pest control and wild animals attack. So 3750 farmers were engaged prior at a prior, and later on that that impacted other farmers as well. So earlier when we did a survey, only 29% farmers were engaged, and as per our baseline, as per our endline result, 60% of farmer got their income level increased from 50,000 to 70,000, which met our program objective. So pre-project, we also had a honey value chain. Like before, there was a 6.7% only, and later on 17.3% only. You can see that earlier pre-project, the per unit cost was 3,329, and post-project means training them effectively, it increased to 10,103. So there was 158% growth in the production. So I arrived at this conclusion after analyzing the data set. In collaboration, I also discussed this thing with my program manager. Yeah, let's ask these. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. You raised your hand. Could you please ask me if you want to?
Oh, okay. I was raising the hand so that when you are done, I can ask the question.
Yeah. So okay. So a lot of questions were asked to the local resident. Focus group discussion were done, and we as Tata Trust, what we do is we select an area and we do multiple projects in that particular area, so that collaborative effect will come, and they will be given training accordingly. So we can see that there was significant increase in 3.95 crore to rupees 9.9 crore, which is approximately 150% growth. So these are all about programmatic details. What I intend to say is I utilize the data available in my database with respect to a particular program, and I analyzed all these things using Power BI and visualizations tools.
Okay, so if we can maybe move to the questions, or if you want to wrap up a bit so that we all have time. Sorry, we have to be a bit strict with the timing.
Yeah. I am done, because like if I go explain this project in a bit in a detailed way, it will take more time. All I wanted in a wrap-up thing, I can say that I picked up a project which has been implemented by Tata Trust in Uttarakhand region. I collected the data set from there. I was a part of the survey thing, baseline survey and endline evaluation also. I was a part of it. Focus group discussion, I was also a part of it. So which gave me a good sense that what was the challenges there in implementation of the program and collection of the data, and how we are measuring the impact. So now we are doing the impact measurement of the program, whatever we have implemented there. So this program I picked up because it was a challenge to implement a program in Uttarakhand where climatic conditions are a little bit extreme, and farmers, they are using age-old practices. Yes, I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Rosalie, for a good presentation. And I just want to know the objective of this project and the expected outcome for this project.
Yeah, expected outcome is like this. I can show you. Sorry, just 1 second. I have written like, yeah. So achievement is like we targeted it for 30,000 farmers whose annual income should increase from 50,000 to 70,000 or so. And we arrived at a conclusion that almost 29,869 farmers have got their annual income increased. So this was the outcome. And yes, we could arrive at a conclusion that use of technology can enhance the implementation of project in a better way on ground. And like it can bring significant change in production, or it can bring a significant change in the in helping the farmers. This we could arrive at a conclusion. Yes, the program is bit very lengthy. It was of around 3 years program. But we, what I did is like I picked up a program which was a challenge in our Tata Trust, because there were two things. One, behavioral change communication was a challenge. Second, collection of data and using the survey questionnaire. Focus group discussion was also a very big challenge because of the non-availability of the farmers in the respective area. Like when we were present, they were not present. So collection of data was also a very big challenge. So once we arrived at a conclusion, and once we thought that what exactly the farmers are requiring, then we moved ahead to the technology thing. And with the use of technology, the farmers did got benefited.
Okay, thank you very much. We can move on. Maybe thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry, I hate to do this, but I think we have to move on because we're a bit on a strict timeline. So who wants to present next?
I can go next, if that's
Perfect.
okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rosalie.
Yeah, how, just 1 second.
Okay.
Stop sharing. Yeah. Thank you, participants, for hearing out to me. And it was a lovely interaction with you all. I would love to listen to all. And it's really a great opportunity to listen to all of you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for today. It's like listening to my presentation. I'm sorry if I sound a bit nasal and I'll cough. I'm a bit under the weather, and just bear with me. So my name is Satiki and I'm from Delhi, and I work for an organization called Arthan, and as well as Climate Asia. They're sister organizations. So we largely work in the social impact sector of South Asia, largely in providing human capital expertise and organizational development expertise to nonprofits in India. And we also conduct market research and research on the landscape of how things are going in the nonprofit ecosystem, the parts of different parts of the nonprofit, whether it's gender, climate, or agriculture, capacity building, that all different aspects. And largely the work that I do is built around research, and on a day-to-day basis, on a project basis, I speak to a lot of stakeholders to understand how processes in their organizations around human capital, around how they conduct talent acquisition, how they organize human capital in terms of their practices. Do they have good benefit structures? Do they have good organizational practices? So we benchmark across the sector. So one of the things that we do in our research is talk to stakeholders, develop capacity building programs for these nonprofits or smaller nonprofits, grassroots nonprofits, to expand how their processes work. And if we can do any sort of actionable work to change and transform these processes. So it's largely a consulting organization, but in the not-for-profit sector. So in my research, I see that there is a lot of issues when it comes to the level of adoption of work that we do, as well as internally and externally. One of the things in my project that I wanted to focus on was our internal practices and how can we build capacity within them. And in our research practices, which tend to be more verbose and more labor intensive and less measurement driven, and it's hard to measure scalability or impact. And I see a lot of data privacy concerns as well, because our conversations tend to be more fluid and not we don't, obviously in India we don't have a GDPR system and like the EU does, so data privacy basically doesn't exist. So for me, I wanted to identify tools that I could do in my work that would help me. And I've used some broad tools rather than, and I've not directly went into implementing the project so far. But one of the things that I wanted to focus on, how to expand our data analytics and our visualization capacity, because it tends to be very manual and very restrictive to, it changes from point A to point B rather than it having a process. And another thing that I wanted to work on was how can we include text-based analysis due to the nature of our conversations that are more qualitative in nature. So these are the ideas that I've had, and I've not gone into implementation as of yet. Part of it being because our projects are so slow, since we work with nonprofits in India, it's hard to sort of get the ball running. But I'm still having conversations in my organization to figure out how could we implement that. We work across the region, but we don't have targeted geospatial analytics on how can we target a area to see what kind of capacity building a area would benefit from. I mean, meaning the organizations we work with. How can we initiate initiatives which will streamline the process of data collection, and how can we make it more evidence-based? Secondly, that I thought is that can we use machine learning to strengthen our text-based analysis, which I thought of using keyword analysis and text summarization, because our conversations are tend to be so verbose and open-ended. So one of the things that we spoke about in one of our modules was around using natural language processing. I haven't gone into implementing it yet, but I would really like to explore this bit more so and see how that could translate and bring out more actionable insights for our work and streamline the process. Because on a project to project basis, we talk to around 30 stakeholders, and 6-7 projects across the years that I personally handle that could definitely be streamlined and can take out more actionable insights from that. And that's about it from my side. I don't have anything else to offer right now. If you have any questions, go ahead. Excuse me. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, if
I'm
someone
sorry.
has, no worries. If someone has any questions, yeah, let's see has a question.
Thank you so much, Satiki, and
Yeah.
this is a good presentation. And I think you've covered most of the lectures presentations, but I think what should for you to get into the ground, just focus on maybe let's say geospatial data analysis, just to get the ball rolling, just learn more,
Okay.
just one data model or data tool. Then from
Right.
there you will get where you want to. You don't have to start everything at the go. Just focus on maybe one tool, then like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's start. See, is that how you pronounce your name? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Letsatsi, and in English it's sunshine.
Oh, let's see. Thank you so much, let's see. This is very helpful. And yeah, I know I became very ambitious when I made and became a bit of a student, but I will definitely limit my scope a little bit more. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. So who wants to go next?
Can I come next, if possible?
Of course, sure. I mean, yeah, okay. Do you want to share your screen then?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Hello, I think you can
Perfect.
see me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I'm called Marengda Peter from South Sudan. I'm working with United Nations World Food Program. The organization is actually supporting the provision of food assistance to the people who are affected by various conflicts and other aspect, another crisis. So I've been working with World Food Program for over 9 years, and my work is to actually facilitate the delivery of food commodities from the office to various locations in the field. I actually work in logistic unit, and the project I'm working on is the performance evaluation of transporters based in the field office, and the major item that I will be focusing on include the title of the project, then the delivery modalities and challenges, and you have the goals, the analysis of the delivery, key learnings and recommendations. So these are the areas that I will present, and then that will be the end of my presentation. To start with is the delivery modalities and challenges. I have actually selected one of the locations where we deliver food from our warehouse to this location in the field. One of these locations is called Kapoita East, where we deliver 1,620 metric tons a month. And the location where we are delivering these commodities, the location from the field office is over 320 meters away from the field office. During the delivery of commodities, we actually face a lot of challenges. One of those, some of these challenges include the locations are very remote, the roads are in very poor conditions, and we also have lack of the specialized track, because this area is an area where there's no road, so it requires some track that are specialized in such roads. So we also have lack of specialized track. We also, face some challenges of food looting, because this place is a place that is very far away from where people are living. So you will find that the food can be looted during the transportation. So these are some of the challenges we faced. The goal of the study, includes is to reduce the transit time of the truck. The idea is that after this study, we will make sure that the time when the truck leaves from the warehouse to the location where it delivers the commodities, and the time has to be reduced, because we have discovered that most of the time the truck will spend more days before it reaches the location where the food is to be delivered, and it really affects our beneficiaries. So we'll make sure after this project, we make sure that at least the truck spend a minimum delivery time. The other goal is to minimize transit loss. Because the routes are poor, we always incur a lot of losses on transit when the train are moving from our office to location where they are delivering the food. So make sure that at least the losses are minimized. Then number 3, is we will also make sure that the transporter come to the warehouse timely, so that at least they load the food timely, and they also deliver it timely. So these are the goals. So when it comes to analysis, I have some graphs here. This analysis indicates the timely delivery of commodities and the process incurred on the way, from the warehouse to delivery location. I have 3 transporters here that reflect this analysis. So the other one is the late delivery of commodities, because when we do the comment, we find that most of the truck deliver the commodities late. And in the process, it will also delay the time of distribution of food. So these are 3 major analyses. That is loss on transit, delivery of the commodity late, and also, these are some of the analysis that I have put. And then the other one is the key learnings. So some of the things I have learned during this project include data analysis, the skills, and also some machine learning tools like Python and Power BI, and presentation skills. And lastly, these are the recommendations. So by the end of this project, we'll ensure that the transporter should have communication equipment so that we'll be able to track the movement of the truck, before it reach the final destination. We also recommend that regular maintenance of the truck have to be regularly maintained so that it does not, the truck do not have a lot of challenges before it deliver the commodities. And then road and bridges repair, avoid overloading of the trucks, and use of police escort to prevent food looting. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for the
very
time.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you have a question, then you are welcome.
Yeah. Do you have any questions? Somebody has any questions? Let's see. No?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the time. I thanks all our trainers during this time, and I also need to take this opportunity to thank my mentor who has been working with me to complete this project. And I hope to meet any time, because this way is is like a small village. Anytime people can meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, should we continue? Who wants to present next? We still have a few people. Let's see you. Would you like to present next?
Yes, I wish to present next.
Perfect. Perfect. You can share your screen.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
It's clear. Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Letsa Tsilahua. I'm the master student at the University of Free State. I'm doing masters in climate change, and I'm in the cohort 2 analytics for better world at the University of Amsterdam. My topic it's on the wildfire predictions and analysis in South Africa and Lesotho. Basically, you can see from the screen that I'm going to talk about the wildfires and the induced fires in the communities and how we can predict and also make sure that people are aware and save the livelihood. Multiple studies indicate that climate change has led to longer fire season around the world, as well as increasing the frequency of the wildfires and the extent of the affected areas. As you can see from wildfires in South Africa, then I have predicted this with the data from Lesotho, which from South Africa, South African Weather Service, where it also includes Lesotho. And you can see that most of South Africa it's prone to wildfire, and this wildfire it's one of the major barrier for the international trade. As you can see, everywhere it's a wildfire, and all major ports of South Africa it is prone to wildfire. So basically, we should understand the degree of the wildfire. The wildfire in South Africa and Lesotho has forest, agriculture, and communities, and also building, and because especially in the Free State, most of the farmers farmlands were burned, and the delay for farming has increased. Most of the farmers has lost their properties, they has lost some of them has lost the properties and the animals and also the crops. And therefore, the accurate prediction and analysis of the wildfire can help the authorities and communities to respond quickly, effectively, so that we can prevent the loss of the life and make sure that we maintain the livelihood of the people. So it's important for us as people and the community to understand the climate patterns and what is climate science and what we can do as people, and to relate to our indigenous knowledge on climate change and the wildfire behavior to inform more effective, which can inform more effective fire management strategies, such as prescribed banned area or fire breaks, because sometimes we also need to predict and make sure that we design the fire breaks to control the wildfire. Therefore, the early warning system can be used to alert the residents in risky areas, giving them time to prepare and or evacuate. So these early warning systems we can design and also have the automatic weather stations where we have those data collection, so that we can have that data so that we can predict the wildfire very urgently and making sure that the people can be prepared and also easy to evacuate at the right time. Basically, the changing weather patterns, and we know that the climate change and the global warming are changing weather patterns across the world, with summer becoming longer, hotter and drier, but also in some regions where weather with extreme storms and dramatic flooding. Here in South Africa and Lesotho, we are having long summers and it's very hot now, and this thing has injected the wildfire. So when there is a drought, the drier condition and reduce the amount of moisture in vegetation, increasing the risk of igniting when exposed to heat from lightning and unattended campfires, dropping matches, because
Hello? I think you got cut out. Yeah.
yeah, let me share to where I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just try to wrap it up as fast as you can so that we also have some time for questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So what I did is to use the weather data and the climate data using the GIS and MODIS to predict the wildfire at early stage, and this is where the red part is where is currently today. It's the in South Africa we are prone to the wildfire, and then this is the data which was collected using the weather data, and we can see that the rainfall, when the rainfall it is not at the normal stage, the wildfire increases because of the hot time. And it's important to educate people and engage communities so that they can be part of the sustainability to control the wildfire. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I saw that Satiki added an advice on the chat, so you could also look at that if you'd like. Yeah, so I think we can go on unless there's some questions. Okay. Maybe Nicodemus, you wanted to present after?
Yeah, sure, I can do.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Then, yeah, if you would like to, if you could share your screen with your presentation.
Thank you, team, and sorry for the network hiccup I'm currently experiencing. So
No
I'm
worries.
Nicodemus Khan from Kenya. I work for an organization known as the Terrorist Homes that we are engaged in responding to the needs of the underserved population, both in the humanitarian and development context. So my project targets the data that has been collected between 2022 and that will go a long way up to 2024 projects that we are currently implementing. So the objective of this project is mainly to design and implement an interactive and comprehensive dashboard using the Power BI that will facilitate the decision making and provide actionable insights for the organization. A brief background that informed this particular project is the need for ability to quickly access, comprehend, and act on data for the organization, because our projects generates a lot of data from 8 different projects, child protection, or nutrition, health, as well as on education. So the approach I'm going to give on this particular project, one is to identify and gather relevant data sets from the various sources within the organization. As I have said, that we implement projects both in the humanitarian and development world. We'll also ensure that we clean, transform, and integrate data into a unified form. We'll ensure we design an interactive and visually appealing dashboard layout to showcase the trend. And this trend will be shared to the various stakeholders that will inform decision making and the areas of improvement. We also incorporate the visualization elements like the graphs within the dashboard that we are going to that we are currently working on. We'll also be able to conduct and validate the data for accuracy, dashboard responsiveness, as well as the experiences. We also gather feedback from the stakeholders, including the program staffs, who will be interacting with the dashboard on a daily basis for refinements and also to improve on the performance. The key stakeholders for this particular project, one is the donor, number 2 is the monitoring and evaluation team, and then number 3 are the program staffs, including the government personnel. Then what will measure the success of this particular project? One, we intend to get increased efficiency in decision making based on the readily available data that can be accessed through just one click. Then we also intend to get a positive feedback from the end users on the dashboard's usability and effectiveness, and this is primarily the program staff. And then also we intend to get a reduction in time spent gathering and analyzing data manually, as we currently experience. Now, some of the risks that I anticipate to experience during this dashboard development. One is on the data compatibility, and this will address by ensuring that the data quality is assured by through data quality audits during the integration phase. The user adoption, we say most of our staffs currently do not know how to use the Power BI, So we'll mitigate this through comprehensive training and user-friendly design. In conclusion, these data that I was not able to share with you as of today because of the data policy within the organization. I had not already gotten the approval, but the visualization will ensure that we foster a culture of data-driven decision-making that among the stakeholders and also as well as among our donors. Thank you so much, and welcome any input or question from your end.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Let's see. Anyone that wants to give some advice? We still have a few minutes. Or some questions. No?
Yes.
Frank? Yeah.
Yeah. I have some question actually. My question is, I know that today is the end of our program. Excuse me, let me answer this. Alice, let me get back to you. I'm doing some presentation. And sorry for the inconvenience. I know today is the end of our presentation, and we have actually been interacting with our tutors and our fellow colleagues. So does it mean that today is the end of the interaction, or is it possible that anytime we will be able to also interact with our teachers to ask any question? We have any difficulties and something like that.
Yeah, you will stay in the Slack, and there you can always contact whoever you would like. The groups will stay the same, and everything will stay open. And you could also see all the projects from everyone else on the GitHub. So I think that's gonna help you to also keep in touch with the people that you found interesting and the projects that you found interesting. So yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you very much. That's what I need to know.
Okay, perfect. Then let's go on with another presentation. Who would like to present next? We still have Valeria and Suna. So Valeria, would you like to go?
Yeah, I can go. I apologize. I don't feel so well. I got a bit noxious right now, so I hope, yeah.
No worries.
We'll be able to go through the whole presentation.
Yeah.
But I'll share my screen and yeah.
Okay.
A little bit slow, but I think it's coming. Yeah. Can you see it, or yeah, I think now.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so my name is Valeria Pecchioni. I'm working for NLR International, which is an organization dedicated to end leprosy in the world. And today I would like to share with you a bit of my work with the project that is mainly focusing on supporting the monitoring of the projects that we will fund within the Alliance NLR members. I will tell you a bit more in the presentation for the coming years. As I said, NLR is an organization dedicated to leprosy, and we work on one hand on the prevention side, but also in the support and inclusion of persons affected by leprosy. You might know, but I think it's important to remind that leprosy is curable and preventable. And unfortunately, a strong stigma is linked to, associated with the disease. Is a very old disease and can cause several disabilities that, of course, can affect further the life of persons that are affected. However, in the last years, we have seen a strong reduction in the number of new cases that are detected every year, and this is one of the key indicators about the transmission of leprosy. But the let's say reduction of these cases is not going down as fast as it could, and also given the fact that we have no new preventive methods that can be applied. So NLR is working in the most endemic countries in the world where leprosy is still present. About 85% of world leprosy cases occur in this country, and we work as an alliance of organizations with 6 NGOs and about 12 million budget. So in this way, we hope to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goal of ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for at all ages. We have recently developed a new multi-annual strategy that focuses on 3 impact goals. One is on making sure that national governments accelerate the elimination of leprosy. The second one, which we focus most of our resources and efforts, is on the prevention of leprosy, especially through the preventive prophylaxis, which has been available and recommended by WHO. And the third goal is around persons affected by leprosy enjoying equal rights and opportunities. So currently, as I said, we have, let's say, within our process, we have developed 10 new projects in 5 leprosy endemic countries. And these projects will run between 2024 to 2026, but it might be extended until 2028. And 70% of our funds will be dedicated to go to on prevention of leprosy. And we have, in this process of the new multi-annual strategy, we have developed a set of standard indicators. And what we did as a PML team was to design a planning, monitoring, evaluation, and learning tool, which is Excel based, because we see that despite we might, most of our colleagues work in very remote areas with limited internet connection. So it's easier for them to work offline. So we first developed this tool to collect data on the indicators of these projects. It has, so every project will have an Excel file, and this overview at the project level will be mainly supported by district data based on the district level. So in the framework of the fellowship, what I did was to develop an automation to import the data from the different projects PML tools, so from the different Excel file, so that updates that will come in every 6 months can be taken up in a dynamic way. And with Power Query, I have reconstructed the data set because it looks nice for human beings. The one that I presented, it gives you immediately an overview of and comparison between targets and results, but it's not easy to read by a computer, by Power BI. So I've worked on making the data set different for being readable for Power BI, and develop of additional tables to build a schema for Power BI, and created some preliminary visual based on mock data, because the proposal has still to be approved and finalized, and all the targets for the different districts still defined. And so I can share the few that I did, because of course these processes are all interconnected, and I'm still working on it, more things will come up. But I also would like to acknowledge the support and suggestions that I received from my tutor, my coach, Yuri. And yeah, I can quickly share Power BI. So at the moment, I just did two visual. First one is this one that looks at the comparison between targets and results that is connected to this selection, because these are the standard indicators that we had selected, and can also go back, filter across time, the different years that the projects will be running. And I also developed this map, which is looking at the districts. They are an important geographical dimension for leprosy, and therefore for the projects. So I wanted to show also districts that could have multiple projects intervening in that specific areas. So here, you can find the different projects where they're going to happen. These are just few districts. We will work in many more, but as I said, I'm working with the mock data at the moment just to see how it will work. And I have other visuals in mind, but they will come in the coming days and weeks. So,
thank you very much. Thank you. Very, very interesting project. We have a comment from Satiki that says that she didn't know that leprosy was still a thing in India.
It is, unfortunately, India is the country with the highest number of cases, and unfortunately, also one of the countries where people still are segregated in colonies because of not always, also, it's not necessary, let's say, for the transmission of the disease, but some of them have been also not affected by the disease directly. They were diagnosed with leprosy, but maybe their grandparents or even some generations back had leprosy, and they are still there. So there is still a lot to do. So
Okay. Let's see if Suna wants to present, because we only have a few minutes left, and then we are all going back to the main room. So sorry, let's see if we can't answer your question, but you can contact Valeria. I'm sure she would have time to answer you.
Okay.
Sorry. So then, Suna, if you would like to present your project. Hello?
Okay, so I'll be quick. I'll share my screen so that you can all see.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry to rush you guys. But
can you see that?
Yeah, perfect. We can see it. Thank you.
The projects that I was dealing with was predicting secondary school dropouts in Tanzania. My name is Suna Salum, and I'm from Tanzania Data Lab. I'm actually a student, a master's student, but I'm also under D-Lab as a scholar and an intern. We deal with different projects, like we generate data-driven solutions for different companies and at times for the government as well. And one of the ministries that we deal with is the Ministry of Education. So this project basically, I tried to look at the problem of school dropouts. There has been quite a number of dropouts in secondary school for both girls and boys. And there are several factors that contribute to that. Some of them being early pregnancies for the girls. And the government is trying really hard to work on that, like see what can be done to solve the issues and at some point help the girls continue with their school after they have given birth. So basically my project is concentrated on trying to predict the dropout patterns, which will help in generating more data-driven insights that will help in preventing these dropouts, or at some point help the students who have already dropped out in some way or the other so that they can still come back to school and complete their studies. So as of the data that I had in 2022, there was almost 134,000 dropouts, and the number was quite evenly distributed, 63,000 male and the rest female. And so what I was trying to do was trying to address this challenge in order to have more significant solutions that can help prevent the issue at early stages. So the data sets that I used contributed of various school information, like the district that the school is located, the name of the school, and the number of students who dropped out, depending on the grade and gender. Here in Tanzania, we have, in secondary school, we have what we call Form 1 to Form 4. So we had, the data had specific details on each grade from Form 1 to Form 4 on the number of dropouts. And I used machine learning model to do a predictive analytics to look at what would be the number of dropouts in the next coming year. But I used the 2022 data, so I predicted for the coming year. And I basically used linear regression model because what I was trying to predict were numbers which are continuous, and the target variable was the total male and total female. I did not go specific on the number of male and female for each grade. I took the total males and total female for the whole school. And after that, the results that I got, I did an accuracy assessment to see how well the model predicted by considering the mean square errors and the R square to look at how the model predicted well. So the impact of this project is that by predicting the school dropout rates, it helps to have a broader implication for enhancing educational strategies, and it also aligns with the SDG goal number 4 for quality education, and it tries to look for interventions that could help achieve this goal, considering that it wants to ensure inclusive and equitable education for all. And lastly, I tried to look at what could be done more so we can have more insight on on this project. So first of all, there could be a feature expansion where we can look for relevant features like the socioeconomic factors that are contributing to the school dropouts, teacher-students ratio, and infrastructure. Like sometimes you find people are dropping out of school perhaps because the school is far away from their residence. So all that could be contributing to that. So a future expansion could be done on that. And also using advanced modeling techniques like ensemble methods or neural networks that could generate more insights and have a more overview on the patterns that could not be easily seen apart from the prediction. And lastly, could consider geospatial analysis. So this could fit much well with considering the geographical location of the school and the students who are attending that school, like the distance from their home to the school, where the school is located. Are there much things that can be tempting for the students for them to drop out and the likes of that? So that was basically it. That's all I did. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. We still have a few minutes, so questions are welcome. Also about any other project, if you'd like. We have a message from Mareng that says, nice presentation, Suna. So that's a good compliment. Yeah, it's Sassy.
Okay, Mwamba, thank you for the good presentation, and I'm wondering if this is a good presentation, and it's important to understand why students we have much dropouts, and just want to ask, is there any reason? Did you get any reason? Did you get any reason why we have that dropout? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. As I said earlier, one of the major reasons why students drop out, specifically for girls, it's because of early pregnancies. And the government has been trying to set some laws, and like if you give a girl pregnancy and she's still at school, like you'll be taken to jail for 30 years. And also they are trying to see how the girls can go back to school after giving birth. So that's one of the major reasons for the girls' part. But the other reason mostly is the distance and the number of students at school. Like the teachers cannot accommodate a large number of students, so it becomes a bit difficult to monitor all of them. So the student-teacher ratio is a bit complicated, and that also contributes to that. So like if students are not attending school and they're having like either it's financial problems or family matters, they cannot contact the teachers and have like a consultation on what to do so that they do not drop out of school. So basically they are mostly social factors that are leading to that, because I cannot say it's economic factors since the government is providing free education from primary to secondary school. So that is not mostly the reason, but most of them is social factors. Yes. Hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, I think
Thank you
so.
so much.
Okay. So I think that we can all go back to the main room if there are no other questions. It's going to be a short closing, but I want to thank you very much for your presentations. It was very interesting.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Martha.
No worries.
Okay, guys, anybody has any question to Alokita?
Yeah, one question from my side, Alokita. Thank you very much for what you have presented. My question would be, if you had more time and you had more resources and more data, what's the expected output of this exercise would be? Is it a dashboard for the management, or is it a tool that can be used by other researchers and so on?
So you mentioned that
So basically, I'm trying to create a very interactive module. So I would have data. If I would have data, then I would have utilized GIS for mapping of the heat changes in the heat patterns in the Delhi NCR, especially the locations which have more changes when it comes to the climate change. So that way I would have inculcated those graphs and patterns in my module. So that's what I'm looking forward in the future also.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Can I ask a question based on my presentation to others?
Yes. Yeah.
So is it easy for you all to obtain the data sets in your country, like open data sets for the analyzing the data?
For us, I mean, country-wide data, it's maybe the most difficult place to do it. I'm from Syria, and I think other analysts from
Same in
Syria.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have open source culture here. So things are very privatized, even in the government side. So it wouldn't be easy to find. But you can find data related to the country from sources like UN or World Bank, which are more open source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also on Kaggle website, also there are some open data for everyone. You can analyze some data set out there. Yeah. It's where I base also, it's very hard. In South Africa, some of the data are private, and yeah. Yeah, unless you have to ask for permission where you, the organization, within the organization you work for, and some also they may give you permission, some they are not, open for the public. Yeah, great presentation. Thank you, Alokita.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, everyone.
So the time is up for Alokita. Sorry, you have a lot of interesting things. You have to go to the next person. Somebody asked if they can do the next, even though they are not in the alphabetical order. Ayman, please go ahead.
I don't know that there is a particular order, but you can do start with the next one. It's okay.
Yes, no. Please start.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So sorry, I just muted and okay, I'll try to be very fast on this because of the sake of the time, and I'll share my screen.
Ayman, the time is passing.
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Good. So I'll try to be quick, as I said. So this is my project for the ABW for predicting the floor spoilage for WP assistance. So it's a data-driven approach for estimating the shelf lifetime. To go to the overview of this project, just confirm, can you see the biggest screen, that's the maximum one? Or with the overview?
Yes, we can see the overview, yes.
Okay. So so you'll see here that there's 3 rows. Here's this pictures. It has a unique point of view, but it's connected in some way. So in WP, we provided a various of commodities for the beneficiaries, but my focus here will be on the wheat flour. In WP, we have systems that really collect all the data for this assistance from its manufacturer to the beneficiaries, holding or everything about the supply chain, warehouses, everything. So in the second row, you'll see that's the vast majority of the wheat flour, only the values. You'll see that the value of 24 million for only the wheat flour fortified. So that's why I just choose the wheat flour. And there is here in meter of tons this value. The last and the bottom of this row, you'll see that there is from the domain expert, there is an incidence looking about this spoilage, and what I get from them after engaging, that they don't care about the expiry date of the flour, but they care a lot about the spoilage date. So and one of the indicators that observing the spoilage, that the insect that you see in the third picture. Yeah. So to killing these insects, the warehouse management do something called fumigation process. So that's they can just kill these insects before it turns to something that heavily, as you see from the incident report, that heavily dead insects were found. I'm trying really to go very fast. So this is the picture that you'll see if it's not corrected. Okay, so the goal and deliverable of the impact of the project. My goal here to predicting the number of days before spoilage, so we can enable a proactive fumigation before spoilage occur. And this is linked to the SDG goal, as you see, to reducing the food loss and ensuring safe, high quality food for distribution. And this is the deliverable and impact of the process of the project. I don't want to take really much time because I see. So this is in short, the prediction model as a deliverable, the Sagis intelligent way for collecting the data. This is what I discuss in the challenges and the impact for leading cost saving, better planning and optimization for budget location, suggesting a better or optimal storage condition, and the better warehouse environment condition for distribution of the flour. The challenges, you'll see that all the data here for the temperature and humidity, the factors that impact the spoilage is manual. Yeah.
Time is gone.
Time. Yeah.
But,
really, we couldn't go
if
this.
you have any, if you have any
yeah,
issue that you want to say during this 3 minutes before anybody can ask,
okay,
you can say it.
Okay, so I'll go very fast. This is the challenge. As you see, there's no historical data. There is hidden factors. The exploration and finding. This is the way that I just explored the data set. And here that I asked the data many questions, 7 questions to get insight of this. I did this using Python. So this is how I get the feature explaining and the feature selection for it. And I see that the correlation between the temperature and humidity in an inverse way, in negative way. So my project about the prediction, as I said, so choosing the linear regression to get the relationship between the variables and to predict the days before spoilage. So this is the compare value between the predict and actual, and this is the model evaluation. I'm trying to go very fast. So this is the end question and answer.
Yeah. Please, guys, if you have any question and answer. So sorry, we were expected to be as efficient as possible because at some point we'll be cut out. Congratulations.
Yeah, this is the fastest way. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for ABW. If there is, I think, any question for answer, I think you have to forward it to everyone, to anybody else who says the time. So sorry for that. Thank you.
You have any question to Ayman?
Yeah, I have a question.
By the way, feel free to ask me. Ask me even after this. You are very welcome. You'll find me in Slack because I'm afraid of the time for other people to do not cut within their presentation. I'll just stop share. Any question?
Yeah, I have a
Yes,
question.
Anas.
So in your project, you mentioned you have something IoT in your project. How are you doing this?
Yeah. Because for that, because there is one of the challenges that for every warehouse within WP, what I see from Yemen, that they collecting the data manually. So there is no, for example, any sensor to collect the data about the temperature or the humidity. It's not even uploaded digitally in the in WP Data Hub. So one of the impact of this project, I'll try to just help them to finding a way to collect this data digitally. Yeah.
Other question, guy? I'll talk to you, Ayman, bilaterally. We are working with the same organization.
Yeah, for sure. To Anas. Anas
Yeah,
and
for
Anas.
sure. Yeah, we'll have a chat, Ayman. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, the next person, according to the alphabetical order, we would go to, there was a guy called Ahmed. He left. Ahmed, yeah, Ahmed Al-Marwani. Ahmed? Hello? Okay, let's go to... Yeah, hi. Sorry. Okay. Please start presenting. We have 5 minutes, if possible. Ahmed, do you hear us?
I think we can go to the next. Someone has written in the chat box if they want.
Let's go to the next person, I think, until Ahmed, if he's ready, he can send us a chat so he can be the next. Let's go to Alida.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anas. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Alida. Let me try to use the time wisely.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for being
Okay. And yeah, let me share my screen faster. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we go through the presentation, and yeah, my name is Alida, as I said, and my mentor is Marie. Yeah, I have been working on the project about displaced student academic dropout analysis studies from the organization that I work for, called Paper Airplanes. And normally we work, it started from 2013 until now. So my case study, I was analyzing the rate of dropout the students since we started this program. And yeah, and the part of the project, the presentation, it's there's a part of introduction, abstract, and methodology that I used, the key findings, and yeah, the dashboards that are in Power BI. So yeah, let me go through some of the things that I did. Displaced people are the people who are forced to move from their home, as you can see, but there are people who are displaced within their countries, and those people are being affected by sometimes by the conflict, war, or natural disaster due to the climate change, and they are forced to live where they live, which can hindering their education. And some of them, they reach out to paper airplanes for seeking to further their education due to the level of living as a refugee or as a displaced people. So they come and they get a free education, but because of the condition, the life conditions doesn't allow them to get education without any cost of internet. So there has been some of the issue that they seek even not education. They have to get also support in terms of way of living, and because they live in trauma and they need some counseling sessions because of the trauma. And there's a lot of things that the paper airplanes can't help. So this is like after the fundings, we have found some of the key the group of age. It's from above 18. So we help people with the education, but because of the other things that they need, like security, livelihood, and access to the housing and other infrastructure, it affect their education, and they end up dropping out. And this is what they need actually to keep up with their studies. But unfortunately, that's a sad reality. And this is a call to make even for the refugee from Syria and Ukraine, and they are stuck in their country, and they want to continue their studies, but they don't have any access to internet, to the electricity. And those who are also now in Palestine, there are many students who can continue their studies, but they seek other alternatives to continue their dreams, but because of the condition. Yes. And then what I have found about I used the data set that I got from the organization, and and software that I used, it's Excel, Power BI, and the Power Queries, and this is the dashboards that I had. And let me skip some of the things, but I have found that there is a majority of dropout from the female. The female rate is a little bit less than the male rate students, and the age also limit. And there are students who are not who are in high school who also need to be helped, but paper airplanes only help those who are in tertiary education, which is also need to be considered. And
We don't have time, I'm afraid, so much.
Accommodation, and there's a lot of things that need to be need up to be get done. And so
we can contact you on Slack if you have any question as well. I mean, we already gone 2 minutes into that Q&A. We have like
if you have any question, you're welcome to ask. Thank you so much. And can take through to the the software that I used, and if you need a lot of things about the dashboard and the graphs and charts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm.
Any question, guys? trying to be efficient, but 5 minutes, frankly, is not enough. I'm so sorry. You have done a lot of great work, and I see, I mean, rich presentation. We would be interested in looking at what you have done technically as well. I mean, as a technical person, but I don't think we have time. But from my perspective, it's really nice work. Good job.
Yeah, indeed. Also from my side, I want to say a couple of words because we still have 25 seconds. So I just want to say the research you have presented is really important. And I think the research always gets different flavor whenever you use data within it. So the use of data analysis, data collection, methodologies, and so on is really important for any research, that it needs to be like it has the right audience. So thank you very much for this. I don't want to take more time. 1 second, go.
Okay. Thank
Now,
you so much. And also feel free to consult the GitHub. It's where there's a lot of README about the whole things about the project.
thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Somebody requested to be next, Anurdo Sinha. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. But
Anurod. It's Anurod.
Anurod.
Hello.
Hello, Anurod. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please start. I'll start the timer at 5 minutes.
So I'm sharing the screen first.
Yeah.
Okay. So my assignment is basically I'm trying to conceptualize the whatever the studies in my during the course. I'm trying to implement in the organization which I'm going to. Actually, there is a lack of data, so I didn't get much exposure. Hello?
We can see
your
the screen. Yeah.
We don't see your presentation. We see your screen, but not the presentation. I think you are sharing an experience.
Presentation is not, but it is screen is sharing.
Yeah, but it's sharing the folder. I think you have shared the specific folder, not the entire screen.
Now it is audible, visible?
No. I think you can drag the presentation to this screen that you are sharing if you have two screens. Or you are sharing specific app.
I'm sharing the screen, but the only folder is showing.
Sorry.
Do share the full screen, the whole computer. I mean,
Option.
It's like we have a technical problem. So sorry. Would you? It's already gone 3 minutes out of the timer. I'm not sure how should I deal with it. Maybe we'll ask him to extend maybe the time for us.
Okay, I check it by the time next one. Anyone just other will do it.
If you want, you can talk about it and share with us links.
Okay, not able to. My project is basically regarding to my organizations which is I'm working currently. It is called Bihar Rural Livelihood Promotion Society. So it's comes under the government of Bihar and World Bank, and it's a community-based organization. So my approach is that basically it's a community-based. It has a three layers of architecture from the ground level. Actually, its purpose is to enhance the livelihood of the poor peoples, so poor society of the community, so on their own community base, so that they can empower them on their own, and they can improve their livelihood and enhance their livelihood. There are three architecture. First is the SHG, which is called self-help group. Then it is second level is village level organizations, and third is the national level federations. So they used to get the access of the financial access, and then they build on the basis of their need of whatever the livelihood they do, they present it accordingly. They do the livelihood activities. Basically, the more activities is related to farming, either in livestock or in the non-farm also. They set up enterprises and all. So they get the financial access and do that. In that part, there is one another section is called Satat Jivikopadan, which is sustainable livelihood, which is every activity is going to sustainable form. So it is basically sustainable livelihood. So that we actually my planning is that to implement it how, because they are the ultra poor, poorest of poor society, because they have no land, nothing, or no access is there. So identifying them and then providing access, financial access, and then training them to the livelihood activities, and connecting them to the market and enterprises. If they set up the financial, which financial they get, if they set up the enterprises, then my planning is to implement it on the web platform, so they get the market linkage and customer, so that they can be livelihood in a sustainable mode. So
I'll extend your time for 2 minutes. You can start. Sorry.
okay. So the basic purpose is that whatever my learning I have done, I just want to show that whatever the programming part or whatever I have done, analysis of the wealth personnel, how the wealth is distributed, and accordingly then we can assess the further planning how to give the financial access, and empowering them through capacity building for the livelihood. So that some part is done. My future plan is that to if I have continued in this project, to just to how to digital financial access to providing them, because they are unbankable, not they have no bank accounts access to that. So how the digital financial inclusion to be included, and how can put through the chatbots or like that some features to be enabled in the mobile, so that we get the right information, government schemes, and as well as information related to their livelihood activities, because they are not able to get the right access in right information. So getting through the chatbot interactions, we have now developed planning to implement, so that they get both of this. And third part is that also for related to the monitoring to connecting with the market linkage, which is the digital form of that in the web platform, so that they can whatever the product they are developing, they can get, because they have not too much knowledge, not too much connection. If we provide them that access to e-commerce kind of thing, then they can do that. So that is my further planning. If some comments or any suggestions can come, it is most welcome. The screen is on, then I will show the further.
No problem. Guys, any question you have to Anurdo? Sorry.
Anurod.
Sorry.
Request in English, it is called request.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, the Q&A will be 2 minutes, just to like have good budgeting for the time. If any question you have.
Yeah, I have a question. I know about Bihar Rural Livelihood Mission. So how are you trying to employ the usage of bots for the self-help group members, like through mobile phones, or like, because it will be for ultra poor, and so how can they use it?
No, chatbots actually right now government is also planning to provide the smartphones provide cheap local cheap levels ability, because actually some going maybe you have heard about NRLM and SRLM concept, so they are planning to implement it. So right now they have access, but some people have a smartphone of cheaper version. There is a challenge there, but also now currently coming out not a smartphone, but simple phones can be also done through that message. Through message, in that case we can get the message through that can be provided. That is the one part, because the government is also planning to implement this that kind of thing. Maybe you have heard about the Bhasani project. It is something like that, because through Bhasani it is the government project in which they are providing that to the chatbot information, government schemes, and that, and also the whatever the activities they have to do, right information to them so that they can get connected to the right information in their local language. Most important is that to connect with the local languages, because they may not English is not mandatory for everyone. They can't, we can understand, but they don't. So that is the basic process. It is the just idea prototype kind of thing. So,
Time came to an end. Guys, if you have any question to Anurdo, please contact him through.
Definitely like to connect with.
Yes, and you can feel free to check out his projects on the GitHub.
It is download, or you can check it in the our group project also. Mention some code part, and then also the PPTs also, presentation is also shared there in the Android folder. I don't know why it is not showing right now screen, but anyway.
We go to the next now, Anas, the second Anas or the first Anas.
Alrighty. Yeah, let me know if you can see my screen. I'll be fast because I have to present many different things. So yeah.
I think we have extra time because I think there is 40 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, great.
Cool. Okay, so my project is called the Sudan Integrated Insights Center, which is mainly a dashboard integrates data about security, environment, economy, and people needs from many different open source data sets. This dashboard to be used by different analysts to answer questions and monitor trends that includes inflation rates, conflicts on the ground, basic commodities prices, environmental and agricultural indicators over time, and number of people in need, categorizations, and their location. And actually, this is also can be used by the management to get a high-level understanding of a specific country. And I've chosen Sudan specifically after doing some research about the availability of the data because I wanted to have a comprehensive project actually. So looking into my methodology, the data processing methodology was I gathered data from many different open source data sets from many different sources. The data has been cleaned and pre-processed using PySpark. So in that case, I was able to get the data prepared for the dashboarding tool, and I have less efforts and less time on the dashboard to prepare and model the data, and more time to work on the UX UI side of this. The business logic has been applied in this in the preparation, so I've did some changes, dimension change for the data, doing some analysis, some calculations on the pipeline. And then last but not least, I tried to use one of the machine learning models that we have learned in this course to predict one indicator for the coming years. You would see now with my notebook, you would see that I tried multiple modules, and then based on the accuracy results, I've chosen the random forest methodology to be used for this one. This is a small view of the pipeline that I've used. You can see there are many different data coming from different sources about security, agriculture, precipitation and temperature data, price indicators, IBC, which is the categorization of people in need, and the inflation rate data. And I did all this kind of integration. And in the precipitation specifically, I've used AI to detect some figures, and then the results of these curated data sets have been used in Power BI in a dashboard. And it's time for the demo, so let's go into first the data preparation stage and then into the dashboard. So I will go to another, can you see my code?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this is the code I used. Actually, in real life, it shouldn't be just one code to prepare all the data. It should be a code per data set, but here, just for simplicity, I try to do this. So you can see all of these preparations is happening, changing dimensions, pivoting and pivoting, doing all this kind of work in order to get the data ready. But then we started to do some kind of prediction for the precipitation, which is the expected rain to be falling on Sudan, based on data I get from 1901 until 2022 on a monthly basis. The first module, it was really bad because I used linear regression. The second module, I used different kind of regression. third type of regression, and then I moved into something more like a random forest, because the chart was not really linear. And in here you can see with the forest, I get the what we call it, the accuracy about its 6%. It's 6% of the values were from the testing dashboard was like really used in like really predicted in the right way. So it's 6% was a good value for me for a short time, which is just like a couple of hours, to be honest. And then I predicted all these precipitation values for the next couple of years, 2023 and 2024, and prepared all the rest of the data sets to make it ready in the curated layer for the next item, which is the dashboard. The Sudan Integrated Insight Center dashboard, it gives you at the first layer like very high level information about the inflation rate, the categorization of people in need, we call it the integrated food security phase classification. And also, Anas, please, I need these 3 minutes to explain the rest of the dashboard. And then you can see here the precipitation in depths 2023 in millimeters. This is AI powered, because this value is coming from 2023, which is calculated through the machine learning item. And then you can see the agricultural land, the percentage of the land area. 60% of Sudan is agricultural land, and 1% of this 60% is irrigated land. So like they can only use 1% of this 60%, which is really a huge indicator to work on many different projects. But then in order to understand Sudan in a better way, you need to go and see the security situation in there. So you go to the second part where you can see the dashboard about the security incidents. Within the security incidents, I have data. I filtered data for the last 5 years only, so I have data. The map is loading. So at the current time, you can see the category of the data between protests, violence against civilians, battles, explosions, riots, and so on. And you can see the increase of the number of conflicts over time. And all of us know that there's some problems in Sudan at the current time. So in 2023, there was a huge spike. And overall, all of these 415 incidents, there was around 26 people lost their lives because of that. And you can see the distribution of the incidents around Sudan. But at the same time, one of the nice analysis I did in here is to check the category of the conflict with is it targeting civilians or not. And you can see here using this Sankey chart, you would be able to see the link between the type of the event and between if it's attacking civilians or not, and you can get some indicators from here. Then we go into the next one, which is more studying the environmental and economical situation. And here you can see anything in blue is something calculated. So the blue line in here is calculating the yearly change of a specific indicator. The temperature over time, you can show it in here, you can see it in here, but also the precipitation over time can be seen in here. The blue one is the one that has been detected by the machine learning module. You have a lot of indicators you can look at, but for example, in here we are looking at the agricultural land, but also let's look at the agriculture irrigated land. So when I click on this, the charts give me the information about this indicator, and you can see that the irrigated lands are increasing by 1%, but like increasing a bit, but also the yearly change is going down, so it's not really affecting. And also you can look into here into the comparison between the inflation rate in Sudan and the price of the most important commodities in Sudan. So you can see here the first inflation spike happened in 2020, and as a result of this, you can see all this kind of increase. And then there is another inflation happened in Q3 2022, and so on. Last but not least, I want to go into the IPC, which is the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, where you can see the people in need in all around Sudan, going into level 1, level 2, and more levels as well. You can see the numbers. IPC level 3+, which is 3, 4, and 5 are the most people in need. And you can see also the dashboard is really interactive to take you to drill in or drill out on all these kind of like indicators you can see in here. I will stop. Yeah, I will stop in here because I have another item on the slide, but I think you can read it later. It's about future work.
Okay,
So
great.
let me stop my not pausing but stopping my sharing my screen and get back to you.
Please,
okay.
If you have any question to us. It's impressive work. I know I talked to you 2 days ago. You told me you didn't start it.
No, it's just like yesterday. Yesterday and like part of the day before.
That's awesome. It's
Yeah.
amazing. Kudos for you. If you have any question to Anas, please go ahead. I'm sure I will go to Anas, talk to him after that because it's really interesting what he has done and I have connection with him.
Yeah, for sure. Please, my Slack is up to date, and also my WFP account is like anasanajjar@wfp.org. So please feel free to reach out to me. Amazing. Thank you. Over to you, Anna.
Yeah, guys, any question for Anas?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment like, this is really interesting. I can employ the similar thing in my project also. I think that's why you were asking about dashboard.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think Anas you can share the source code with us.
It's already there from yesterday at night. The source code, the presentation, and the dashboard, all is online on the GitHub.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So we'll go to the next person, I think, if there is no any question. Jeffrey, he just joined us. I'm not sure if Jeffrey is one of our group. Do you have a presentation?
I have a presentation. Thanks for the invite. And though I shared my project late through the GitHub, that's why no wonder my project won't appear in the presentation order. But I have something to showcase here. It's based on aspect-based sentiment analysis for COVID-19 tweets.
Okay. Please start. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me share my screen.
For 45 minutes. 4 minutes 44.
yeah. Let me go fast.
After Jeffrey, me and Apple are left.
Yeah, I think my screen is visible.
Yes, please start. We can see your screen.
The COVID-19 is one of the tropical diseases which is causing havoc in the world population. So it's a matter of extracting tweets from the social media platform, which is Twitter, and to use it for analysis and to identify some sources of misinformation, and also identify the emotional kind of identify emotions of people and how it has affected people's livelihoods. Basically here now also we are focusing on the long term, the topics around vaccines and how and also the long term trajectory about the epidemic, and also to identify switching people give information, from that information it can be used for policy formulation and help the stakeholders to be able to identify what causes polarity of people's opinions. So the source of data, this is basically focusing on the data. It was collected from I collected this data is from June 2021, and from here it does different types of polarities: the neutral, the positive, and the negative. So at a scale of 0, it indicates a neutral, and a scale of a -1, it indicates negative, and 1 it indicates the positive polarity. So here the prerequisite tools now which you use for analysis here are, the rule-based NLTK. You do remmatization, part of speech tagging, using bag of words, and also to use this deep neural networks like PyTorch for getting to do optimize, getting to run or to do the training and the modeling. So the method or the methodology is the exploratory data analysis, where we do the quantitative research and investigate the social media data. And in this case, now we use aspect-based sentiment analysis rather than the traditional one, which is sentiment analysis, now to extract each keyword and to identify the emotions based on each and every keyword in a sentence or in a text. And this is a kind of this aspect sentiment analysis for, you extract, and from that extraction you process, and then you do sentiment clarification and identify negative different kind of emotions. The significant part of it, this is a project which provides analytical spotlight and a guiding response to COVID-19 in Kenya and African continent, because that's basically, those are the regions which are, various African countries, and from there to enhance comprehension of emotional responses of people. So the major keywords here is COVID, according to this graph. If maybe it's so small, maybe I can enlarge it for it to be much more visible. But I said download it through the GitHub. You can go there and get to interact with those frequencies in the graph. So the commonly used keywords here: COVID-19 and Africa. So in a scale of 14, and also Africa in a scale of 11. This part of the visualization. So here now the training, all the baseline, the model is so, fine tuning. That set of the hard using the word piece tokenization. You break down the sentence into small tokens, and from the tokens you get to identify.
Sorry, do you need more time to present?
I'm done. It's just if you can allow me also to present the notebook, it will be much more easier for you to see, those kind of that kind of visualization, and ultimately the training and all those kind of the end line, the baseline stats.
You have 2 minutes for the notebook if possible. If you can go just to the result, because otherwise you will not be able to finish on time.
Okay.
They see a lot of colleagues are here as well, so I need to give them proper time.
It's okay. I'm finishing up. So we identify that through the conclusion that I use the deep learning approach for this for COVID-19 reviews. I use the path and TF-IDF tokenization to enhance feature transformation. And here now, from my training, the common used hashtags were COVID-19, Africa coronavirus, and what can we do, which is also a positive sentiment to provide insights of classification and the thread of the algorithm. And so we identify that the positive tweets were 3,422, which is now 52%, and 1829 for the neutral, which is 28%, and the negative, which was 1277, 19%. And this is hard now to identify various kind of misinformation, and also kind of detecting the fake news based on those tweets, and to be able to help various stakeholders. So these are the kind of the word crowd. The commonly used, the commonly used was the top 50 frequency words. The COVID-19 vaccines. We have, these are kind of also code switching. Various dialects of the African song. Well, those are kind of, we can do the code switching to, for those. So let me basically go first to the notebook and also to showcase my case from that end.
You have 8 seconds.
Let me stop. Yeah, let me stop sharing. Then I get to share the PowerPoint.
I give you 1 minute more. Please, if you could use it.
It's a second, even no, it's not even a minute. It's just
Okay,
a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, we still have 2 people more to present, and I'm not sure if we will be able to. Please. If you want, Jeffrey, if anybody is interested, we defer your Q&A to Slack. So if anybody has any question to you, they can go ahead and contact you directly.
Yeah. As I share the screen, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Anybody have a question? Sorry. Sorry, Jeffrey, time is up. I don't know if we will be able. How long do we have for this session left for 2 people more to talk? How do we know how long do we have?
We need to go back by 16:40, so we still have 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's give you 2 minutes more, Jeffrey, if you have for Q&A while you are showing your.
Yeah. You can proceed with the Q&A as
Please,
I
if you have any
share the screen.
question to Jeffrey, please go ahead.
I'm the question bank. So, is there any policy implications of this work you have done regarding sentimental analysis? Like,
That's a good question. Here now, this is the panacea to identify some a lot of people, all the social media influencers get to tweet the kind of vaccines which are on the pipeline, get to tweet various information. When you kind of analyze those corpus of information, you get to identify, when you come up with a corpus, and from that corpus, it can help institutions concerned, institutions like my institution, which I'm working, dealing with the tropical diseases. You can be able to identify some sources of information or the current vaccines which are being kind of, which are like, which are being taken, and from there, like you can help a certain region to like, why can't you go for this? It helps in such a way that, institution can tap, resources based on those information for decision making. Not only for decision making, also it can help on the government policy, area to be able to get to identify, the key information which is being trending through this kind of, and also from that, the government, it can help the government to identify, some polarity of information, like, how is it affecting the people's livelihoods, and what are the mitigation measures which the government can come up with to address that endemic, polarity or the endemic disease.
Jeffrey, so sorry. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I feel so much silly to interrupt you. It's really interesting what you are talking about, and everybody actually, and I know that 5 minutes is not enough. I just want to be on the safe side for everybody to present at least, and then by the end, if we have anybody have any question to anybody, we can just go ahead and ask. What do you think?
Yeah, and that's a good question. Already I've opened the notebook. I'll go through it in 4 minutes, not even 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'll be done.
3 minutes is so much. So sorry. But I can give you, if there is time by the end of everybody present, I will give you the 3 minutes. I promise you.
So, okay? Yeah. So I stop sharing.
Yeah, please. we have still Apple and me to present. We will take like 5 minutes each, supposedly, and then if we have like 10 minutes, everybody is welcome to show whatever they want if they didn't have the chance to show anything. Okay? Okay, guys, so sorry. Let's go to the next person. Apple, do you want to start sharing? So I will be the
Sure. Sure.
Thanks.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
It's
Okay. Thank you. Hi guys. I'm Apple from Kadakir. So to explain just briefly, we help students to explore digital careers. That's why what I did is like looking into job ads to get like what employers think that they need, since I'll explain later when I explain the problem. For basically it's insights from employers for data related careers through job ads. So my agenda for today is I'll be explaining the problem, then I'll be sharing what tools I used, explaining about the data set. I'll take you on a trip of how I did everything, and then I'll show you like quick visualizations of what I did, and I'll add the conclusions at the end. So, okay, so first, for the problem, we've noticed that there's a mismatch of applicant skills and what employers are looking for in job sites. That's why there are lots of jobs that don't have applicants, or like there are jobs with like lots of applicants, but there's a lot of mismatch regarding that. So I just added on the README file in my GitHub about that specifically. So the question that I want to ask is like, what are employers looking for when hiring for certain positions? For this case, it's data related positions, because as the programs lead of Kada Career, we execute programs like learning programs, capstone projects for students, and we've realized that data careers are very popular for our students. Like we usually have 200 plus participants for each data related challenge that we have in Kada Career. So I wanted to focus on that. So the tools I used are like Google Colab, Python, Bird Topic, Google Sheets for like for data, and like Kaggle to source for data sets. And then for the data sets, I combined 3 data sets. I combined the data analyst jobs from EDID in the Philippines, the analyst job ads in USA, and the data science and AI jobs in India. The ideal was like use everything related to the Philippines, but it was very difficult to get one. The Philippines related one is actually like a very small data set. It only had like I think 50 something job ads, like 52 job posts. So like I really had to go into like other countries. So I used like USA and India, since they had like a lot of data for those countries. So I just had to adjust. And then yeah, they all have like I use the job title and job description parts of these data sets. So yeah, I combine three data sets, and then I just use the job title and job ad or description part of them, since I'm interested in like what people in this role do and what are the requirements to do the role well. I would have separated the job description, like what they do in their job, and the requirements if I had more time, but life was very busy on my end, since I was also like I'm currently executing a program in Kada Career now and we just finished. So yeah, but I would probably like what do you call this, like improve this after this fellowship. Then I'll just not very technical process, very journey, I guess, is my journey when I was doing this. So like I consulted with Claudia about this and like changed my scope, since from I wanted to predict what jobs would be trending in the next 5 years, but we realized that job trends wouldn't probably change a lot. So we changed my scope for that, and she suggested like topic modeling to me. So like I learned about topic modeling and bird topic and code and clean. Then like that was most of the stuff like I did. I think there were nights that I didn't sleep because I was so busy with everything, like my day job, Kada, and this. And then I thought about what story that I want to tell. So like a visualization of my output is like this. So like it's very interesting because I've noticed like there are like interconnectedness of data within business and healthcare and marketing. And like there's an emphasis with like years of experience and like statistical knowledge. Of course, it's to be expected knowing data related careers. And then there's a lot of emphasis on healthcare. There are a lot of job ads related to data related data careers in healthcare. And like there's of course skills are important, so like teamwork and quality of their work and like reporting, maintaining databases, etc. And like bonus insights is like I've noticed like popular industries, I guess, for like data related careers like business, of course, like they included media and marketing in one branch. I'm almost done. And then like healthcare. Then like conclusion. So I'll just use a few of my Q&A minutes for like the conclusion part, then I'm done. Data careers in business and marketing and healthcare are very in demand right now. So like a familiarity in those fields may help a job seeker. So like in the Philippines, it's still in its infancy. Luckily we were able to partner with like one of the leading figures for healthcare data in the Philippines. So it's Dash Labs. Currently we're working with them with an AI and machine learning challenge for the students. And rather than just hard skills, like employers really want applicants who can report their findings and work in a team well. And it might be good for like job applicants to look into an industry that they are interested in. If they want to be interested in go into healthcare, would be nice if they had some kind of like healthcare background. And like years and experience also play a big role. Like there are a lot of 5 to 7 years type of thing for job ads. So it might be difficult to find entry-level jobs in data. In the Philippines, it's more of data encoders than data analysts. But we'll help our cadets, our students to build their portfolio. So that's it from me. These are just like resources if you want to check out what I used. Yeah. Any questions?
Sorry, we still have 2 people. We need to skip the Q&A.
Yeah, okay.
Please, Ahmed, if you can start, you have 5 minutes. Sorry, I have somebody at the door.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Please, Ahmed, start.
Okay, my project is about identifying the delivery lead time of delivering the food aid commodities from our WP warehouses to another to the final distribution points and related to Hodeidah area office. We had a problem in last year, the late delivery time for our aid for our commodity aid from Hodeidah to the governor rates related to Hodeidah area office. So my project is to identify the late time delivery late time for every district and governorates, so we can compare in the future with the average of the last 3 years of delivery lead time. My project is using data from WFP dispatch and delivery. I use also the Python language for processing the project. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, I already talked about the objective. The data analysis we use the tools and techniques. I use Excel and Python. The data source is the dispatch and delivery of W Hodeidah area office for the last 3 years from 2021 to 2023. The challenge is there is a challenge which is the getting approval of using WFP data in my project. This is a very big challenge for me. Also the short time of preparing the project. So I didn't complete all what I want from this for the final result, which is aimed to be done. Okay, I started data cleaning, missing data, skip any missed data which could affect the results. Also, cleaning the wrong data from the data which is extracted from the system. There is a lot of wrong data which may cause wrong results or affect the results of our projects. Also, data type conversion. Sometimes we need to convert the data type to be suitable to our project or our results. This is the first things, which is the most important things which
we don't have so much time. Sorry, we don't have so much time. If you can go directly to your work.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the first results, which is we identify the lead time from our data. This is by CB and by transporter. Yeah, CB means that the CB updated the time in the system, and the transporter updated the time, and this is the results. Okay. And the next one is the variation from month to month. If there is a variation, this is for from January 2021 until November 2023, and this is the transport lead time and the CB lead time with the variation of from month to month in days. This is mean in days, 2 days different from the previous one. Okay. And this is for this is the visualization, which is I have a problem with the dates there because it's very crowded here, and this is the same result but in graphs. Show the variation from month to month in delivery time. Okay, just I want to share with you also the data. Is it? Did you see it? Are you showing my screen or not?
We see your. Thank you.
Okay. This is the first step, which is identifying our data type.
No, I think Ahmed, we see the wrong thing. We see the slide, the last slide. The thank you slide.
You still huh?
Yeah.
You didn't show the okay. Wait. Is it now okay?
No.
This is the notebook.
Yes, we can.
First, we check the missing values, as I told you before. We load the data and identify which data we are using. Then we start display as the data summary. Next, calculate the lead time by using this code. I calculate the lead time for each delivery.
Sorry, Ahmed,
yes.
I have to cut you here because I only have 5 minutes to present and then we will go. So, yeah, for me, it's just for me to be able to get a chance to present what I have done because it's the last 5 minutes before our breakout room.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. What you have done is as interesting as everybody's work as well, and I'm so sorry for being that silly man who's preventing you from.
No problem.
But feel free to contact everybody, and
okay.
Let me go ahead with my presentation. I only have 5 minutes as well to present. I will be fast. And then if I finish before this 5 minutes, if
Okay.
anybody has any question or anything they want to add or show from their side, please feel free to come. I'll start by sharing my screen. This system preference, I have to give Zoom. Okay. Share my screen. Do you see my screen, guys?
Yes, we see the whole screen.
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Awesome,
Go
awesome.
ahead.
I'll be very fast. I'll share. Okay. Where am I?
You are, yeah.
I'll open my project space so I can let's go. Okay. Uh,
2 minutes gone.
Project. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, I'll be very fast, guys. So my project is about generic anomalies detection tool for humanitarian cash transfer operation. So what is cash transfer? Basically, it's amount of money that an humanitarian organization is giving to the people who they are serving for them to be able to survive. So the main component of the cash-based transfer is basically the organization and the financial service provider. The organization is providing the financial service provider with the people they want to serve, which is a case number, which it's basically the identifier for the person that we are serving, and the amount that we are going to load. And for the financial service provider share with us transactional data that is the same as any kind of financial service provider. It contains a unique identifier, terminal ID, which means the place that they have used it, whether it is ATM or POS, the transaction date, time, and the amount, as well as the card number and the card name, which is the case number in this case for humanitarian organization. The card number and the card name are hashed because they are PII data, and PII data, it means privately identifying information about our identities, and we have ethical restrictions on processing this data in the most ethical way. So we do hashing for this data, so it's not shown. So here basically I'm showing how each day of this data is being loaded into a Postgres SQL database for me to be able to do the processing on the data. So to be able to do the processing on the data, first of all, I did the hashing. So there is a Jupyter notebook showing how did I do the hashing for each of the data sets, basically loading them into data frames and doing the hashing. And then at the SQL side, basically, I did some data processing and the features engineering on the SQL side and all the kinds of data cleaning. Basically, the data we are receiving is clean because we have done years of work on organizing the work with the financial service provider. So we have the data in a clean way. We have it in a hashed way. So basically, what I did is doing some common table expressions, which basically having this data into stages. So we're creating stage by stage. So the first stage is basically reconciling the loading with the FSP data to be able to identify the loading amount. The second stage is basically checking if there is a full redemption in one transaction. The third stage is basically doing a window function to identify the last transaction that happened before that transaction. The fourth stage is basically analyzing the clustered transactions based on the data to be able to see if there is any clustered transactions. It means that more than one card is redeeming from the same place. We are flagging this to add it as a feature to our prediction model. And from that, I did the normalization for the data. So basically, I used the mean and max normalized way to be able to normalize the month, date, and year, as well as the time and hours and minute. And finally, I did the selection of the data, and I talked to the business owner to already identified anomalous transaction for me to be able to train my model. And next I went to the training of the model. So the training of the model basically As you can see, I'm using sklearn. I'm loading the data. So basically loading the data and then identifying any kind of cardinality on the columns. As you see, the data is clean. There is no any duplicates. But if there is any duplicate, I'm removing the duplicates, etc. Or we're doing all the kind of data cleaning that I'm doing. Now I'm doing a correlation matrix for my features to see if there is any kind of feature is highly correlated with another feature. In that case, I eliminate them and I use one of them for the feature. And then as you see, there is no much correlation between the features. So I could use all the like features I have identified in my data set. Basically, I did the features identification and I want to check if it's anomalous or not. So I have the result of if it's anomalous or not. And I did the logistic regression basically on the data. My model is performed very poorly basically because I think the features are not correlated enough. I didn't get good performance on the model in terms of in fact, I want to show you something here in terms of detecting the anomalous transactions. So basically it has about 96% accuracy here, 97% accuracy on the 0, but 0% on the 1, which means that my model is basically the same as like guessing, which wasn't very well. Actually, I didn't have time to be able to work more on it. It failed, but I identified with the business owner potential additional features that I can add. So the potential additional features that I can add is basically if the transaction is happening at night for a specific shop, if a specific shop have a specific card moved from one place to another, or it requires additional data on the locations of the identities and the locations of the shops, etc. So this lesson learned, I have identified them here, and then I came up to a conclusion that it needs to be more developed, basically. As you see here, I have developed multiple models using stacking technique. So I have stacked the random forest gradient posting and decision tree, and I use k-mean, k-folds actually to do 10 folds here of the data to be able to see if changing the testing and the training and doing the stacking, will it affect the performance of the model? It didn't affect by much, which gave me idea that it's not a good model. So sorry, maybe I took longer than the time. The time is finished.
No. Share your screen.
Okay. Okay. That's it. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, because this is afternoon right here in Jordan. This is Yamin Haikal. I'm from Syria and currently based in Amman, Jordan. I used to work for an NGOs in Syria, working with the child, and especially for child protection and the homelessness issues. So I am passionate about this type of passionate about this group of people and how they are vulnerable, and they are a lot marginalized from any grants and focus from donors. So I tried to take this fellowship as an opportunity to shed the light on some analysis regarding this type of people. So I took the data from local NGOs working there on 2 centers, one for boys, one for girls, and I built a reporting system for them using simple tools in order to make a reporting system that they can catch some reports and some insights from this system as a real-time insights. So I started with building a Kobo toolbox for
That's great.
Okay, okay. Oh gosh, the pressure is on me. I do believe that compared to Dana's work, this work of mine isn't even finished. So I can it's it's probably galaxies beyond. Dana's work is probably Dana's quality is probably galaxies beyond. Okay, let me just quickly share my screen. Wait, I'll share a window. Wait. Can you guys see the window, the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Wait. Maybe I can share my entire window instead. Technical difficulties. All right, so hi everyone. I'm Vlad from Kata Career, and this is my project, and this is my actual my final output. So digital jobs dashboard, a Filipino students toolkit for digital career preparedness. I got this template when I was looking at previous cohorts presentations. Like, okay, I actually don't have a template to begin with, so let me just make a copy of what this guy did. It's like, okay. So I just placed our organization's logo at the bottom, and there you go. So a bit of a background on the project. So, the latest July labor force survey shows that more than 7 million Filipino workers consider themselves underemployed, meaning that they either need more hours in their current job, a new job with more working hours, or an additional job to supplement their income. This project proposal for a Tableau dashboard aligns well with Category's mission by equipping underserved Filipino students with data-driven insights to make informed choices, empowering them to launch successful digital careers, and break the cycle of intergenerational poverty for their families. Now, quick question: what decisions will be informed by this project analysis? Two main highlights: career path selections. So for users who are Filipino students, they will be able to select a digital career role from dashboard that I'll be making. The dashboard will provide insights into the skills needed, the level of education, and the tools uh, a bunch a bunch of employers are looking for in that role. And then next one would be skill development content overview. So members of our learning team. So that's one way of saying our learning and development team. So they're the ones in charge of content curation for our website. So they could use the dashboard in making they can use the dashboard in making well really just making sure that that the Career Explorer content is updated. So that's that. And then oh yeah, and one more highlight. So this two more teams that will be benefited from this project analysis would be my team, the marketing team, and the community engagement team. So members of the marketing and community engagement teams can use these insights to create content that are more relevant. Now, in relation to SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4, Quality Education, and SDG 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, will be, I'd say, the main focus of my project analysis. So these goals resonate with the organization deeply. As Kata Career, my organization believes in the transformative power of quality education to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty. Additionally, providing access to career development resources holds the potential to empower underemployed and unemployed young adults in the country. So my personal vision encompasses a digitally harmonious world where quality education Okay. For quality education, driving opportunities are readily accessible to individuals at every stage of life. Now, here's I, okay, I still have time. Okay. Here's a here's the objective of my project. Some key questions that I aim to answer. So it's really just about what's a highly sought after educational backgrounds if for employers, and then what are the most frequently required hard skills for various digital career roles? How about for soft skills? How about for technologies and tools that are commonly used? And how do skill and technology requirements vary across digital career roles throughout the country? Now, big disclaimer, I didn't exactly answer all of this question. I didn't exactly fully answer all of these questions because of my limited data set. More of this to be explained later on. So the dashboard, this is my original goal. So my original goal of the dashboard is to allow users to select a digital career role, and then after clicking that digital career role, a donut graph for a highly sought out education will be updated along with another donut graph for work type, and then three bar charts, which would be the hard skills, soft skills, and the technologies and tools used. So that's that. Okay, the tools I use are Microsoft Excel, Google Sheets, and then Tableau. Though I did use Python Selenium for text mining. However, because of limited knowledge, it didn't get me, I wasn't able to extract the data that I needed. So after picking on it for a few days, I decided to, okay, let me just use another platform. Let me just try to copy this one and then just put it, let me just do slightly manual work in extracting this instead of using text mining. So that's that. And then I use Tableau for data visualization. So here are my findings. A bachelor's degree is still preferred by most employers in the dataset for entry-level positions, and then there are still more on-site jobs in the dataset for entry-level positions. However, a lot of the remote jobs in the job descriptions are actually on a hybrid setup. So this is what I find interesting. When I checked out a bunch of job descriptions and like reading through it rather than relying on what I on the extracted data, I found out that there's this there are a bunch of placeholders or containers that would say na, hey, this is actually uh, in the job type, it's actually they would categorize it as fully remote. But as you read the job description, it's actually a hybrid setup, which is actually quite confusing, especially if you're especially if you're getting data. So that's a bit of a problem. Maybe for someone like me who also applied to a hybrid level position, who also applied for a fully remote position, but it's actually a hybrid job role. No, just some just some findings that I got. So hard skills across the two categories. So just in case these two categories are digital marketing and business management, I didn't there were actually plenty of other categories that are in our Career Explorer, but I never got to I never got to explore the other categories or find a bunch of job roles for the other categories because of the limited time. So here are the hard skills across that I found that are quite frequent across the two categories, business management and digital marketing. The soft skills, which is, it's interestingly interpersonal skills and communication skills are actually very frequent. Then highest rated technologies, you have Google Suite, then Microsoft Office, and Microsoft Excel, a bunch of project management tools, and a customer relationship management software. So yeah, that's that for my findings. And then key learnings and recommendations. So a proper differentiation of hard and soft skills would be beneficial at the start of the web scraping process. So other than finding it difficult to use Python Selenium, I also found it difficult to like clearly differentiate what's a hard skill and what's a soft skill and what are technologies used because there's like it's a little bit difficult to find like unique values for hard, especially for hard skill and technologies and tools used. We could say now you know how to use a CRM as a hard skill, but then it also falls under a technology and tool used. And then a next problem that I found is that a majority of job descriptions aren't very helpful because of the lack of details. So that would include not having the technologies or tools used present in the job description, not having the soft skills present, not having clear soft skills in the actual job description. So those were my main hurdles. And yeah, so let me just present my progress. Uh, go. So here is what I got, and still, okay, here's what I got, and okay, unfortunately, this is my current progress on a dashboard. There we go. So I never got to finish the entire. I only got the education and then the work type, but I never got to fully accomplish doing the 3 bar charts that I was supposed to do. So unfortunately, that's my project, but I was able to learn a lot in the entire process. So that's it coming from me.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. I think it's great progress because, yeah, you also did a lot of data cleaning and processing, which takes up a huge chunk of work. And now that you have the data prepared, you can then progress more on the dashboard side, I can assume, as next steps. Anybody have questions from the other fellows? Do you have questions for Vladimir? Yamin, go ahead.
I just want to ask you, Vladimir, if you where did you get this data from? I missed this part. Sorry.
Oh yeah, gotcha. So I got this data from job placements. So um though there's Indeed PH, there's Glassdoor PH. However, the most popular job posting
That's good.
platforms in the Philippines are Indeed, Caliber, and yes, also LinkedIn. But I mainly use Indeed and Caliber. I mean Indeed and Caliber, yeah, as my data sources.
Did you use any data scrubber or something for this?
A data scrubber, like a web scraping tool?
Yeah.
Are you Oh, I did try to use I did try using Python Selenium, but I had it like I said, I find it really difficult to like differentiate like hard and soft skill. Like how can I tell
Okay.
that to Python Selenium? Like okay, I can't figure that one out. I just get like the I can't get the keywords, but then it'll be very hard for me to do the data cleaning. So I decided to just go for okay, let's just go do manual work because it would be really difficult to do all that data cleaning. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Good job, Vladimir. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Yaman.
Anybody else have questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Good luck. And I hope you can take this project forward and make the dashboard as well as see iteratively how you can improve this project. Really looking forward to see where you go with this. Next, can I ask Umar to present? Hello, Umar. Can you hear us?
Yes, Parvati, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Actually, first, let me apologize in advance. Actually, I'm in traveling, so you might face some kind of distortion from my side. So if it happens, just let me know, you know.
Yeah, sounds good. Are you able to share your deck?
Yeah, let me share my screen with you. Mm. Okay, so let me know when you can see my screen, guys.
We can see your
Is
screen.
my screen visible to you?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone, whoever is listening. So my name is Umar Said and I am working for World Food Program in Pakistan in logistics department. So this is my final project and um, the project that I'm working on is called BESP, Benazir Income Support Program. World Food Program has signed an agreement with the Benazir and nutrition support in the areas where there is a lot of malnutrition in among children and women. So in this package, what we do is we deliver the specialized nutritious food to different parts of the country. So I am responsible for the warehousing and logistical support in Punjab region of Pakistan, and Punjab is the largest province of Pakistan by population. What I am trying to achieve from this project is that we are trying to make distance metrics for the purpose of route optimization, so that we can see from which origin warehouse we must dispatch to which destination to minimize our costs and minimize the lead time, right? So initially we have 3 origin warehouses and 100 facilitation centers across the Punjab. The tools I used for this project was Excel, Power BI, and Bing Maps API. Actually, I got the Bing Maps API and integrated it in the Excel sheet, uh, which in result gave me the distance metrics for every facilitation center to the origin warehouse. Uh, uh, so the most significant change that I am trying to uh, that is uh, if we get the route optimization, we can see that right now
Umar, you are cutting off quite a lot. Hello, Umar. Hello. Yeah, I think we have lost Umar, but I think he was on his final stages of the presentation. So when he's back, if we still have some time left, we can ask some questions to him. May I then ask Vinayak, are you ready with your deck? If so, we would really like to hear from you about your project.
Sure, sure.
Thanks.
Just a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, but would you mind putting it in present mode?
Just a second.
It's loading. Yeah, it's live. Go ahead.
So basically, what I'm trying to do with this project is that I'll explain where I work, and we are trying to optimize and understand how counselors in like mental health projects utilize their time and how we can efficiently manage the process and make the whole mental health delivery services in India better. So just a second. It's not changing. Yeah, sorry. Just a second. Yeah, so I work at eHealth Research Center in India, which is a part of IIIT Bangalore campus. We are an applied research center, and here I work as research associate in product and data. Where we currently focus at is mental health, nutrition, and various disabilities. And we have right now, I am working on Telemanas project, which is India's largest mental health care delivery service by Government of India, where we provide free counseling if you call on the toll-free number 14416. And we have been receiving a lot of calls, roughly 3,000 something around calls per day. And what we are trying to do as a technical partner is improve this and make sure that everybody who has a need gets to talk with the counselor. So now I'll explain why I choose to work on a certain project. So what we were seeing is we had a recent hike in number of missed calls and calls not getting attended in peak working hours. So what we were seeing is how the project works is that there is a counselor sitting in each state. So we have like 8 to 10 counselors. They sit in a certain center and they receive calls. But because the call number is too high, so at peak number, what happens is when somebody calls, their call goes on waiting. And sometimes if they get like, let's say if you are waiting for a counselor for 20, 50 seconds, maybe more, then you will drop off, right? So this is what we were observing, and we wanted to make sure that we communicate it to the stakeholders that the number of counselors might be not enough, or our servers are overloading and they are not able to handle the capacity because the calls were very high. So therefore, I started working on this project. How we identified this problem is we communicated to various teams, which were situated in like various, what we call them as TMC, which are different centers. And we found out that what was happening is sometimes system was automatically logging off, system was not working for a couple of minutes, leading to higher number of missed calls, and system sometimes like counselors, even though they have said that they have gone for a tea break, they would get calls which would lead to them missing on calls, and they were complaining that mostly the system is not proper. So somewhere we had to analyze what is happening. So this is what was like, this is just like unidentifiable data and what was happening on certain days. So you can see on days like 10th of October, the number of missed calls is pretty high. And one of the reason that happened is because it was twofold thing. One is it was the world's mental health day. And because it was the mental health day, many of the counselors were not they were mostly like having celebrations and all. It's a huge thing. So the number of like calls that were getting missed were pretty high. So we started digging on this, that why it is happening. So if you can see, we plotted on that day each time that whether the person was waiting, attending the call, or whether the person was properly getting disconnected. So on the y-axis, you can see the time. This is in seconds, and x-axis you can see like what was the so y-axis is just seconds and x-axis is the time. So we figured out that waiting time around 0 to 200 seconds, like let's say 2 minutes, people were dropping off very quickly. And this was probably what we figured out later is because the prompt we were suggesting, language prompt, was not very helpful, and therefore they were quitting very easily. And if you can see that at 12 a.m., 12 p.m., the counts has gone extremely up, which implies that at 12 p.m. something was wrong. So then moving forward, this is just the raw number. So if you see the raw number at 38 calls were not picked up at 12 to 1 p.m., which is a very concerning thing, right? So how I go about it is that I created certain graphs through Python, and I iterated minute by minute, and I found out that whether what was the state at that point. So if you can see, this graph correctly shows what was happening. So calls getting answered is shown by green. Counselor autocall on, which is counselors are active at that moment, is shown by purple line, and calls disconnected is shown by the red line, right? So if you can see, the counter is on the y-axis. Now the purple line is completely going down at around 11 p.m. AM, sorry. So you can, because the graph is not clear here, it's just a screenshot. So you can see that the at 12 a.m. the red call, which is called disconnected, is peaking. And it is because the number of people on call are pretty less. So we have figured out, okay, at this point, there is an efficiency issue, right? I further digged it up. Then I brought like different events into picture. That when are the counselors going on to break? Exactly at what point are they logging in? And what is happening? Like whether it can be correlated with the call. And then we got a better picture, which we used to like, which we started comparing on a dashboard, which I will show later with the missed calls. So this was the thing that we came up with. We further I went deeper and we created certain status. So this is the dashboard that we came up with. It's not like no numbers are real, because it's a very protected data. And I also am just like some days from creating like complete final version. But you can see that I have shown in a pie chart that within a shift, what is the utilization of time, then when does the call come, how many minutes or seconds are they waiting. And then further, I show that with which one counselor, what state are they in? Are they available? Are they logged in? Are they logged out? And so on. And then similarly, I show that how many counselors are also available. So this is for one, and this is for number of counselors, right? So we require the maximum number to be present when the call counts are high. So basically, solution, we created some kinds of graphs and everything, and we plotted them in dashboard, which is getting used. And we are going further with creating more insightful things. We also showed like these minute on minute patterns. However, I told to Sane also that minute on minute iteration was little difficult because of the computational spaces it takes. That's why what I came up with is a row by row iteration of events, which is something different, and I might not be able to go in detail in that. Some of the problems that I completely like came up with is that we do not use Google Colab without proper licensing. So we do not have that. In future, we might take AWS or not, but right now, because there is no cloud-based platform, I am only able to do like work with 1 day, 2 day, or something like that. Then there was no API key which I can use to fetch data in real time. So a lot of time I had to merge different Excels, extract the date, then merge on them. And it's a very difficult process, especially if you want to do again and again. And finally, minute on minute iteration is a limitation of computational space. So we have figured a better way out only today. And I think that's the way we are going forward. So yeah, final result is that hopefully we'll be able to deliver better service and contribute to SDG 3 of good health. And yeah, that's my project.
Thank you so much, Vinayak. Really good work. You have gone the whole chain, starting from collecting the right data sets to building at least a preliminary dashboard. So really good work. I will now open the floor for some questions if any of the other fellows have for Vinayak. No questions? Then I can ask one, Vinayak, is on what are your next steps? So you mentioned that you would like to build the dashboard into a better version, but do you have already planned some user feedback or interviews to make it better for the decision makers? Like what exactly are your next steps?
So like this thing I showed you, right? This preliminary dashboard. So I am going to finish it like I have a deadline also by tomorrow itself. And then we are going to the stakeholders, which are like, in this case, are NIMHANS, which is the mental health largest hospital. And there we are going to talk to counselors and see what is happening. Maybe like, because I also am only relying on data, right? So I'll ask that what other elements can I incorporate? And if I even, what I'm also thinking, we are discussing is that if we show them that at this point the calls are getting missed, so they can think about that, okay, if they take break at 12, then the numbers of calls will be missed very high, right? They can probably take break at a time where statistically we are seeing the number of calls are not very high, because we do not want to miss any call. That's our thing. The second thing is there is not just this analysis I came up with. We also did some analysis on our part, whether as technical partners we are failing or not. And the next thing that we recommended is that if somebody like assigns that we are on break, they shouldn't ideally get a call. However, system is are showing that they are getting, which is a fault on the technical side. So we are also working on that. So these are the next step, and I hope like till Friday we'll be proceeding with something.
Thank you so much, Vinayak. Good luck with the next steps. Really looking forward to seeing how you take this from here, and hope we stay connected with ABW as well. Next, may I ask Sharon to present the work? Sharon, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. And please do share your slides as well.
It's okay. So let me share my screen. Oh, yeah,
Sharon, would you mind coming a bit closer to the mic because we cannot very clearly hear you?
I hope I am now audible enough.
Yeah.
I need the other participant to stop sharing so that I can share my screen.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we do not see your slides yet.
So the other participant needs to end the screen share so that I can share my screen. Yeah.
Does it work now?
Yes, it's okay now.
Sorry, I stopped sharing. I forgot. Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you so much. So a brief introduction about me. My name is Sharon Memento. I work with Amref Health Africa. I'm currently an intern. I'm 6 months.
Sharon, sorry to interrupt, but do you mind
Okay.
putting it in slideshow mode, because then we can see your screen clearly? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. So as I was saying, I'm currently working with Amref. I have been here for 6 months. And during this time, I chose to go with this project that goes by the title Youth Population Growth, that is resulting to rapid urban urbanization growth. So, and here's my project. So for the business case, I chose to work with managing the rapid urbanization given the growth of population for economic development towards achieving AMREF's vision. So among the AMREF vision from 2023 to 2030 is to be able to envision and bring out the lasting health change in Africa, and it is interestingly connected to evolving demographic landscape on the continent. As urbanization accelerates in the youth population growth, these strategies outlines how AMREF can capitalize on the trends to foster economic development, while also addressing the health challenges. So by embracing urbanization and empowering the youth, AMREF can take significant strides towards achieving its mission. So the objective for this project will be to outline the approach for AMREF to liberate the rapid urbanization driven by youth population to advance the mission of population, community-led and people-centered primary healthcare system, while also promoting economic development. So I have a sample chart for the population. So I have this chart that shows population growth from 1969 to 2030, and this graph shows how the total population of the youth from 15-year-old to 30-year-old. And as you can see,
during the years, the population growth keeps on increasing. So I think this is project worth looking at, since youth population growth has a great impact in the nation. So for the method and tools I use, I'm currently working using Power BI for data analysis and visualization. So this data, the data-driven approach can help ensure that the strategies for leveraging the urbanization and youth population growth for economic development align with AMRE's vision and its mission. And finally, the KPIs for AMRE. So it will be the health outcomes among the urban youth, employment and entrepreneurship rates among targeted youth, participation in AMRE health and empowerment program, and community engagement of the youth leadership and health initiative. So the most significant change will be the influence of the policy reform. The project focus will lead the adoption of the policies that support youth-focused economic development and health initiatives in urban areas. So the key learnings from this project so far is understanding the dynamics of the youth population growth involves analyzing of the birth rates and mortality rates in migration trends. We have the social economic factors that involves investigating the relationship between the youth growth and socio-economic policy implications. Examining the existing government policies related to the youth development and population growth in society. The long-term projections in utilizing the demographic models to project future youth population trends can be valuable to policymakers and planners. Then finally, we have the recognizing the diversity within the youth population is essential, considering the factors like gender, ethnicity, and socio-economic status to better understand the unique challenges and opportunities faced by different segments of the youth. So finally, that is the references and the data that I'm using. I got them from World Bank and from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The steps ahead, I am looking forward to work with data and visualize the data and have maybe a predictive model using the machine learning. That is something I need to work on since I don't know. I'm new to machine learning, so I'm still learning on how to predict maybe the future trends of the youth population growth. I think that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Really good work. I want to open for questions if there are any, because we do have, we are now at 4:10. So any questions for Sharon? Okay, thank you so much, Sharon. Really looking forward to seeing where we can take this project, and hopefully this fellowship have been a good opportunity for you to also explore some of the things around data analytics. Good luck. Let's stay connected. Can you please stop sharing your screen now? Next, I would like to ask Yaman to present. Yaman, over to you.
Sure. Sure. Okay. Right screen. Screen. So let's start. I'm sorry for the for the technical issues, but it seems like That always happen. Okay. Just a quick brief about my project. This is Yamin Haikal. I am from Syria and currently based in Amman. I am working on a child protection project for homelessness in Syria. I built a dynamic reporting system to be used by the child protection actors in Syria to report about the cases that they are received regarding the homelessness. So I started with building a data collection tool using XLS forms, then utilizing this data or feed this data into Power BI and do some descriptive analysis, build a dashboard, and visualize a live insight from this data. Starting from the XLS form, I used the Kobo toolbox as a tool for minimizing the data entry error as much as I can. So I started this process, and it took forever. So it takes forever to finish the converting the paper-based cases into the digital form, so that I can then work with this data freely. So it takes a lot. So this is one of my limitation, but yes, I have a great records. So I started with 600 records for now, and the number is increasing by the time. So I started to running a descriptive analysis to answer what are the root causes of homelessness between intersectionality groups. So, for example, who's the most families that produce homeless child? What are the root causes behind this issue and these things? So and then I dig deeper to and run a logistical model in consulting with my mentor. So he helps me to build a logistical model. I can share with you some some insight from this logistical model. So we test the ability or the possibility of child trafficking in each governorate, and see if there's a significant correlation between the governorate and the child trafficking. And we will I didn't have the much time to rerun this model to all the root causes that I have, but I'm still working on this analysis on this model, and I will I will add the result into the dashboard. At the final stage, I built a dashboard to visualize all these insights in one place for to help the decision maker to build new interventions in a holistic approach that they can, starting from prevention and targeting specific people regarding from different areas with the specific topics. So let me show you the my dashboard. So here's the dashboard. I used Power BI to feed this this data, this dashboard, sorry. So I started with building the shape map in order to know where's the most where's the cases are coming from. So you can see this that Damascus is the most significant or the most producing homelessness child, because there's a lot of war there, and there's all the population is are in the capital city. So, and here's the root causes of the homelessness issue. So you can see clearly that poverty and economic hardship is the most dominant, because after the war, all of the people has lost their livelihood. So it greatly increased this one. This chart is telling a story of how is the family of the child, of the homeless child, status. So, for example, if the here's the father status, and here's the mother status. So, if the mother and when the mother and father are alive, and which is the most frequent the most frequent case. So if I click this, you can see that there's a poverty on this group, and the male child are most dominant, because always there's a social norm that they protect girls more than boys. So they push the boys to work in the in the street, and then more than females. So and also there's a lot of interesting information. I didn't catch the whole insight yet, but I'm working on this. One of the greatest achievement of this fellowship that I run a logistical model by myself. This is the first time I do so. So I'm proud of myself, and thank you for everything you do. And that's it. Sorry.
This is great, Yamin. Thank you so much for presenting this work. And doing something new and experimenting is always difficult. And I'm really happy that, yeah, you have done this. So yeah, good work. Thank you so much. We now have Yusufu here as well. Yusufu, would you like to present? Yamin, yeah, thanks. I was just about to ask you if you can stop sharing. Yusufu, over to you.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Pavati. I will briefly show myself, but my connection is not too good, so I will keep the video off. So I think you can see me working from home. Okay, so I will shut down the camera for now, and I'll try to share my screen. Start my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yeah.
So I can maximize that. Okay, in the presentation mode. Okay, my name is Yusufo Amara Savage. I work with United Nations World Food Program, assigned in Liberia. I am actually a monitoring assistant, and but I'm also the focal person for our corporate data entry system. Support numerous activity as well, especially when it comes to program implementation, program design implementation and reporting. Okay, so my project is actually based on my activity here in Liberia, and I named this project School Attendance Analytics System. This, okay, I have a brief agenda, introduction, targeted audience, the risk in question that we are trying to address, and which the idea that is used, and a summary. This application, this project aims at providing proof on some issues that we have with the school system, especially when it comes to school attendance, and people that this project actually targets stakeholders, donors, and managers the leading activities. And ultimately, the country director will use this as a tool to probably lobby and solicit funds in order to fund our project. Okay, the risk in question. School attendance continue to deteriorate, especially in counties where WFP was operating, and now due to funding issues, we are no longer covering those areas. Also, attendance likely to increase in areas where we are currently operating. The project is active. We are providing food for school children, and we really need to work hard, our senior colleagues, the city, and those that lobbying out there for funding, to see how best we can meet with the growing number of students in areas where we're operating, and see how best we can enroll into other countries that we were supporting, but due to funding, we have cut off support, and it's significantly impacting those areas in terms of enrollment and attendance. Well, the source of the data, this data actually came from Food Real is not created since 2018 up to 2023, and I actually use Google Colab, my first time, but it was good, and a new thing added to the skills I have. So as you can see, I use linear regression, logistics regression, and k-means to arrive at my solution. And lastly, I concluded that area where we are operating currently, there's a predicted increase in students of 620 students. And the record that was analyzed is about 3,601 records with an average student of 238. And the model predicted that for every 200 enrolled student, there's a possible increase of 15% of the 200 that might increase in next academic year, 2023-2024. The model also unveiled that unveil low performance, which is offshore because we are not currently operating in those areas. These are areas where we operated in 2018, 19, and maybe some part in 2020. So it's real that these areas, we do not have active operations there. So the model recorded low performance in those areas. And also, we will also see high peak performance for like county like Nimba and Maryland County, where a student and we see high recorded student enrollment and and yes, the students are currently receiving food assistance from the agency. The graphs on the left shows student enrollment over the period of 2018 to 2023. You can see from 2018 it was low all the way down to 2018, but 2019, no, 2020, a spike up due to the fund that came in from this coronavirus. Most school benefited, so we were able to enroll a lot of school again into the program, which went up to yes 2022. As you can see, high enrollment figure is also recorded all the way down to this to yes 2022. So at the moment, we do not have much project. You can see that schools enrolled in our program is very low because our operation is just limited into counties where the agency can provide not two but four counties where the agency can provide funding for. So at the bottom, there's another linear regression. These graphs are actually from Power BI. We would soon take a look at Power BI and see the other graphs that were generated for this analysis. So you can see that these are the list of counties. These are the list of counties. These are the list of counties that under our scope of operation, and as you can see, the program is currently concentrated within Nimba, Montserrado, and Maryland County, which is real. Okay, so this is what I got from Power BI from few visualization done with the data. The first visualization is showing our entire operation with our cooperating partners and their performances. And coming to the right is what I just shown. Yes, the fourth at the top is also what I just shown. And this fifth is I try analyzing to see which year we actually spend much resources. As you can see, rice went all the way at the top. And at the bottom, I also display additional graphs showing performance per years okay, I have a pie chart here. So basically, all of this data are just analyzing the same information it is the same information that's been presented in different forms. So this summarize. Probably I want to take you to the Google Colab platform to see exactly what I did.
Yusuf, sorry to interrupt, but we have less time, so maybe you can quickly go through the notebook. Thank you.
Yes, right. So I will just quickly go through to each the points. So so the data is imported into the system. The notebook is run already. There are areas where I try changing I was trying to filter by schools, because we do not only support schools, we also have resilient programs. And yeah, I was looking for some missing data to see if I can replace them with the actual county and districts, and where I mean I cannot determine which town or location, then I have those data removed. And yes, this is where I actually did that operation. Um, um, so here I created my futures and split the data into testing and training. Um, so let me just move. So this is where I also test the model to ascertain the quality of the model. And I got a very good score here, and we can see that both the test and the train are almost identical. I got a 3 and 91, and close to 1, which means the model is highly performing. I hope I'm not overfitting. And then so lastly, I was able to identify using k-means. I was able to identify a location that are highly performing. So after creating that model, let me just go straight to where I demonstrate the result, and I'm able to display cluster for cluster 0, which we will say is cluster 1. You can see the counties that were listed in my presentation, and cluster 2, which is here as 1. We can see that we have member in Maryland, which appears also in cluster 3, being the highly performance, area within our project at the moment. So with this ends my presentation. I hope I didn't take much time, and good luck to me.
Thank you so much, Yusufu. You seem to have done a lot of work and exploration of the data, which is great. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time for questions, but we have the Slack channel still open. So if any of you have questions to Yusufu, please reach out in Slack. Now I will ask Umar if you could share your screen. Unfortunately, we missed a part of the deck due to connectivity issues. So Umar, if you can present next, and please try to be a bit fast because we are running a bit short of time. So please go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, sure. Uh,
Thanks again,
Thank
Yusuf.
you, Parvati, and sorry for the interruptions earlier. Uh, okay, let me share my screen. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I will try to wind up as quickly as possible. So what I have done here is, let me show you the data. Uh, Here we have the facilitation centers, all 100 of them. And what I've done is I have acquired the coordinates of every location and then the coordinates of all the 3 warehouses, right? So which I don't know, there is some problem because I refreshed it, but you can see here that I have put in a macro code which I got from the internet and inserted in Excel sheet, and which in result gave me the every distance from every facilitation center to the origin warehouse. So now I can easily determine that which origin warehouse is more suitable for which destination, right? And here I have designed different matrices for every warehouse what we have, dispatch position, how much total percentage of dispatches is handled by every origin warehouse. And now I have tried to, demonstrate the locations on the map as well. uh, Here you can see that for the all of the Punjab region, we can, see the uh, tooltips for every facilitation name, their location and the dispatch percentage. So here we can see after the data analyze that for Multan warehouse, we are overburdening Multan warehouse for with the most dispatches throughout the year. And here what I have designed is the distance matrix in a visual form. So if I want to see which facilitation I should, I simply have to click on it and I can see that from distance from the Lahore warehouse for this Bhalwal facilitation center is the smallest. So I must, cater this facilitation center from Lahore warehouse, right? So I hope that I have achieved the uh, outcome which I intended at the start. So the result is that we need to revise the transportation contracts that were awarded earlier, and we need to. Uh, Sorry, I'm in traveling, so you can. Uh, so yeah, we need to revise the transportation contracts, and we need to specify the origin and destination points, and then award the contracts rather than awarding the contracts on the basis of every destination and every origin. Thank you from my side. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so
And with that concludes our presentations for today. Are you able to put everyone? Yeah, wonderful. I can see everyone who has their camera on your faces, which is nice. We're also going to take a quick photo of everyone, so smile. And I would like, I'm going to invite Pravathi and Robert up to give a few words now, and then we'll finish off this session. So, Pravathi, would you like to say a few words first, and then we'll have a.
I will keep it very short, but for me, I was in one of the breakout rooms. It was a really great day, personally, because to see the amazing work many of you who were in the beginning stages of learning data science and Python have been able to do in such a short period of time, when also when you are not full-time working on these projects. So for me, it is an inspiration as well to see people who have jobs and have impactful work spending this much time and effort to create such other impactful projects. So for me, it's an inspirational day. I'll also look at the other videos. I'm going to spend the next week catching up on what happened in the other breakout rooms as well. I wish all of you good luck, and I would like to also take this opportunity to invite all of you to stay connected to our mission to analytics for a better world as well, because I see a lot of collaboration opportunities possible, a lot of follow-up projects, a lot of continuous learning opportunities. So please do stay connected with us, and we would really like to be a partner in your journey forward as well. So with this, I will invite Robert to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks. I fully stress what you say, Pravati. It is amazing to see. I was in the group 1. It is amazing to see the various applications. So we've seen applications in fundraising, applying analytics in supply chain, in even recommender systems to recommend the best content for people. It is just really fantastic to see. So we started with our mission, applying analytics for a better world, 2 years ago, and well, we are a small team, but we have very high ambitions, and I think this fellowship is one of the key things that are very important for us to even increase the impact. So it is not only us applying analytics for a better world, but it is basically all of you applying the skills that we have gained together, and jointly we can make this apply analytics and create a better world. Like to invite you to keep pushing and to keep applying these skills. And if you run into an issue or a challenge, feel free to reach out to us. We are more than eager to help. But it really warms my heart in seeing so many faces, so many enthusiastic people, and I hope we have taught you a little bit to further our mission and to also contribute to it in well, more or less any part of the world that you're currently in. So that is it. That is it from me, and I think we will go to a picture. But I want to just give a very big applause for yourself in finishing this program, and I'm very excited to see your continued work after this. So fantastic.
Thank you, Robert. And with that, I would like to officially congratulate everyone on the finalization of the fellowship. Just a few small nuances. So we will be sending out a survey. I thank you for completing the surveys throughout the course. That feedback we shared with our trainers, and that's always valuable for them. But we'd also like to get your feedback on the course as a whole. So if you could please fill in the survey when you receive it in your email. Honest, brutal, that's okay. We want to make this the best as possible for the next cohorts. So any recommendations that you have to us, we're happy to receive. Additionally, I'm sure you'd like that certificate, that piece of paper that says, I achieved something. Don't worry, it will be sent to your email. We will be just double checking all of that the criteria has been met. The presentations are in the GitHub and everything, and then we'll be sending out your certificate of achievement to you via email. And as Prabhati and Robert said, if you would like to continue collaborating with us, maybe you talked to a colleague in the hallway and said, hey, I just did this really cool thing. I worked on this really cool project. And they say, ooh, that'd be really cool. I'd like to also do something. Reach out to us. We're also happy to support different organizations in larger ways with our partners that in our partner network that we have. So we're open to collaboration. And if you have something that maybe is of interest to you or to us, please feel free to send us an email and we'd be happy to look into that. And I think then we finish on time, which is amazing because we had a lot to get through today. We'll stick around for a couple minutes in case you guys have any specific questions or if you have any program questions that you'd like to ask. But otherwise, I also want to give one quick shout out to Marta, our event coordinator, who's done an amazing job also filling in for me while I was on a holiday with the session. So you guys saw Marta online, but she's been in the background. We couldn't have had this happen without her. So a big shout out to you, Marta, as well. Great. Then we will finish today. Thank you guys all so much. And a big congratulations on finishing the fellowship. Oh, yeah, we'll take a quick
Can we take a picture of all, a photo?
Yeah, give us 1 second. Are you able to do that?
Thank you so much for you.
Wait 1 minute, guys. We're going to take a quick photo. Should we
Okay.
come up here? Yeah.
Yes.
So we're just going to come to the front of the room. Be in between? Yeah. There we go. All the faces. Let's not stand in front of anyone. I think it's duplicated, so it's also okay. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Smile.
Awesome. And we'll post that on LinkedIn, so feel free to tag yourself and share it with some friends. They can see it on your phone. Yeah, we're good. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you.
thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.